Chapter 121. Both aliens stared at Harry in silence for a few moments while Harry patiently waited for them to introduce themselves. The green-skinned female alien sighed and then glared at him. "My name is Keela and that's Limo." Keela pointed a thumb towards the old alien besides her. Harry nodded and then smiled. "All right, I'm Harry Potter and the girls who brought you here are Milim and Kunu." Kunu waved at them from Harry's side while Milim smiled at them. Harry then continued speaking. "Now what's this about helping Broly?" Keela frowned and looked down. An explosion suddenly shook the area, causing her to look towards where it came from, only to see Broly get blasted by an orb of ki. Knowing that there was no time left, she decided to answer Harry's question. Broly was forced to fight. He doesn't like fighting, but Frieza made him lose control and now he's going to get killed. We have to help him. He doesn't deserve this. Harry stared at Keela in silence for what seemed minutes. Harry then turned his head towards Kunu. "Did you get the Dragon Balls?" Kunu nodded and took one out of her fluffy tail and showed it to Harry. "Yes. Keela and Limo had them and think they wanted to use them to help Broly." "How?" "I don't know." Harry nodded and then turned his head towards Keela. "I take it you wanted to make a wish on Shenron, hey?" Keela raised an eyebrow. "Shenron?" She suddenly shook her head and then spoke up. "Wait, that doesn't matter. I just wanted to have the Dragon Balls take Broly back to the planet he was found." Harry smiled. "I see, well, alright, but you don't need the Dragon Balls for that. I'll send him to whatever planet you want, just tell me the name of the planet." Keela looked unsure whether to trust Harry or not, but Limo decided to go ahead and give it a chance. "Broly was found on the planet Vampa. He spoke fondly of it even if it is a harsh place to live in." Harry hummed. "Vampa, hey. Okay, give me a few seconds." Harry closed his eyes and then called up his connection to the Akashic record. A multitude of screens made out of pure energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Whis raised an eyebrow, sensing something odd in the energy constructs, but since he couldn't understand what they were showing, he decided to quietly watch instead. Harry opened his eyes and then began to read the screen as they began to show some information that no one could understand. Meanwhile, Keela was watching worriedly as Broly continued to try to fight the strange scion that was effortlessly beating him. Suddenly Broly faltered and the strange scion cupped his hands as he began to charge energy in them. The force of whatever he was going to do was powerful enough to make even her feel it, and she began to worry for Broly. Harry suddenly smiled. "I found it." Harry watched as Gogeta fired a very powerful Kamehameha at Broly, but before it could even touch the big scion, Harry snapped his fingers and used his control over space, teleporting Broly directly to Vampa. Everyone including Gogeta widened their eyes in surprise while Harry relinquished his hold on his connection to the Akashic record, causing the energy-made screens disappear. He smiled and then nodded to himself for a job well done. "Okay. Broly is back on Vampa now." Keela and Limo gaped but nodded, not wanting to question Harry when he obviously can do some very powerful stuff. Instead, they both took off running back towards Frieza's ship. Everyone stared at them do so with curiosity, but Harry just chuckled. "I think they're going to go join Broly." Harry then turned his head towards Gogeta, who sighed and just shook his head. Now that everything was done, Harry suddenly teleported everyone right to his side, but Gogeta wasn't surprised and just grinned at Harry. "It's been a while, Harry." Harry smirked and then used his power over reality and snapped his fingers. Gogeta suddenly defused, leaving both Goku and Vegeta rather confused as to what happened. Whis tilted his head in curiosity. "My, just what was that?" "I felt reality suddenly shift and before that space actually folded on itself right over Broly." "What interesting techniques, Harry." Harry smiled at the angel. "They aren't techniques per se, Master Whis, but I'm directly manipulating the concepts of space and reality themselves." Whis raised an eyebrow, intrigued at what Harry just said, but Goku suddenly pushed forward and engulfed Harry in a one-arm hug. "Harry, you're really back and you're stronger than before." Harry chuckled and grinned at Goku. "You've gotten stronger as well, Goku, especially since the Tournament of Power. I take it that you've been training non-stop since then." Goku sheepishly chuckled. "I kinda had to. You never know what might come up, and the Tournament of Power showed me just how much stronger that I need to grow. It was certainly an eye-opener." Harry nodded, having felt the same way. That eye-opener was the reason he went on his travels to look for further strength and power. Vegeta crossed his arms and sighed. "So Harry, mind explaining why I can't sense your ki?" "I can feel divinity from you, but that's it. I can't sense your overall power." Goku nodded, having noticed the same thing. Harry laughed a little. "Well, let's just say that I have become something far more complicated and leave it at that for now. Don't worry though, I'll explain everything soon, but we still have something to take care of." Harry turned his head toward the direction where Milim left Frieza unconscious. Both Goku and Vegeta turned their head towards where Harry was looking and finally noticed Frieza's low energy signatures, so they understood what he meant. Everyone then took off flying towards where Frieza is. Of course, Vegeta took Bulma with him in his arms as they headed to confront the frost alien. Meanwhile, After a little while both Keela and Limo arrived at Frisia's ship and walked inside. They were shocked to see many dead members of Frisia's army and were glad that both Kunu and Milim deemed them harmless, otherwise they might have gotten killed as well. After a while they arrived at the hangar and boarded one of the ships inside. Keela immediately turned the ship on and began to fly it out of the hangar of Frisia's ship. Limo walked up to where Keela was sitting and driving. So where to? Keela smiled. Well, if we can trust what that Harry guy said, then Broly should be back on Vampa and I'm going there. Someone has to take care of the big oaf, especially now that he's all alone. Limo grinned. Then count me in as well. Well, be safer with Broly anyways, but first let's stop somewhere and buy some stuff we might need before we head to Vampa. Keela grinned and nodded to Limo. Sounds good. With that conversation finished, both Keela and Limo left the planet and headed toward where Broly is. Harry looked up as soon as they arrived where Frisia was laying on the ground unconscious and looked up. He smiled as he watched the ship that Keela and Limo were using to leave the planet. He knew where they were going and was glad to know that Broly has good friends. The group also quietly watched Keela and Limo's ship leave the planet, and once it was gone they all looked down towards Frisia. Harry then suddenly blasted a ki blast on Frisia's face, which surprised everyone, not expecting him to do that. Frisia got up growling in pain and absolutely angry. Who dares hurt the mighty Frisia? I will kill you and everything you love. But Harry cut him off. You're not going to do shit, Frisia, not unless you want me to kill you before you could even twitch a finger. Frisia turned his head and glared towards Harry. But once he noticed him, he somewhat calmed down and crossed his arms over his chest while scoffing. If it isn't the lizard, so you were the one who came to help the monkeys. Why, I am not surprised. Gaku awkwardly chuckled while Vegeta just scoffed and crossed his arms while facing away from the group. Harry sighed and shook his head. It's nice to see you two, bastard, but mind telling me why you're looking for the Dragon Balls? Frisia frowned and looked reluctant to answer Harry's question, but Harry narrowed his eyes at him. I will read your goddamn mind and find out myself, Frisia. So what will be? Frisia growled and then clicked his tongue in annoyance. I wanted to wish for my size to increase a bit. Everyone stared at the frost alien while Whis was chuckling non-stop. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes. Why is everyone using the Dragon Balls for stupid wishes like these? What's wrong with you guys? Bulma's sweat dropped while Frisia growled and then began to float. Well, since you're here my chances of using the Dragon Balls are practically zero, so I'll be leaving. I have no desire to fight against any of you at the moment. Harry however called out to Frisia before he could take off. I'll be making sure the Dragon Balls are never misused again, Frisia, the same with the ones in Namek as well, so for your own good I would avoid trying to use them again. Frisia huffed but nodded. He then engulfed his body in ki and took off flying towards his ship. Harry and everyone stared at Frisia's leave. Suddenly Gaku chuckled. I'm surprised how calm he always is when you're the one talking to him, Harry. He's never that nice to us. Vegeta scoffed. Anyone would be polite to Harry after fighting him once. He's not one to hold back and brings you an enormous amount of pain. Remember what he did to me when I first tried to kill you all? Gaku nodded and Bulma suddenly jumped. Ah. That's right. Krillin told me that he and Harry let you go because Gaku asked you to, but Harry still broke both of your knees and hit you with a curse for a while before he let you go. Vegeta physically shook at the reminder of what Harry did to him before he was allowed to leave Earth. It certainly made him respect and fear the dragon. Harry scoffed and pointed at Vegeta. This asshole blasted me off the planet and then beat me to the ground as I fell back to Earth. Then when he took on his great ape form sat on me and then proceeded to stomp me until I stopped moving. He's lucky I didn't cut off his balls for that. Gaku laughed and nodded. Ah. I remember that. That was the hardest battle we had so far at that time and we both were overwhelmed a bit, but as soon as Vegeta stopped holding back that's when things got dicey. Good times. Harry sighed while Vegeta just huffed. Harry shook his head. Gaku, I love you like a brother, but sometimes I want to punch you in the face as hard as I can. Gaku just grinned. Ha ha ha. Chi-Chi says the same thing just without the like a brother part. Harry just chuckled while Bulma grinned and spoke up. I can't imagine why Chi-Chi would say that. The sarcasm wasn't lost on anyone right now. Everyone shared a laugh for a few moments, even Vegeta did as well, and soon enough Frisia's ship suddenly took off into the sky and quickly left the planet. Harry seeing this nodded and then spoke up to everyone. Alright guys, let's all go back. I have a lot to tell you and I'm sure you're all curious about what I've been up to. Everyone nodded except Milim and Kunu, who just smiled at Harry. Everyone then decided to go to Bulma's house to talk since Beerus was there, so Harry teleported everyone right to where he sensed Beerus was resting. Everyone found Beerus taking a nap with Bra sitting on his chest and giggling herself silly trying to reach for his ears. Bulma immediately walked up to Beerus and picked her daughter up into her arms, and began to talk to her while Bra giggled at her mother's silliness. Beerus opened an eye and stared at everyone. He then grinned when he saw Harry. If it isn't the dragon, it's been a while, and you feel different, more powerful too. Harry grinned at Beerus. Lord Beerus, it has been a while sure, and yet, a lot has happened. I take it you were keeping an eye on everything that was happening. Beerus opened his other eye and sat up. He yawned and stretched for a little bit and then nodded at Harry. Yes, I was aware when you arrived along with the girls beside you. I guess you helped with the situation as well. Yeah, that Broly was strong, you know? With a little bit of training he could even give you a run for your money, Beerus. Beerus grinned at Harry and nodded. Never mind the scion, I'm more curious as to why you feel like Zeno-sama and how strong you've really become. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. You can't sense his energy either, Lord Beerus. Beerus just continued to grin. No, only the fact that it's divine in nature is the only thing I can sense. Either he has ascended way past what a god of destruction can accomplish, or he has become something else entirely. Goku and Vegeta looked perplexed while Whis just smiled. Bulma turned her head towards everyone and began to pay attention to everything that was being said since she was curious as well. Harry lightly laughed and nodded. Then perhaps I should explain what I've been up to and what has happened to me on the rest of my journey. Buckle up everyone, because it's quite the story. Everyone nodded and Harry began to explain what he's been up to after he left this world and about the sort of worlds he's visited and lived in for a while. He also explained the sort of skills, techniques, and magic he picked up along the way. Everyone, even Whis and Beerus, were surprised at everything Harry told them. Sure, Goku, Bulma and to some extent, Vegeta knew of Harry's circumstances and the fact that he's a dimensional traveler, but the whole scope of the rest of his journey was unknown to them. Beerus and Whis only knew the gist of it since Harry wasn't too keen on revealing everything to them. He trusted Whis but not Beerus, and he knew that he was not someone to be careless about. Beerus chuckled. You bastard, to think you would hide all of this from me. I should destroy you for keeping such secrets from your god of destruction. Harry just smirked. You're not my god of destruction, remember? I'm from another world, plus like hell, I would reveal other worlds to someone like you. You tend to act like a child and destroy things on a whim. Beerus's eye twitched in annoyance while Whis laughed and then spoke up. Young Harry does make a good point, Lord Beerus, though. That does make me wonder why Harry would reveal all of this to us now. Everyone nodded, wondering that as well. Harry shrugged and then smiled. Beerus is not a threat to me anymore, and I can deal with him quite easily if he tries anything funny against my world. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Harry. Oh? You think you can beat me now, Harry? Harry tilted his head and nodded. Of course, I can, but I rather not fight you and accidentally destroy this universe. I only have to kill the Supreme Kai and then bring him back to life to deal with you. As soon as Harry said those words, Beerus immediately jumped and powered up. Kunu immediately rose a barrier to protect everyone and everything around them, while Harry just huffed. All I have to do is wish for the Supreme Kai to die and he will immediately drop dead before you can even move an inch. So Lord Beerus, you better relax. Beerus growled and powered down. He hated to admit it, but out of everyone he met, Harry is the most dangerous foe one could ever face. He was after all one to prepare hundreds of steps ahead of you just to make you utterly powerless to face him. But to think he would do that to a god of destruction, Whis chuckled. He has you in a checkmate, Lord Beerus, but how do you know about that, Harry? Harry smiled. Goku and Vegeta mentioned it after they faced Goku Black, and I confirmed it later when I received the ability to connect to the Akashic records. The moment I arrived back into this world, I tagged the Supreme Kai with an instant death technique. All I have to do is wish for his death and poof, he drops dead. Of course, I would bring him back to life right away, but that would get rid of Beerus permanently. Beerus nervously began to sweat while Whis just sighed. I did warn you about causing too much trouble, Lord Beerus. Eventually someone was going to get tired of your aloof attitude towards destroying planets. Vegeta sighed. Don't feel too bad, Lord Beerus. Harry is a guy that can hold a grudge, and eventually, he will get even, one way or the other. He's not one to let bygones be bygones. Goku and Bulma nodded. Having known this about Harry all this time, it was something that was both scary and endearing to them, since Harry only really acted like that when it came to his loved ones. Do you want to get under his skin, or piss him off? Then go after someone he cares about, but know that he will get even, and if he doesn't kill you, he will make you suffer for it. It was something that Vegeta knew too well as well. As mentioned before, when he first came to Earth and attacked along with Nappa, he came to understand that Harry wasn't one to mess with. He isn't naive or kind-hearted like Kakarot. No, he is cunning and cold when dealing with enemies and has no hesitation when it comes to killing his enemies. Honestly, the only reason he was alive right now was that Harry decided to humor Kakarot and let him live. Though he did make sure Vegeta paid for everything he had done. The end result? The proud prince of all scions ended up with 2 shattered knees and unimaginable pain from that crucio or whatever spell mumbo-jumbo Harry had hit him with. All of that had earned Harry the respect of Vegeta. Nappa had also suffered at the hand of the now Dragon God. When Harry and Kakarot arrived, Harry wasted no time in beating and then violently killing Nappa by ripping his spine out. Luckily for Vegeta, Kakarot had called dibs and he faced him while Harry watched, but after a while, he joined, and boy did Vegeta regret his life choices. He put up a big fight against both Harry and Kakarot, but he was soon forced to take on his great ape form. As a multiplier form, Vegeta was able to overpower Harry, and he wasted no time in taking him out first, though he only succeeded in knocking him unconscious after violently attacking him. After that, taking on Kakarot was a piece of cake. Still, all of that showed Vegeta that Harry was one of those individuals you didn't want to end up on the wrong side of. Though now Harry has become an ally and even a friend to Vegeta, he was still wary of him. Harry smirked at Beerus. You didn't think I would forget how you just appeared out of nowhere, picked a fight, and threatened this planet, did you? I still remember the beating you gave me too, and I don't forget those who beat me to an inch of my life. Harry narrowed his eyes at the god of destruction, and Beerus just glared back at him. In hindsight, he can't blame Harry for doing all of that, and he can admit that he had somehow deserved it as well. You think Zeno-sama would allow you to do all of that? Harry smirked. He would, unless he doesn't want all his destroyers and angels to stay alive. After all, even he can't mess with death. Death comes for us all after all. Suddenly, as if being summoned, a dreadful aura spread around the area, an aura so thick and cold that it made everyone shiver, especially Beerus and Whis. Harry just went on. The first time I arrived in this universe caused my connection to the conceptual being known as death to be cut off because of Zeno-sama's influence in this universe. It also didn't help that death's influence in this world was not the same as others, but now that I'm stronger, now that I'm a dragon god and that I have powers beyond your understanding. Death now has the ability to join this universe. My death has now arrived and we don't like to play fair. Suddenly behind Harry a feminine silhouette took form. It was big and was shrouded in a black cloak that covered her eyes, but the thing that shook everyone was the fact that it was engulfing Harry in a loving hug with a soft smile on her face. Both Beerus and Whis jumped in what seemed to be fright. Whis actually backpedaled. What is this? It's far stronger than Zeno-sama. But, all I can feel is death. The end of all things. Beerus froze and just stared at the being behind Harry in silence until she suddenly seemed to move her head towards him and smirk, which caused the god of destruction to shiver in horror. Soon death vanished with an amused giggle, but the coldness in the air stayed, which left everyone feeling cold, except Bra, Kunu, and Milim, unaffected by death's presence for some odd reason that everyone else didn't understand. Harry smiled. I can instant kill anyone now, and if necessary death, and I can fight off both Zeno-samas and come out on top. If I feel in the mood, I can even summon my girlfriends and have them help, and they're far more powerful than any of you can imagine as well, but we don't have to worry about that if you play nice and behave, Lord Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes and then gazed at both Kunu and Milim, who only smiled and waved at him. Milim suddenly grinned and then spoke up. There's more of us. And Harry made sure that we're powerful enough to fight off anyone too. Kunu nodded. We all have our expertise and all kinds of unique abilities as well, plus we have a few instant death techniques as well, and that's not even counting on the fact that Harry has given us all kinds of skills as well. Harry smiled. From the moment I arrived home and found people to love and care for, I decided to prepare them to fight and defeat beings like you. I know of the true horrors laying in wait in the multiverse, and I for one wasn't going to sit on my thumbs and wait for some bored god like you, Beerus, to show up and threaten my world and family. Beerus stared at Harry in silence until he scoffed and looked away. Fine, have it your way, dragon. I won't hurt your precious ones. Whis chuckled and shook his head. I have to say, Harry, you're terrifying as an enemy, oh ho ho. Harry grinned at Whis. Regretting training me, Master Whis? Whis stopped laughing and then smirked at Harry. Not at all. Beerus sighed. If you're done with your threats and whatnot, can you continue with your story? I must admit, I'm even more curious about what you have been doing back in your world. Beerus seemed calm, but Harry and Vegeta noticed he was still quite tense. It seems like he was still shaken by Harry's preparations to make sure he wouldn't be a threat again, but Harry didn't care and just continued. He then told them about his world, what he had done when he got back, the yokai faction, Neo Kyoto, and everything they had accomplished together, and of course about his big chaotic family. It surprised Bulma and Goku quite a bit at the size of Harry's family, but they were truly happy for him. They knew he had the dream of having a big family someday, and they were glad he had gotten what he always wanted. Vegeta was interested in all the ways someone can train and get stronger in Neo Kyoto and seemed rather excited about it. This of course piqued Goku's interest as well. Bulma, however, was more interested in the technological advancements of Neo Kyoto and was rather curious about all the projects Harry was working on. She knew that Harry had quite the mind for technology and was an inventor by heart. Everyone listened to Harry for a few hours as he told his tale, and eventually everyone had to move to Bulma's living room. Bra had ended up in Harry's arms, and as he told everyone what's been going on in his life, he played with Bra and kept her entertained. This allowed Bulma to take mental notes and keep track of everything Harry was telling them. Goku and Vegeta were, of course, excited as well, along with Whis himself, who seemed pretty curious as well. Even Beerus seemed to be paying a lot of attention to everything Harry was telling them and quietly sat there intently listening to Harry. Eventually Harry finished catching everyone up with everything he had been doing lately. Harry poked Bra on her belly and made her giggle as he spoke up again. That's everything so far, guys. I decided to come here and visit after I finished dealing with the Greek faction and had time to relax. Bulma sighed and leaned back on her couch. Wow, that's quite a lot you've been up to, Harry. Honestly, it all sounds amazing and I had seen a lot myself. Gaku crossed his arms and hummed, I'm more interested in all of those powerful beings that live in your world, Harry. There are even dragon gods over there. I want to fight them. Harry chuckled while Bulma, Vegeta, and even Beerus' sweat dropped. I'm afraid that not even the gods of my world would pose a challenge for you, Gaku. Sure, some of them might have some unique abilities that might give you some difficulties, but they're not something you can't handle. Gaku just widely smiled. But I bet I can learn some things from fighting them. Harry raised an eyebrow but nodded since he couldn't really argue with that statement. Well, that's true, plus you're the type to learn from your opponents in mid-battle, so, yeah, I can see it happening actually. Gaku just laughed and nodded to Harry while everyone just sighed. Vegeta then spoke up, I'm more interested in the ways the people of Neo Kyoto can grow strong and that natural dungeon as well. Milim grinned. Everyone in Neo Kyoto can grow powerful, all they have to do is put in the effort. Harry, Faye, Jessica, and Hermione have placed training chambers with time dilation and gravity controls for anyone to use, and the natural dungeon can spit out some very powerful monsters and bosses. Harry grinned at Vegeta. You actually appear as a boss in one of the deeper floors of the dungeon, Vegeta, or rather the you I fought when you and Nappa came here. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at that while Kunu giggled. You're actually a very popular boss in Neo Kyoto, Mr. Vegeta. In fact, you even have a fan club too. Something about the way you furiously fight just appeals to yokai in general. Vegeta smirked and seemed rather proud, which just made both Gaku and Bulma smile. Whis hummed and then decided to raise some questions. This natural dungeon seems very interesting. I take it that the monsters and bosses found inside are the ones you have fought during your travels, right? What are the requirements? Harry smiled at Whis. Yes, the natural dungeon has been spawning enemies that I have faced before for quite some time. One day it just connected to me and began connecting to all the worlds I've been to and using the information on enemies to create and fill its floors with all sorts of beings. Milim scratched her head when that started happening. The smart ones in the family studied everything as much as they could. Hermione explained to us once that the conditions seem to be that Harry has to be the one to fight the enemies and beat them before they can spawn in the natural dungeon. Whis nodded. I see. You wouldn't find me or Lord Beerus inside the dungeon. Harry has fought us but never defeated us, though I did spar with him while I trained him. Would that qualify? Kunu shook her head. No, it has to be a real fight, otherwise nothing happens. In fact, Mr. Gaku appears as a boss on multiple floors, each one as a kid. Gaku tilted his head. Hey? Why as a kid? Harry smiled. Well, the only times you and I ever fought seriously was during the tournaments as kids. We really did go all out and tried to beat each other down at those times. Gaku awed and then nodded. So that means Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien appear in the natural dungeon. How cool! Harry nodded and chuckled. Yeah, even Piccolo Daimyo appears, and Piccolo as Junior as well. They caused a lot of guild members a lot of problems progressing in the dungeons. Milim giggled. For a long time everyone had to gang up on Piccolo. The guilds had to send whole armies and train non-stop. Not surprising though, because Piccolo has a lot of very explosive and destructive techniques. Gaku nodded and completely agreed. Piccolo was a very dangerous adversary in his youth and was not surprised the guilds in Neo Kyoto had a hard time facing him. He himself was almost beaten by him multiple times during the tournament where they faced off. Harry made Bra float and fly around with magic, which made her laugh out loud in fun while he continued to speak. Every being from this world that appears in the natural dungeon forces everyone to adapt and grow stronger. I'm actually very proud of everyone that they never gave up or grew discouraged. Milim grinned. It also helped that Harry and everyone at home are always happy to train and help anyone that needs it. That's why Neo Kyoto is the strongest in the world. Everyone, even Beerus, smiled at Milim's enthusiasm while Harry and Kunu laughed in amusement. Bulma then spoke up to ask Harry something. Hey Harry. Harry turned his head towards Bulma and smiled. Yeah. Bulma smiled back at Harry. Are you going to connect this world to yours? It was a good question since this world is filled with very powerful and dangerous beings. Harry closed his eyes and thought about Bulma's question. Well, to be honest, I'm very hesitant to connect both worlds. I don't have to worry about the angels and destroyers anymore, but there's always someone strong popping out of nowhere here. Bulma and Vegeta nodded, knowing how true that was. Beerus just looked away but inwardly agreed with Harry since this universe always has something or the other happening. Meanwhile Gaku tilted his head in confusion since he didn't understand what was so bad about that. Harry looked up. I guess I can if I find a great secret place to make a gate and ward it to hell and back on both sides, but even then it is a risk. I don't want to risk my world or my family. Bulma nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. I would love it if I could visit whenever I wanted. In fact, I'm sure many of us would love to, but you do have good reasons not to do it. Harry frowned. Let me think about all of this a bit longer. Maybe I can come up with a way to allow everyone to visit whenever, but give me some time. Bulma smiled and nodded, knowing that Harry will be able to come up with something. Gaku then stood up and stretched. You should go and visit Chi-Chi, Harry. She's missed you a lot and maybe you can get her to relax a bit. She's been on my case for a while now. Harry chuckled. I bet it's because you are always going off to train Gaku, but I'll see what I can do. No promises though, you might have to take your lumps like a man. Gaku just smiled and nodded. Sounds good. I'll go ahead and let her know you're coming. With that said, Gaku teleported away and Harry just shook his head. Bulma smiled. Next time you come over, bring the whole family. I want to meet everyone. Harry smiled. Well, you better prepare for the chaos that will rain down on your house, Bulma. Bulma just grinned, letting Harry know that she welcomed it, which made him chuckle. Harry then turned his head towards Whis and Beerus. Despite everything, I am happy I got to see you both. Whis just smiled and nodded, and Beerus just closed his eyes and smiled a bit. It is good to see you again too, Dragon. Harry smiled at Beerus and Whis, then waved 2 fingers at Vegeta, who did the same with a grin, and with that Harry teleported himself, Kunu and Milim to Mt. Baozu. Bra floated to Bulma with the help of Harry's magic while giggling, and Bulma grabbed her from the air and hugged her daughter with an amused smile on her face. That was your Uncle Harry. Wasn't he awesome? Bra laughed and clapped her tiny hands in agreement with her mother's words. Chapter 122. Harry, Kunu, and Milim teleported right in front of the Sun House. Kunu smiled and looked around as she appreciated the nature of Mt. Baozu. Wow! The senjutsu on this mountain is off the charts. Nature here is so vibrant and alive too. Harry nodded in agreement. When he first arrived in this world and appeared on Mt. Baozu, he was a bit caught off guard by the overabundance of natural energy in this place, but he did always loved how connected to nature this mountain is. It always brought a smile to his sage side. Yup. This mountain is just full of life. In fact, the entire planet is like this. There's also not a lot of pollution either. Kunu smiled and nodded as she took a big breath and enjoyed the clean air of Mt. Baozu. Suddenly a voice spoke up. It also helps that this planet's landmass is bigger. In fact, the planet is quite big as well. Everyone turned their heads towards where the voice came from and saw a tall young man with spiky black hair coming out of the house and smiling at them. Harry immediately smiled as he saw the young man Gohan. Gohan immediately walked up to Harry and excitedly began to speak. Uncle Harry. Dad told me you were back in this world, so Videl and I immediately came here to see, or rather Dad brought us here. Harry chuckled and messed up Gohan's hair, though the half-scion just chuckled in amusement. It's good to see you, Gohan, and man, your dad works fast. Gohan grinned and nodded. Well, I think Mom sent him to get us right away. She immediately began to cook a big meal for you and your companions the moment she heard you were coming here. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Chi-Chi has always gone out of her way to make him welcome in the Sun home. Suddenly a green-skinned man walked out of the house and grinned at Harry, who smiled the moment he saw him. Piccolo. It's been a while. Piccolo walked up to Gohan's side and nodded to Harry. Yes, it certainly has been quite a while, Harry, and it seems you've gotten stronger too. No, that's not it. It's like you've become something else entirely. Right? Harry chuckled and nodded. Well, I guess the kami in you allowed you to sense the changes in me. I'm not surprised though. Out of everyone I thought you would be the one to notice it. Right? Well, you, Whis, and Beerus, that is, but those two don't really count. Piccolo nodded. I see, so I take it you met with them. Yet. I'm sure Gaku and Vegeta told you of what happened when they went to you during the whole ordeal they were involved in, but yes, Beerus and Whis are on Earth right now. Harry shrugged, not really worrying about the presence of the god of destruction and angel on Earth. Piccolo frowned. They just told me the gist of it, but even then I could sense that something big was going on. I guessed you helped with the situation, right? Harry nodded in confirmation to Piccolo's questions. Yes, it wasn't a big deal, but it needed handling. It's not over yet, but I'll soon be dealing with what happened in my own way. I'll be going to the lookout later for that. Piccolo crossed his arms and nodded. I see, then I'll go with you. I'm rather curious as to what you're planning on doing, since you're always doing something interesting. Piccolo suddenly sighed and turned his head towards Milim, who had been inspecting him closely as soon as he appeared. Can I help you? Milim looked up at him and widely smiled. Nah. I'm just getting all the information of your alien biology with my Milim eyes. So don't mind me. Piccolo's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, which made Gohan and Harry chuckle. Kunu sheepishly smiled and scratched her head. You'll have to forgive Milim, Mr. Piccolo. She doesn't mean to be rude, but she just doesn't know any better, and our family isn't any better for that matter. Piccolo sighed but nodded. Gohan tilted his head towards Kunu and hummed, "A beastman? But you're more humanoid than the others I've seen." Kunu smiled and then bowed. "Ah, sorry. I'm Kunu and I'm a yokai from Harry's world, so I'm not a beastman." Gohan's eyes widened in curiosity while Piccolo raised an eyebrow. "What's the difference?" Piccolo asked out of curiosity. Harry smiled. "Well, the beastmen of this world are the result of mammals evolving like humans did. They are a product of selective evolution. The yokai of my world are supernatural beings born from fear and legends of humanity." Gohan and Piccolo listened intently, finding all of this very interesting. Kunu then decided to further explain. "Also, we yokai have magical powers and supernatural abilities, something the beastmen of this world do not, I believe." Gohan crossed his arms and nodded. "Well, technically that's true, but there have been some beastmen that have shown some special abilities before. I think Dad mentioned having fought some like that before in his childhood." Harry nodded. "There's also Puer and Oolong, though those two went to a special school that taught the art of transformation. They weren't born with abilities or magical powers like the yokai are." Gohan nodded while Piccolo suddenly spoke up. "So they're more akin to the Demon King, right?" Harry grinned and nodded, confirming Piccolo's comparison. "That's right. Demon King from this world are magical in nature and born strong and with a bunch of special abilities, some very unique for that matter." Milim, who had somehow gotten on top of Piccolo's shoulders and taken off his hat to see his antenna, suddenly spoke up. "There are demons in this world too." Harry, Kunu, and Gohan tried not to laugh at how Piccolo just seemed done with everything right now. Harry then decided to answer Milim's questions. "Yes, but most don't compare to the ones you know of, Milim, though there are some which are far beyond the power level of even Guy and Leon." Milim put Piccolo's hat back on his head and jumped off his shoulders. "That's actually pretty scary. Those two are incredibly powerful and dangerous, enough to give me pause as I was before you brought me to your world." Harry nodded. "Yes, and we don't even know what sort of abilities they might have as well." Gohan frowned. "You're talking about Dabura, right?" Harry smiled and nodded. "Yes, you remember how he turned Krillin and Piccolo into stone? Plus he was powerful enough to fight you off for a bit, and that's saying something." Gohan sighed. That fight with Dabura had left a bad taste in his mouth, especially when the Demon King just dragged the fight on as much as he could. He was glad Harry never let him stop training, otherwise Dabura might have beaten him into the ground. Piccolo grunted in annoyance at being reminded about his lapse of attention during that time. "So what you're saying is that is not only their power we should worry about, but those pesky unique abilities of theirs." Harry nodded. "When facing enemies like Demon King and yokai, it's best to always expect surprises and be ready for anything. You wouldn't believe the amount of craziness I've seen." Piccolo nodded in agreement with Harry's advice while Gohan decided to ask a question. "Then what sort of special abilities do yokai have?" Kunu smiled and decided to be the one to explain. "It really depends on the type of yokai. For example, since I'm a nine-tailed fox yokai, I normally would focus on illusions and foxfire." Gohan wasted no time asking further questions. "Foxfire? Illusions?" Harry was the one to answer that question. "Foxfire is a type of mystical fire unique to Kitsune. This fire burns with the power of senjutsu, and it's a damn pain to extinguish once it latches onto you, since it not only physically burns but it also eats away at your life force as well." Gohan winced, and even Piccolo clicked his tongue at the implications of such techniques. For fighters who use ki, having your life force attacked in any way can severely cripple you. Kunu giggled at the expression on both Gohan and Piccolo's faces. "You don't have to worry, most Kitsune's foxfire wouldn't be able to do anything to beings as powerful as you are. Only my mother and I would be powerful enough to hurt you with it, and we're on Harry's side, which means we're also on your side as well." Gohan and Piccolo smiled at Kunu, who seemed rather proud of herself for her little speech. Harry gave her a head pat which made her giggle. Suddenly a young woman carrying a baby came out of the house as well and smiled when she saw everyone. "Gohan? Chi-Chi wants to know if Harry is here." Gohan and Piccolo smiled and then took a step to the side, allowing the young woman to see Harry, who smiled at her. "Well, if it isn't Miss Satan." The young woman rolled her eyes and walked up to Harry with a smile on her face, letting everyone know she was amused by Harry's nickname. "That's Miss Sun to you, Harry Potter." Harry grinned at the young woman, who grinned back at him. Harry then chuckled and the young woman couldn't help but laugh as well. "It's good to see you again, Harry." The young woman gave Harry a one-armed hug, which Harry returned. "It's good to see you too, Videl." The baby suddenly squealed and began to reach for Harry. "And it's nice to see you too, Pan." Videl giggled and handed Pan to Harry, who laughed happily as Harry lifted her to his face. Pan then grabbed Harry's face and began to make baby noises at him. Harry grinned at Pan. "How's my favorite son doing? Boy, you got bigger now." Videl smiled while Gohan said aloud hey for Harry's comment about Pan being his favorite son, which made Piccolo chuckle. Videl ignored her husband's complaints and spoke. "Well, she's almost 2 now and a handful with how energetic she is." Harry smiled and then began to make Pan float with his magic. "Then it's a good thing she came out more like you than Gohan. he was a crybaby most of the time when he was a baby and as a kid, well until Piccolo fixed that. Gohan groaned, which caused Piccolo to grin at him. Harry, can you please not talk about my dark past with my wife? Harry laughed. All right. Videl just smiled at Gohan, who seemed very embarrassed right now. Harry then turned his head towards Videl. What's this about Chi-Chi asking if I'm here? Videl smiled. Well, Mr. Goku is trying to sneak a bite at what she's cooking, so she was wondering if you were here, so you can help her keep him under control so she can cook in peace. Harry grinned and nodded. Well, one beating for Goku coming up. Everyone stared as Harry walked into the house. Goku, you better not be eating that delicious food before I am, or I'm kicking your butt. There was some panicking and screaming inside the house for a few moments before silence. Gohan nervously laughed at the way Harry could keep his dad under control. Videl, however, was staring amusedly at Pan, who was still floating around her with the help of Harry's magic. Piccolo sighed, already used to the chaos that is Harry Potter. Both Milim and Kunu smiled and giggled at how happy Harry seemed right now. According to him, this is the world he spent the most time in because of the number of things he could learn here and the fighters that he could face on a daily basis to grow more powerful. So he spent a lot of time with these people, and that made them very special and important to Harry, since he had literally known them for a lifetime now. Soon after, everyone decided to follow Harry back to the house and see the chaos he just brought to it in just a few seconds. It is after all a normal thing for chaos to follow Harry everywhere he goes, and they didn't want to miss it. Once inside, they saw Goten poking Goku on his cheek as his father squirmed about under the effect of an overpowered Incarcerus spell from Harry, while the Dragon God was happily hugging an equally happy Chi-Chi. Gohan awkwardly chuckled as he watched his father squirm, trying to break the magical ropes, while Piccolo just grinned at Goku's predicament. Pan floated down towards her grandpa and began to poke him as well. This caused Videl to giggle at the image, while Kunu and Milim just laughed at how funny the whole thing was. Chi-Chi then stepped away from Harry and stared at him. You seem healthy and even younger than when you left too. I'm happy you're taking care of yourself, Harry. Harry chuckled. Of course, I was going to take care of myself. I wouldn't want to be at the end of your scoldings after all. Chi-Chi smiled and nodded to Harry. Seeing him so young and cheerful reminded her of when she met him and Goku when they were children. It was when Master Roshi had put out Fire Mountain with a Kamehameha wave that Harry fixed their castle and belongings with magic. That single act had made him a friend to the Ox family. After that, he would come over and visit often and would even bring Goku with him so she could spend time with him. Honestly, Harry was a big reason why she and Goku got married, since he played the role of her wingman with Goku. She was also glad that he gave Goku the talk and explained some very important things that Goku needed to learn, things that he sorely needed to know. Thanks to Harry's talk, Goku came to understand things far more than before, and both had become boyfriend and girlfriend when they had grown to be 14 years old. Harry at that point made sure to always bring Goku to spend time with her no matter where they were, and he was even her best man on her wedding day with Goku, a role Harry took with a smile on his face. It was that same black-haired boy she met so long ago that was back from his adventures, and she was very happy to have him back. So Chi-Chi laughed and shook her head. You always know how to behave. Compared to Goku and Gohan, I never have to scold you. Both Goku and Gohan complained, though all Goku did was squirm around, but Chi-Chi ignored them while Harry sent them a victorious grin. This resulted in Piccolo smirking at their misfortune, Videl giggling, and both Milim and Kunu smiling at the scene before them. A while after, Chi-Chi was able to peacefully finish cooking thanks to Harry being able to keep Goku tied up, not like the Earth-raised Scion didn't try to break the conjured ropes Harry had wrapped him in with. But the nature of Harry's magic and his use of the Elder Wand made it impossible for Goku to break the ropes. He even tried using his Super Saiyan Blue form to try and break them, but to his, Piccolo, and Gohan's surprise, the ropes refused to budge. It was only after Chi-Chi finished cooking that Harry let go of Goku. By that time, however, Goku was far more interested in how he couldn't make Harry's conjured ropes break. So Harry had to explain that his energy had taken on all kinds of special effects, and among them was the God's Lair affinity. Goku having ascended to godhood meant that he was now vulnerable to things and beings who had this aspect, especially by someone of Harry's power level. It came as a surprise to Goku and Gohan, who had never heard of such a thing before. Piccolo, however, had heard and even seen some of this kind of thing before thanks to Kami's memories. However, he had never seen any of these so-called God's Lair weapons or beings actually be able to harm or kill a god, much less Kami himself. Harry hummed and then theorized that perhaps these people and weapons might now be powerful enough to actually harm a deity of this world, since this universe's power level was way higher than any he's seen so far. It made sense to Piccolo since the deities in this universe were very powerful. To begin with, he did wonder if Harry could actually harm or kill a Kai, and after pondering about it he decided to ask him about it. So the name Kian did so, and Harry's answer both amazed and terrified him. Can I kill a Kai? Yeah, with ease. In fact, I can just whisper their names and tell them to drop dead and bam. Dead Kai. Pretty much everyone was surprised about this, except Gaku, who already knew from when Harry threatened Beerus, but the rest of the Sun family didn't know that information, and it surprised the and Piccolo. Gohan sighed and leaned back to think about all of this. He moved his gaze and sweat dropped as he watched his dad eat like there was no tomorrow. What surprised him was the fact that Milim was eating just as fast and as much as his dad. Kunu though was elegantly eating a little bit of everything while enjoying the food's taste. To him, she seemed like a literal princess, which seemed to be something his mom liked with how cheerful she seemed to be talking to Kunu. Gohan then took a look at Harry, who was eating while having Pan in his arms and playing with her. You know, Uncle Harry, if it was any other person who told me that they can kill a Kai with a whisper, I would be terrified, but if it's you, at least I know you wouldn't do that for no reason, still to have such a power. Everyone nodded in agreement to Gohan's words. Piccolo then turned his head towards Harry. That's not something you could do before, right? Otherwise it would have saved us a lot of headaches. Harry chuckled and nodded. Yeah, that's a new ability I awakened as the Master of Death in the last world I visited. That got everyone's attention, especially Milim and Kunu, who, now that they think about it, haven't asked what sort of world the last one Harry visited was. But they were beaten to the punch by Videl, who was very curious and interested in all of this. What sort of world was it? If it helped you unlock that crazy ability, then it must be something very special. Harry looked up from playing with Pan and laughed a little. Oh, it's special all right. Harry smiled and seemed to be reminiscing a bit, and after a few moments he spoke up again. The last world I visited had me going to a school for demons in the netherworld. Everyone stared at Harry, even Milim and Kunu stared at Harry, perplexed about what he just said. That made Harry laugh a bit at how funny everyone was looking at him. Okay. It looks like I have to explain a bit. This school for demons is very unique in that it doesn't work as a school usually does. The teachers there encourage bad behavior and rather spend their time being lazy than actually teaching. In fact, delinquency is well looked upon in this school, and there are no rules or laws either. You could walk up to somebody, kill them, steal everything including their clothes, and you would most likely be considered the top student for doing that. Everyone just gaped at Harry as he continued on. Fights there are a common occurrence as well as the number one way to deal with arguments and complaints. In fact, even the teachers were known to attack a student for fun. Stealing, killing, loitering, hiding the toilet paper from the bathroom stalls, and all sorts of evil deeds are expected and encouraged. Harry chuckled while Piccolo actually grinned, liking this place already, while Chi-Chi looked disturbed, and Gaku, Gohan, Milim, and Kunu seemed very curious about such a place. Meanwhile, Harry continued on. Evil Academy. In this demon school, a good student is one who engages in evil activities such as truancy, never showing up to class, and getting in fights with others. The student who participates the most in these kinds of activities is known as the honor student, while demons who are admirable by human standards are known as delinquents. It truly is a very unique world. Harry poked Pan on her belly, which made her giggle as he paused for a minute before continuing on. But that's just the nature of that world. Everyone there is honest with their desires, and because healing and resurrection magic are very common, no one fears death or injury. In fact, the nurse of that school is so good with healing magic that even if you were to bring her ashes, she would have whoever the ashes belong to good as new in a few minutes. Harry then looked up at everyone and grinned. But that's not the most important and special thing in that world. In fact, in that world there are these techniques and systems that are very special. In Evil Academy you can reincarnate into an advanced form of your race and start from level 1 with bonuses. By the time you reached your previous level of power you would have surpassed any limits the old you would have had. You can also go inside items, weapons, and even gear and fight countless of powerful monsters and demons. The end result is that anything you choose to go into will also grow in power. The more you tread its inner world, the more power you will obtain. In that world I was able to reincarnate over and over again until I became a dragon god. It was in Evil Academy where I reached my full potential as both a dragon and as the Master of Death. I was even able to power up my keyblades to their absolute limit as well. Everyone was utterly impressed with what Harry just told them and explained. Sure, the netherworld sounds very dangerous, but it also had a lot of benefits as well, and given how powerful Harry currently is, it seems utterly worth it to go and try some of the things in that world. Gaku smiled and swallowed his food. All of that sounds so exciting. Makes me kinda want to go and try that reincarnation thing and see if it can help me get stronger. Harry smiled. It's possible you might unlock special abilities and skills along with awakening to hidden potential, plus if you're lucky you might have some kind of advanced race that you can reincarnate into. Gaku nodded. Then we should go and visit this world, Harry. Harry chuckled while Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, and even Piccolo grinned at Goku's enthusiasm. Harry then shook his head. Sorry Gaku, but it's going to be a long while before I even try to connect my world to the netherworld or another for that matter. Gaku actually pouted, which Harry easily ignored. Why? Harry grinned because the netherworld is connected to other netherworlds in the same universe and there are some very powerful and terrifying beings out in that universe. I don't want to risk my world or any others by giving these beings away in. Kunu looked at Harry. Would these beings even put up a fight against you? Harry stopped playing with Pan and looked up. Maybe the overlords can, but they have some real troublesome abilities and I'm talking Majin Buu levels of bullsh. Chi-Chi cut Harry off before he could finish his sentence. Language. There are kids in the house, Harry. Harry chuckled and corrected himself. Right. Well, let's just say that even if I'm able to fight the real monsters of the netherworld, I wouldn't be able to do so while protecting the planet or anyone else. Milim and Kunu looked a bit surprised. Harry smiled at them. The wards would make sure everyone we care about is safe, but after a fight with those kinds of enemies, I would have to move us to a new planet or another world and that would just be annoying and too much work. Gaku sighed but nodded. He might love fighting powerful foes, but he wasn't going to risk Harry, his loved ones, and his home world just so he can fight. Harry noticed Goku's disappointed expression and smiled. Don't worry, Gaku, I'll think of some way for us to go to the netherworld. I might even bring the rest of the guys and make it a bro trip. Gaku smiled, and even though he didn't know what a bro trip was, he was excited that Harry was willing to take him to the netherworld. Harry then grins. Meanwhile, take this time to perfect whatever you're working on right now because you might need it if you want to try reincarnation. Gaku grinned and fist pumped. Piccolo suddenly spoke up. Add me to that trip as well, Harry. I have hit a wall in my training and this reincarnation might be just what I need to break through that wall. Gohan turned his head towards Videl, who noticed him right away. She stared into his eyes for a few seconds and then smiled and gave him a nod. Gohan grinned and turned his head towards Harry. Count me in as well. I might be able to make my goal of unlocking a new form no one has seen before true. Harry nodded. Sure. I'll let you guys know when I'm going to try to go to the netherworld, but for now I want to relax. It's been very busy in my world lately. Everyone seemed curious about what Harry just said, so Harry decided to catch them up with everything he had been doing as of late in his world and all he's experienced so far. Dinner was long and eventually, everyone had to move to the living room so Harry could continue to speak about his life in his world. By the time he was done it was already very late and the young ones in the Sun family had fallen asleep. Pan was peacefully sleeping on Harry's lap and Goten, who was sleeping on the floor and snoring, was completely out for the count. The adults, however, were digesting everything Harry told them right now. Chi-Chi sighed as the adults enjoyed some coffee except Piccolo, who was just drinking water. She looked up for a bit before speaking to Harry. You've certainly been busy, Harry. To think you would have a harem, lots of children and even your own temple and priestesses. Harry's sweat dropped because the way Chi-Chi summarized everything he had done recently, made it sound wild air. Chi-Chi laughed and shook her head. You don't have to give me any explanation, Harry. As long as you're happy and make everyone in your life happy, then you won't hear any complaints from me. Harry sighed. Chi-Chi smiled in amusement and got up to pick Goten up from the floor. It's time to put this lazy boy to bed. I'll be back soon. Harry nodded and watched as Chi-Chi headed upstairs to put Goten to sleep. Gohan, Videl, and Piccolo stood up. Gohan smiled and spoke up. It's time for us to go home as well. Harry nodded and stood up. He then walked up to Videl and handed Pan over to her. Videl giggled when she saw Pan, scrunched up her eyebrows. She really likes you, Harry. Harry just smiled at her. He then turned his head towards Piccolo. Meet me tomorrow on the lookout in the morning. It's time we do something to make sure no one abuses the Dragon Balls. Piccolo nodded. Then they said their goodbyes to everyone. They even went upstairs to let Chi-Chi know that they were leaving now. Meanwhile, Gaku turned his head towards Harry. Hey Harry, I want to do something about Broly too. I don't want to leave him out there where Frieza can find him. You know how he is with grudges. Harry nodded. Well, what do you have in mind? Gaku grinned and then began to explain to Harry what he was thinking about doing for Broly and his friends, while Harry also had an idea about what he could do for Broly, Kila, and Limo. That night Chi-Chi told Harry to use his own room in the Sun House. He was surprised they had kept it the way he left it, but Chi-Chi just told him that there was no way they were going to do something with it. Everyone knew he would be back someday after all. It made Harry happy to know that the Sun family still considered him family and had kept his room the way he left it. That night Kunu, Milim, and Harry slept in his room in the Sun House. But the next morning Harry had a few things to do. Meanwhile, Gaku was going to go see Bulma about what he wanted to have prepared for Broly and his friends, so both of them got up early along with Kunu and Milim. They had a big breakfast and then left to fulfill their plans. Harry, Milim, and Kunu headed straight to the lookout to do something about the Dragon Balls and to visit the Guardian of Earth. Harry and the girls decided to fly towards the lookout to see more about this world, and since they weren't in a hurry they took their time cruising around the sky. To someone highly connected to nature like Kunu, this world was amazing for her. It was so full of life that it made her feel rather excited all the time, though she was very surprised to see actual living dinosaurs and even saber-toothed tigers roaming around. She asked Harry about them and he explained that they never died in this world, they were left to roam the planet, some evolved and became bigger and even more ferocious while others just stayed the same. It's because this world is filled with so many dangerous predators that there are not that many humans, not like their own world that is. Kunu of course noticed this as well. She had noticed that, like Harry had told them before, this Earth was bigger than the one in their universe and had fewer humans living on it. It was also obviously evident that the humans in this world didn't pollute their planet as much as the humans on their Earth did, which explains why this Earth was so much alive and full of senjutsu. It made Kunu wonder if there was a way to do the same with their Earth. Perhaps making the planet bigger might help everyone, but it did raise the question as to how to do it and if it was even possible. She'll have to talk about it with Harry and see if it's both doable and worth doing so. Humans weren't the most trustable of beings when it comes to things like these. But eventually, their little trip ended, and all three finally arrived at Corrin's tower. Both Kunu and Milim had learned of this place and about the hermit that lives at the top of the tower. Harry, seeing Corrin's tower, decided to pay a visit to the old cat and see how he was doing and perhaps get a couple of senzu beans so he can have them grow in Kyoto. He was sure Demeter will be able to make a good crop soon enough with a few. Having senzu beans in Kyoto would just add to their already impressive healing capabilities, plus he was also sure both Tsunade and Asia would have a field day with them as well. So with a smile on his face, Harry decided to fly up Corrin's tower and visit the old cat hermit. Chapter 123. Harry, Milim, and Kunu arrived at the top of Corrin's tower and landed inside. Harry smiled when he saw the smiling face of the old white cat hermit who was staring at him. If it isn't Harry, it's been quite a while, old friend. Harry chuckled at Corrin and was about to greet the hermit, but Milim suddenly blurred and appeared behind Corrin. The old cat hermit jumped a bit in surprise but was unable to act when Milim suddenly moved so fast that he was unable to catch sight of her movements. This was how Corrin found himself in the arms of the true demon lord Milim, who wanted to pet the kitty because she found it cute, and so Corrin was suddenly assaulted by chin scratches and head pats. Corrin looked so happy and content with the attention that Harry couldn't help but sweat dropped. Corrin sighed in delight. Ah! Yes! That's the spot, purr! Kunu laughed at the image before her while Harry sighed and softly smiled at Milim. Everyone in the Potter household knows that Milim likes animals and she's always playing with the cat and dogs around Kyoto. It's very common to find her under a pile of cats or dogs, something that happens very often, and she's one of the few in the house who has actual normal pets in her room. Small cute things like a fish tank full of all kinds of colorful small fish, a very chubby hamster, and 2 small blue jays. It's quite the contrast between her image of an all-powerful dragonoid and true demon lord and who she really is, which is a cheerful and fun-loving girl, but these little quirks just endeared her to everyone. She's also very prone to petting and playing with the yokai with animal traits, like Konako and even Kunu. In fact, she tends to pet and play around Sirius whenever he takes up his animagus form, which was just amusing to Harry. Corrin snapped out of his trance and then cleared his throat while Milim continued to pet him, though Harry could tell that the old cat hermit was feeling a bit embarrassed despite trying to save face of him. Sorry about that, I'm a sucker for a good head pat. Harry grinned at Corrin, while Kunu giggled and nodded, and it doesn't help that Milim is terrifyingly good at finding all those sweet spots in your ears or chin. Harry laughed a little at the wisdom behind Kunu's words. She is the #1 victim to Milim's expert head pats and scratches after all. How have you been, Master Corrin? Corrin smiled and looked up to Harry from his spot in Milim's arms. I've been good lately. Up until yesterday things have been quiet, so I've been able to relax a bit and grow a few senzu beans. What happened yesterday? The whole planet shook a couple of times. Harry scratched his head. Well, Frisia came around to get the Dragon Balls for something stupid and brought a very powerful scion with him. You can guess the sort of mess that brought about. Corrin nodded. I see. There's always something like this happening here on Earth nowadays. I take you were the one to resolve the problem, right? Harry smiled at Corrin and shook his head. I only helped a little. It was Goku and Vegeta who ended up resolving the matter, but they had to fuse to do so. Corrin raised an eyebrow and then hummed a bit. I see. I bet that hit their pride a bit. Those two are not the type of people to do things like fusion, to face a powerful foe unless it's absolutely necessary. Harry nodded. Yeah, I bet they're both going to be training like maniacs soon, but I understand the way they're feeling. Once you face someone so strong, something in you just lights up that makes you want to push yourself even more. Corrin chuckled and shook his head in amusement. You've always been a hard worker, Harry. Even now when I am no longer able to feel your presence, I bet you're still trying to get stronger somehow. Harry smiled at Corrin. Well, I am, but at the same time I'm also trying to help all of my loved ones get stronger as well. I learned not to take things for granted even in peaceful times. Corin nodded at Harry, letting him know that he agreed with the sentiment behind his words. I take it you came for a few senzu beans then? Harry gave Corin a grin, letting the cat hermit know he guessed right, just a few. I actually have a goddess of agriculture and her children, so I was hoping she can grow the senzu beans with ease. Corin grabbed his chin and pondered about this new information Harry just told him. A goddess of agriculture, you say? Just what sort of things have you been involving yourself with, Harry? Harry laughed. Boy, do I have a story for you, Master Corin. How about I tell you what I've been up to lately? Corin nodded and Harry began to tell his tale. Throughout the entire time Harry explained what he's been up to, Corin silently listened, but inwardly he was pretty much impressed with everything Harry had done in his world and the improvements he made to so many lives. Once Harry finished telling his story, Corin sighed and looked up. I have always known you were meant for big things, Harry. Even back then when you showed up with Gaku as kids, I knew you were going to do amazing things and you have not disappointed. Corin chuckled in amusement while Harry scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. I had great teachers along the way, including you, Master Corin. Corin scoffed but continued to smile. Bah! You mastered what I was teaching you and Gaku almost right away. I didn't teach you much, but it does bring me happiness that you still consider this old cat your master. Harry shook his head. Training here and going up and down the tower actually helped me a lot. Thanks to all of that I was able to hone my speed, movement and instincts, plus you've always helped us with the senzu beans as well. Corin chuckled and nodded. Well, being flattered like that certainly makes this old cat feel very good. Now give me a second, I'll go get you a few senzu beans and I'll even write you a few notes about how to grow them. Harry nodded and Corin jumped out of Milim's arm to head down to his chambers and to where he grows senzu beans. Milim pouted as Corin left. Ah! I wanted to pet the kitty a little more. Harry chuckled and gave his pink-haired girlfriend a head pat which cheered her up. About 20 minutes later Corin came out of his chambers with a scroll and a little brown bag in his hands. Corin walked up to Harry and handed him the scroll and the little brown bag. Harry, of course, didn't waste any time putting them inside his inventory while also pulling out some big fish and dropping them in front of Corin, who grinned. Ha ha ha. You always bring the best gifts, Harry. Harry chuckled and nodded. Of course. And I promise to use these senzu beans for a good cause, Master Corin. Corin nodded. I know, now I'm sure you have other things to do, important things for that matter, so go on and leave this old cat to his silence. Harry smiled and nodded. He then turned his head towards both Kunu and Milim, who nodded at him. With that done they all then jumped out from the tower and took off flying towards Kami's lookout. But before that Milim gave Corin one more head pat, causing the cat hermit to chuckle and watch Harry and the girls fly up towards the lookout. What a bunch of fun people, now let's fry up those fish and eat. Harry and the girls flew straight up and reached Kami's lookout in a few minutes, since they decided to take their time, but eventually, they reached it and landed on the floor of the lookout. The girls looked around in awe at how everything had these odd feelings of tranquility and mysticism. While they looked around they noticed a young Namekian and dark-skinned man that looked like a genie standing in the middle of the lookout and smiling at them. Harry smiled and immediately walked forward towards them while the girls followed him close behind. As soon as Harry got close to them he raised a hand in greeting. Dende. Mr. Popo. How are you guys? Both Mr. Popo and Dende smiled and greeted Harry as well. The young Namekian walked up to Harry and suddenly smiled. Harry. It's been so long since you've come to visit. Me and Mr. Popo, we have been all right here in the lookout. Harry placed a hand on Dende's shoulder and gave him a smile. I'm glad you guys have been good up here, you both should visit everyone more often, you know. Dende chuckled and nodded. We'll try, but you know how it is, I have to keep an eye on everything, after all, I am the guardian of Earth. Harry nodded but still smiled at Dende. The young Namekian has grown quite a bit since the last time Harry saw him, but he still remains the same kind kid he met when he and Gohan saved him back on Namek. Harry then turned his head towards Mr. Popo and gave him a wide smile. Mr. Popo. You look good despite never changing. Mr. Popo chuckled and nodded. It is peaceful up here so I don't have much to stress over, unlike you and Gaku. Harry laughed. Milim suddenly walked up to Mr. Popo and stared at him with her special eyes. Very interesting. You're a demigod and a very old one too. Milim widely smiled as Mr. Popo sweat drops at the sudden revelation of his true nature. Harry knew of course, but he had kept silent all of these years out of respect, but Milim is another case altogether. Quite simply, Milim just doesn't care, and it shows with how easily revealed Mr. Popo's true nature. Dende was of course surprised because he didn't seem to know. Kunu sighed and shook her head. Milim, you can't just go around using your eyes and loudly reveal people's secrets, that's not nice. Milim sheepishly laughed a bit and scratched the back of her head. Sorry about that, it's an old habit of mine to always check everything about something I find cool or interesting. Mr. Popo just smiled and nodded. It is good to check things and be prepared, but do take moderation with abilities like those. I believe Harry has an ability like that, but I don't think he's even been known to tell the information he gets from that ability. Milim nodded and smiled while Harry just chuckled a bit. Milim is not someone anyone can scold or offer advice to, but something about Mr. Popo just allows everyone to feel calm around him, though he does know how to really get on your nerves at times. Harry turned his head towards Dende. I take it Piccolo is here already and told you about what I plan on doing, right? Dende nodded and then turned his head towards the temple in the middle of the lookout. Piccolo walked out of the temple with a grin on his face and began to walk towards Harry and Dende. Harry scoffed in amusement. Come on. You were totally waiting for someone to call out your name, weren't you? Piccolo just grinned at Harry, which pretty much told him he was right, causing the dragon god to shake his head in humor. Dende then spoke up. Mr. Piccolo told me you wanted to make sure the Dragon Balls are never misused again, correct? Harry nodded. Yes, as of late people have been using them for stupid and quite selfish reasons. Back in the day Goku and I had to deal with all kinds of enemies looking for the Dragon Balls for things like eternal life or world domination. It caused nothing but trouble and suffering. Dende nodded. He had heard from both Piccolo and Mr. Popo about all the trouble that has been caused by the Dragon Balls, and a part of him was rather sad that something so sacred to his people was the source of so much greed and evil at times. Harry went on. I know Kami created the Dragon Balls to give the people of Earth hope and encourage acts of bravery after King Piccolo's reign, though he later regretted it, and I don't blame him. It was only because of Goku that he decided to fix the Dragon Balls, but I know he wouldn't have been happy with the way the Dragon Balls are being used nowadays, so I want to do something about it. Piccolo closed his eyes and silently agreed with Harry. He is Kami too now, so he knows that if Kami was still around he would be very worried about how the Dragon Balls have been used lately. Both Kami and Piccolo know that the Dragon Balls were necessary. He had already lost count of how many times they have been used for good, which is why the Dragon Balls still exist and a new Namekian Guardian was brought. Mr. Popo also agreed as well. He and Kami were always worried about how the Dragon Balls were being used, but in the end, they became a necessity, so Kami was unable to do something about it. It also didn't help that Kami lacked the knowledge to actually do something about the Dragon Balls. After all, he was raised on Earth, so there were huge gaps in his knowledge on everything that had to do with his Namekian knowledge. Dende nodded in agreement with everything Harry just said. Yes. I agree that something must be done. In fact, I've been wanting to do some modifications and empower the dragon, but I didn't want to risk someone abusing an empowered Shenron. Harry nodded. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. In any case, I was thinking of adding safety features and some kind of protocol to prevent those with evil intent from using the Dragon Balls. Dende covered his mouth with his thumb and pointer finger as he pondered a bit about what Harry wanted to do. A few seconds later he nodded and then looked up to Harry. Yeah, that would be amazing actually, and with those safety measures and protocols in place, I can do my changes and empower the dragon a bit. Harry smiled. Good, now I'm going to need to see the dragon statue. Dende nodded and then turned his head towards Mr. Popo, who nodded at him with a smile and then quickly left to go get the dragon statue. The young Namekian then turned his head back towards Harry. What about the Dragon Balls? Are you going to need them too? Harry nodded. Kunu stepped forward and waved her tails a bit, and the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly came out of her fluffy tail and floated in front of her. We already have them. Apparently Miss Bulma had collected them already, and Milim and I took them back from Frisia. Dende smiled and then slightly bowed to Kunu. Thank you for getting them back from Frisia. Who knows what sort of evil wish he would have made. Harry's sweat dropped since he knew exactly what Frisia wanted the Dragon Balls for. Piccolo grunted and then spoke. What did Frisia want with the Dragon Balls anyways? Immortality. Harry sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. This reaction got a raised eyebrow from Piccolo and a confused stare from Dende, but it was Milim who answered that question. Apparently Frisia wanted to wish to become a bit taller. I don't know why though. Being small is awesome. Kunu nodded in agreement since she was also pretty short. Meanwhile, Piccolo's sweat dropped, not really knowing what to say, while Dende's eye actually twitched in indignation. Harry sighed. That's not any better than what Bulma wanted to wish for either. Really, all of this reckless misuse of the Dragon Balls has become something to really worry about. Piccolo crossed his arms and nodded while Dende just tiredly sighed. Well, at least you're doing something about it. Harry nodded. I've wanted to do something about the Dragon Balls for a long while, but I lacked the skills and abilities to actually do something about them. It's only because I've become a higher being that allows me to change things to a legendary rank item like Shenron and the Dragon Balls. Piccolo nodded while Dende seemed a little confused at the classification that Harry gave to the Dragon Balls, but he accepted anyways. Mr. Popo then came back pushing a cart. On the cart lay a very detailed dragon statue covered by a crystal case along with a crystal vase with a clear crystal liquid inside. Milim and Kuna stared at the statue in curiosity while Dende, Piccolo, and Harry smiled. Mr. Popo soon finished approaching the group and then stopped right in front of them. There we are, anything else you might need, Harry? Harry smiled at Mr. Popo and shook his head. No, Mr. Popo, but thank you for getting this for me. Now let's get this done, shall we? Everyone nodded and watched as Harry approached the statue while Mr. Popo lifted the crystal case off of Shenron's statue. Harry stopped right in front of Shenron and fondly smiled. He softly reached for the statue's head and gently rubbed a finger on Shenron's head. It's good to see you, Shenron. I had a lot of adventures with Goku and everyone because of you, but, in all honesty, this was a great adventure. Everyone smiled as Harry began to reminisce about the adventures he had with all his friends in this world and their quests to get the Dragon Balls. Harry appeared in Mt. Baozu after arriving in this world and met with a young Goku. The young scion attacked Harry, calling him a wizard for appearing out of nowhere. The irony of the situation did not escape him. But soon Goku found himself beaten down by Harry's far superior skills and fighting abilities. This fact made Goku very impressed and interested in Harry, who at the same time was very curious about Goku's potential. The young scion had adapted and even copied some of Harry's movements as they fought, and that showed Harry the potential Goku has. So when Goku got up and immediately asked to be trained by him, Harry immediately agreed, thinking that this would be a great way to improve his own martial arts as well. This was the beginning of the brotherhood between Goku's son and Harry Potter. Harry stayed with Goku, and together trained and sparred in an effort to get stronger. Harry used his knowledge of other worlds to help Goku get stronger, things like time dilation, gravity training, and even harsh environmental training as well. This helped the boy connect and learn about each other as they both put their lives on the line to get stronger, well, Goku more than Harry, who was already used to this sort of training. But things changed when they both met Bulma Briefs. That day both Goku and Harry were out and about getting something to eat when Goku was suddenly run over by a big vehicle. Harry's eyes widened in shock as he saw his friend fly through the sky until he crashed against the floor. He then saw a young blue-haired girl get out of the vehicle in a panic. After that surprising first meeting and after Harry had stopped Goku from attacking Bulma, she explained what she was doing in Mount Baozu and told them of the Dragon Balls. After that Harry, Goku, and Bulma set out and had countless adventures looking for the 7 Dragon Balls and met all kinds of people, fought against all kinds of enemies, and learned a lot about this crazy world. Harry had the time of his life. Harry grinned. What life? Harry chuckled and then shook his head in amusement. He then gathered his power over reality and everyone watched as Harry's body was suddenly engulfed with a red aura. Both Piccolo and Dende looked interested in what Harry was doing. They could feel something odd about the aura around him and were rather intrigued by it, but chose to wait and not interrupt them. Harry bent reality and changed the very concept of the wish-granting dragon known as Shenron. Suddenly Shenron's statue glowed white and after a few seconds, it stopped glowing. To the surprise of Piccolo, Mr. Popo, and Dende, Shenron's statue had changed and no longer seemed to have been made of white clay, instead it seemed to have made of sort of silver metal. Dende walked up to Harry and stared at Shenron's statue for a little bit. After inspecting it for a few moments he looked up and stared at Harry in surprise. You made Shenron immortal. Harry smiled and nodded. Yes, now even if you died the Dragon Balls can still be used. You still have control over him like always, but now we don't have to worry about the Dragon Balls ceasing to work because you might be taken down. Plus I also made sure that both Shenron and the Dragon Balls were indestructible. Piccolo Daimyo did succeed in destroying Shenron once before. Piccolo walked up to Harry and stared at Shenron's statue. I see, if he was able to do that then anyone calling themselves our enemy would be able to as well. That might have caused some problems. Good idea, Harry. Harry nodded. That's not all I did. Now Shenron can now deny granting a wish and immediately leave if the person who summoned him has evil intentions. I of course keyed everyone we know into the formula I used so we can still use them as before, though if they summoned him for some silly or stupid reason Shenron will still leave. Dende, Piccolo, and Mr. Popo smiled liking the changes he made. Harry then made the Dragon Balls float towards him and snapped his fingers. His hand glowed red for a few seconds, at the same time the Dragon Balls glowed red as well, and then Harry nodded to himself. Now I added a purifying effect on the Dragon Balls as well. Piccolo raised an eyebrow. What for? Harry turned his head towards Piccolo and grinned. I noticed a while ago and I'm sure Kami did so as well, but the Dragon Balls had been absorbing negative energy all of this time. I think it's because they've been used for a very long time now and most of the time for selfish and careless wishes to be made. That sort of things draws in negative energy and that is just inviting trouble. Piccolo sighed and nodded since he knew that Harry was completely correct. Dende frowned and was a bit angry about not having noticed that Harry however just smiled. I'm done, with this no one will abuse the Dragon Balls, and Shenron, you can do your thing now Dende. Dende smiled and nodded. he then grabbed the crystal vase beside Shenron's statue and lifted it up. Soon after he tilted the water vase and let the liquid inside pour down on Shenron's statue. A little bit after he stopped and put down the crystal vase back in its spot, he then raised both open palms over Shenron's statue and let out a bright energy that engulfed it. A few seconds later the light subsided and Dende nodded. There we go, I empowered Shenron so he'll be able to have more power to grant wishes though it can only grant 2 still. Everyone nodded and Piccolo patted Dende's shoulder. 2 wishes are enough, good job Dende. The young Namekian smiled and nodded at Piccolo. Mr. Popo then carefully put the crystal case over Shenron's statue and began to put it away. Piccolo then turned his head towards Harry. You said you wanted to go to Namek and do the same, right? Harry nodded. That's right, plus, I think having the same safeguards on Porunga will be a good idea. A lot of beings know about the Dragon Balls already in Namek as well, even though New Namek's location is a secret you never know. Piccolo nodded. Better be prepared than feel regret later. Hey. Harry nodded and turned his. Let's go now, I have to meet up with Bulma and Goku later, I might as well have Bulma safeguard the Dragon Balls for now that she collected them. Piccolo nodded. Soon after Harry, the girls, and Piccolo plus Dende left for Namek via dark corridor to also make sure no one abuses the Namekian Dragon Balls and Porunga. Later in the day, Goku arrived at Bulma's place and immediately began to tell her about his plan to help Broly and his friends. Goku felt that Broly wasn't evil but just used by others, and him being so powerful he decided to give him a hand. That way he can have a very powerful sparring partner as well, so to him it was a win-win situation. Of course, Bulma agreed to help Goku because she also felt bad for Broly. So you want me to get him a capsule case with a house, food, supplies and some other things Broly might need, correct? Goku nodded. Yet. I spoke to Harry last night and he told me that the planet he sent Broly to is a very harsh place to live on, so I want to help him and his friends be able to live and survive on Vampa, plus this might also help keep Frisia away from them as well. Bulma nodded. Yeah, that makes sense, plus Harry would help him. Broly is the sort of guy with a story that would make Harry want to make sure he lives comfortably. Goku tilted his head. Oh. Did Harry tell you about Broly's life? Bulma nodded. He told me and Vegeta the gist of it while he was here yesterday, remember? Goku awkwardly chuckled. Ah. You're right. I forgot. Bulma sighed and shook her head but still had a smile on her face. You never change, Goku. Goku just laughed, which made Bulma huff a bit. She then decided to ask Goku about something. Where is Harry anyways? Goku smiled at Bulma and proceeded to explain he and his girlfriends left early in the morning to go do something to the Dragon Balls and Shenron. I don't remember what exactly since I wasn't paying attention, but I think it was something about making sure no one abuses the Dragon Balls again. Bulma's sweat dropped a bit because she was one of the people who have been abusing the Dragon Balls but didn't say anything about it. Suddenly a pillar of darkness sprouted from the ground, and out of it stepped out Harry, Kunu, and Milim. Both Bulma and Goku smiled and Harry waved at them. Hey guys. We're back. Kunu and Milim walked up to Bulma and smiled. Bulma smiled at the girls. Are you guys coming back from the lookout? Milim and Kunu shook their head. Milim then excitedly began to bounce where she stood. Ah. We went to Namek and met all of the Namekians. It's so cool to visit another planet and meet more aliens. Bulma smiled at Milim while Kunu nodded. I quite like the Namekians, they're very peaceful and kind people. Goku turned his head towards Harry. Oh? You went to Namek too? Harry nodded. Yeah, I thought it was for the best to make sure that the Namekian Dragon Balls aren't abused either. We even went with Dende and Piccolo so they could hang out with the Namekians as well. Goku grinned. I bet Piccolo and Dende enjoyed that. Hey. Harry chuckled. Well, you know how Piccolo is. Most of the time he spent it being grumpy, but he had a smile on his face whenever he spoke to any Namekian. Dende had the time of his life though. Goku cheerfully smiled while Harry turned his head towards Bulma. Hey Bulma. Bulma turned her head towards Harry. Yet. Harry walked up to Bulma. Can we leave the Dragon Balls with you? You already collected them and you never know when we might need them, so it's best to keep them nearby. Bulma nodded. Sure, I don't mind. Harry turned his head towards Kunu, who had grabbed the Dragon Balls before they left for Namek and put them away in her tails again. Kunu smiled and nodded to Harry. With a little flick of her tails, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly came out of her fluffy tails and floated towards Bulma, who grabbed them well. Aren't those tails convenient? Kunu grinned and nodded. It's like having extra pockets, and you know what they say, women love having a lot of pockets. Bulma laughed and nodded. She then quickly locked the Dragon Balls in a safe in her lab, which was where they were right now. Bulma came back a few minutes later and Harry walked up to her. Bulma raised an eyebrow but let Harry do whatever he wanted since she trusted him. Harry placed a hand on her head, and then Bulma's body was suddenly engulfed with a bright light. The light soon dissipated and Bulma looked around confused as to what happened. Harry smiled and then pulled his hand away from Bulma's head. There, I made you have eternal youth and even gave you some bonuses because you're my friend. Harry winked at Bulma, who looked up at him. She then raised her hand. A small fireball materialized in the palm of her hand. Oh. You gave me magic too. Harry nodded. Among other things, but this will also help you a bit. I'm still pretty pissed Beerus slapped you that day, this way you can protect yourself at least a little bit. Bulma nodded and brightly smiled at Harry. Thank you, Harry. You're the best. Harry just smiled and suddenly Gaku approached Bulma. That's great, Bulma. How about we have a little fight? A little sparring will help you get a hang of your new powers. Bulma growled. No way. Are you stupid? You will kill me if I were to fight you. Gaku laughed. Ah, come on. It will be fun, plus Harry made you immortal. Bulma shook her head. No way, and he gave me eternal youth, idiot. Not immortality, that's two completely different things. Harry chuckled as he watched his two friends bicker like siblings. In all truth, this is how things are between them. All three consider each other brother and sister. Though Bulma was wrong about him not giving her immortality, sure he did give her eternal youth, but to do so he had to change her into something supernatural. So yet, she's practically still somewhat human, but she was also a supernatural being that will stay alive for a long time and was practically immortal because Harry gave her all sorts of skills that will make sure she survives pretty much anything. But he decided to keep that a secret and let her find out on her own. He did the same for Chi-Chi last night in secret as well. He was sure it wouldn't take too long for both of them to notice all the changes, but for now, he'll just spend time with everyone and visit some old friends now that he was back in this world. Guys, relax, would you? Both Bulma and Gaku stopped arguing and turned their heads towards Harry. Bulma sighed and shook her head. Sorry Harry, but this idiot really knows how to get on my last nerves. Gaku sheepishly laughed while Harry just chuckled. No worries, this is just the norm with you both. Gaku smiled and Bulma rolled her eyes but still smiled, showing that she was amused. What are you going to do now, Harry? Are you going back to your world? Harry shook his head. No, now that I'm here I might as well visit everyone and check how they're doing and spend some time with them. Gaku grinned. That actually sounds like fun. Who are you going to visit first? Harry hummed and bit and pondered about who to visit first. I think I'll visit Master Roshi first and see how the old-timer is doing. He's all by himself now that Krillin and 18 moved to the city. Gaku smiled and nodded. Oh. Then I'll go with you too. We might have some adventures along the way. Harry nodded and seemed excited about having an adventure, something that Kunu and Milim noticed, and couldn't help but to smile seeing Harry being so happy and excited. Chapter 124. Harry, the girls, and Gaku hung out with Bulma as she got everything ready that Gaku wanted for Broly. As she prepared everything Gaku asked for, they all talked about more casual stuff. Gaku, of course, talked about his training and how he and Vegeta were thinking of going to Beerus planet to train with Whis for a while. Bulma huffed at the fact that her husband was going off on his own again, but still had a small smile on her face nonetheless. She herself spoke about how she was working on some other small projects for Capsule Corp and Harry even helped her with some designs. Harry told them about his kids and niece Morgan. Bulma found the little girls adorable and wanted to meet them, especially Morgan, who seemed to be a little genius in the making. Gaku wanted to fight them, causing Harry to laugh and tell him that they would gang up on him and kick his ass. That made everyone chuckle and laugh at the mental image of the girls jumping. Gaku, Kunu, and Milim knew how dangerous the girls were, so even though they were laughing they were seriously hoping Gaku wouldn't pick a fight with them. No one would save him from the ass-kicking he would get from the adorable squad. Of course, Harry also told them about his demigod kids and proudly told them what they were doing in Kyoto. Gaku smiled and was excited at how the kids train to get stronger every day and about all the unique abilities they have. Bulma was happy that Harry takes care of the kids and makes sure they have everything they need. Both of them knew about the harsh life they lived thanks to Harry telling them about it and felt bad about what the demigod kids went through. Both Gaku and Bulma are parents and even though their kids were super powerful they still worry about them. Though hearing how Harry was handling being a father made Gaku think that he needed to spend more time with his sons and granddaughter, perhaps going on vacation was something he should think about doing for the whole family. Eventually, Bra woke up from her nap and since Bulma was busy, Harry went to pick her up from her crib which was in Bulma's lab. Bra smiled the moment she saw Harry and giggled when he picked her up. Oh, the little Scion princess. How is my favorite briefs doing after her nap? Bra laughed and clapped her hands. Harry chuckled while Bulma stopped what she was doing. Hey. What do you mean your favorite briefs? What about me, you cold-blooded lizard? Harry chuckled and shook his head. First of all, dragons aren't cold-blooded, and second. Harry lifted Bra up to Bulma's face. Look at this face and tell me she doesn't immediately become your favorite of your family. Bulma deadpanned at Harry for a good few moments, but Harry refused to give up. Bulma suddenly sighed. Fine. You do make a good point, this little one does have both Vegeta and Beerus wrapped around her little finger, it's kinda scary now that I think about it. Everyone laughed. Milim then grinned. It reminds me of Hope and Morgan ever since they were born. Those two little girls have had everyone in the Potter household wrapped around their fingers, well except Jean and Pepper. Kunu nodded. Well, someone has to be the strict parent, and because no one can say no to them, especially Harry, those two had to lay down the law. Harry laughed. We're lucky both Hope and Morgan are good girls, they could easily take over the world if they wanted. Everyone shared a good laugh except Bra, who looked somewhat confused and curious about what was going on. Eventually, some time passed, and Bulma finally finished preparing everything for Broly and his friends. Harry and Goku decided to go to Vampa right away and hand everything to them, so they wouldn't have any difficulties living on such a harsh planet while the girls stayed and hung out with Bulma. So both Harry and Goku immediately teleport to Vampa to meet with the Big Scion and his friends. On Vampa, both Keela and Lemo arrived not too long ago to stay with Broly, who was very much confused as to what had happened and how he ended up back in Vampa. So both Keela and Lemo explained to Broly how he was defeated and about to be killed, when Harry saved his life by teleporting him back to Vampa. Broly of course was very confused as to who Harry was. Keela described him to Broly, and the Big Scion immediately recognized him as the strange and very powerful guy who he fought before the other Scion arrived. He didn't know why, but Broly knew he was a good guy, especially with the way he spoke to him and even helped him snap out of his berserker state for a few seconds. He really had a lot of fun fighting Harry even though he knew he was no match to him. The next morning, after helping Keela and Lemo bring out everything they brought for their stay on Vampa, it became very clear that they were going to need a good supply of food because what they brought with them wouldn't last long. So Keela asked Broly to get what he would usually eat on this planet, and Broly immediately left to go hunt some of the insect creatures that live on Vampa. After a while, Broly came back and brought a horn of a beetle he would eat with his father, and snapped it open so Keela and Lemo could try it. Keela winced as she saw the gooey inside of the beetle horn. It really didn't seem appetizing, but she still needed to try it, so she reached over with a finger and poked the inside. After her finger collected some of the gooey liquid, she brought it to her face. You're kidding, right? This is what you've been eating? Broly nodded, and Keela then reluctantly put her finger on her mouth to taste the gooey liquid. She immediately grimaced at the taste. Well, it's bitter, but it's better than starving to death, I guess. Keela turned her head towards Lemo and frowned. Lemo grunted and then walked up to the beetle horn and also poked the gooey liquid to give it a try, but he immediately regretted it. Bleh. See, count me out. Keela sighed. Don't ask for too much. We won't last even 50 days on just the food we brought with us. Harry and Goku arrived just outside the cave where Broly, Keela, and Lemo were taking shelter. Broly immediately sensed Goku and stood up. Someone is here. Both Goku and Harry began to walk into the cave while both Keela and Lemo turned their heads toward the cave's entrance in confusion. Hey! Suddenly Goku decided to call out to them. Hey, can we come in? Harry sighed at his friend's way of talking to them. Goku, you're going to scare them. Goku just chuckled, making Harry shake his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Lemo and Keela panicked a bit, not knowing what to do. Lemo even tried to draw his gun only to remember he sold it for money so they could buy more food. Goku and Harry walked further inside. Goku grinned at everyone while Harry waved to the group of startled aliens. Harry smiled and then spoke up to them. Hey guys, looks like you guys caught up to Broly pretty quick. Goku tilted his head but then remembered that Harry talked about these guys. Ah. You must be Lemo and Keela, right? Keela seemed to get a bit nervous. You're the Scion from E-Earth and the guy who helped Broly. Goku smiled while Harry nodded to confirm what Keela just said. Lemo then raised a small hammer at both Harry and Goku. What are you both doing here? Goku ignored Lemo's question and raised a hand in greeting Broly, who looked confused. Harry raised an eyebrow at Lemo, finding it funny that he was wielding a small hammer to protect himself from them. Goku smiled and then turned his head towards Keela and Lemo. You're both Broly's friends, right? Harry told me how you wanted to save Broly and how you asked him to send him back to this planet. But Lemo didn't seem in the mood to be friendly and suddenly raised his voice at Goku. I asked you what you're both doing here. However, both Goku and Harry just smiled. Goku then decided to try and calm things down a bit. Now don't lose your temper, we're not here to fight, okay? Keela however didn't seem too sure but decided to be more civil, especially because Harry had helped Broly. Then why are you guys here then? Goku pointed his thumb towards Harry, who just waved at everyone. Harry told me that this planet was awful, so I brought you some stuff. Goku raised the book bag Bulma had given him with everything he asked for. Keela didn't want to trust Goku, but one look at Harry, who smiled and nodded at her, made her calm down. We didn't ask you to help us, are you trying to trick us? Gaku just laughed a bit and just shook his head. He then reached inside the book bag and took out a capsule case. I asked a friend of mine named Bulma, and got this for you. Gaku then opened the case and took out one of the 3 capsules inside. He then smiled and got ready to throw it. Okay, now give me some space, okay. Broly, Kila, and Limo stepped back. Gaku then pushed the button on the capsule and threw it in a big empty spot inside the cave. The capsule exploded and filled the cave with smoke for a little bit. The smoke dissipated a few seconds later and revealed a house to everyone. Kila and Limo were both surprised while Broly tilted his head in confusion. Kila and Limo ran to the house in disbelief while Gaku told them a few things. There's food, water, and a bunch of other stuff inside the house. Kila and Limo opened the house and were awed at the modern and cozy look of the inside. It was fully furnished, and even though it was a small house, it was big enough for the 3 of them. Harry then walked up to everyone and took a bag from his inventory. He then opened it and took out 3 gels to show to Kila, Limo, and Broly. This bag is filled with these. These gels are magical in nature and can heal, restore energy, or both. Harry smiled at how perplexed the alien looked but continued to explain. The red one is an apple gel and it will heal you. The orange one is an orange gel and it will restore energy or get rid of fatigue, and the reddish-violet one is a melange gel and it both heals and restores energy. Harry then put them back in the bag. Use these only when you are in trouble or in emergencies. I gave you quite a bit, but you don't want to risk running out too soon. Kila crossed her arms and sighed. Why are you guys helping us? Just what are you hoping to accomplish? Harry chuckled. You're not very trusting, are you? Kila just stared at Harry, who just smiled. That's fine. That's actually a very smart way to live, but we just want you guys to live healthily. Gaku grinned. You know, I was so sure of my strength, but then Broly showed up and showed me I still have a long way to go, and he's a scion too. I think he might be stronger than Beerus actually. Beerus is this very powerful god. Harry grinned, knowing that Beerus probably just sneezed because Gaku was talking about him. Well, with a bit of training Broly would definitely be stronger than Beerus, though he still has a lot to learn before that. Gaku laughed and nodded. In any case, it would be a real shame for someone so incredible to up and die, right? Gaku grinned and turned his head towards Broly, who stared at him in silence until he also smiled at him in return. Gaku then turned around and began to walk away. Well, anyways, take care of yourselves. Harry, are you staying or coming? Harry grinned at Gaku. You go ahead, I have some things to talk to these guys about. I'll catch up soon. Gaku nodded and then turned his head towards Broly, Kila, and Limo. Limo, however, was surprised by one little detail. Hey? There's no ship, how did you get here? Harry decided to explain. Well, Gaku has a technique that allows him to teleport to any energy signature, so he can pretty much find anyone, anywhere. Gaku smiled and nodded. It is a technique called instant transmission. Kila sighed. I don't understand anything you're both are telling us. Harry chuckled and Gaku just grinned. Hey, do you guys mind if I visit again? Kila shrugged and shook her head in annoyance. It's not like we can stop you, so do whatever you want. Gaku laughed and scratched his cheek, pretty much confirming that he would come over anyways. I just want to fight Broly once in a while. Both Kila and Limo seemed very surprised by what Gaku wanted to do. Gaku, however, just continued speaking. There are also some things I'd like to teach him too. Broly looked surprised but smiled, feeling a bit excited about learning new stuff. Kila sighed and shook her head. You sure seemed pretty crazy, you know. Gaku tilted his head in confusion. How come? Kila just grinned at Gaku. Well, anyway, I should offer my gratitude, so thank you. Kila raised a hand and did a circle with her fingers while winking. Gaku smiled and looked up at Broly. Yet. Bye now, I'll be back later. Limo crossed his arms and sighed. We might not be here when you do though. Gaku nodded. It's fine, like Harry said, as long as you're not too far away I can find you. Gaku began to walk away. But Kila wanted to ask one more question. Hey. What's your name? Gaku turned his head towards Kila and grinned. I'm Son Gaku and also Kakarot. With that said, Gaku teleported away. Harry raised an eyebrow but smiled nonetheless. Hey? That's the first time I've heard him introduce himself as Kakarot, only Vegeta uses that name though. Harry then turned his head towards Kila, Limo, and Broly. Now I have a few offers for you guys. As you guys might have guessed, Frieza is more than likely aware that you 3 are on this planet, and I know him well enough to know that he can hold a grudge with a passion. You guys can bet that he'll eventually come here to get back at you guys. All 3 of them nodded. Kila sighed. Yeah, we guessed as much, but staying with Broly should keep us safe for a while, right? Limo nodded in agreement while Broly tilted his head. Harry shook his head. That would be a good plan if Broly knew how to control all of that power. Harry turned his head towards Broly. Do you remember how to turn into a Super Saiyan? Broly looked down and seemed confused. Super Saiyan? Harry smiled and nodded. I thought as much. You don't remember much of our fight and the form you took, right? Broly shook his head. while Limo crossed his arms. Broly here seems to forget whatever happens when he's in that wild state of his. Broly nodded. I remember you, what you said and that you understood me. Harry nodded to confirm what Broly just said. I have a special ocular ability. With it, I can view a person's strengths, abilities, weaknesses, and even part of their story. Kila frowned and then hummed like a super scouter. Hey. Harry chuckled at the comparison but nodded to Kila something like that. Yes, with it I saw what happened to you, Broly, what your father put you through and how terrified King Vegeta was when he found out about you. He sent you to this planet to die. Broly nodded, having heard about this from his father before. Harry turned around and looked around where they were. You grew up on this planet's harsh environment, abused by your father and practically alone. I can understand what you must have felt. I went through something similar in my childhood as well. Broly softly smiled and nodded while Limo and Kila were surprised. Kila then remembered how easily Harry fought off Broly. But you're so strong. Harry turned back to the group and smiled. I wasn't always this strong. I was actually very weak when I was a kid, just like every other mortal out there, but someone very special to me saved me and gave me the tools to become as powerful as I am now. The three aliens nodded and understood Harry a bit more now. They now knew he was a genuinely good guy. Kila grinned at Harry. So you said you have some offers for us, right? Harry chuckled and nodded. Yes, I would like to help Broly get the means to control his overwhelming power. It would be too dangerous to let him stay as he is, not knowing when he might lose control. As you saw, he is quite capable of destroying even planets. Broly nodded because he didn't like losing control when he fights. Kila and Limo nodded as well. They didn't like it, but Harry had a good point. Broly is too dangerous when he loses control. Harry then continued on. Second, I can help you guys stay hidden here in Vampa and even make this planet more comfortable to live on. All three were surprised by this offer. They couldn't even begin to think of how Harry could accomplish what he just told them. Harry smiled and then went on. And third, you guys can come with me to my world and live within a city named Neo Kyoto. There you will be safe and can live your lives in peace. The third option really interested all three of them, but something about what Harry said caught their attention. Limo decided to ask about it. Your world? Are you not from Earth? Harry shook his head. Well, it's a bit hard to explain, but I am from Earth, just not the one from this universe. Kila scrunched up her eyebrows, while Broly tilted his head, feeling completely lost. Limo, however, widened his eyes. You're from another universe. Kila turned her head towards Limo. What do you mean, old man? Limo looked down and seemed to be pondering about something. When Frieza returned, he told some of the high officials in his army about the other universes and how he fought to protect ours. Word about it spread around his army, but most of us didn't believe it. Harry grinned and nodded to Limo. Frieza was talking about the Tournament of Power, but yes, other universes exist and there's even more out there besides the ones connected to this one. Limo nodded and seemed to have understood, but Kila scratched her head. I don't really get it, but you're really from very far from here, right? Harry nodded and Kila hummed for a little bit. So if we take your offer of going to your world, that would mean leaving everything we know and starting from scratch, right? Harry once again nodded. Not exactly from scratch, since I would make sure all of you have everything you need to live in peace, but yes, that's the gist of it. Kila nodded and turned her head towards Limo and Broly, who smiled at her, letting her know that they were leaving the decision to her. Can we think about it for a while? That's a very big decision to make after all. Harry smiled. Sure, take your time. In the meanwhile, how about we go for the second offer? Limo tilted his head. That's the one about making Vampa more comfortable to live on and hiding it from Frieza, right? Harry nodded to Limo, who rubbed his chin. Not going to lie, I am curious about how you are going to do that, but yeah, let's do that. Harry grinned and pointed a thumb over his chest. Leave it to me. I have all kinds of abilities perfect for things like this. First, let's hide this planet from Frieza and pretty much everyone else. Harry took out his Elder Wand and then proceeded to wave it in a very intricate manner. He looked like he was directing an orchestra, but what really had everyone's attention was the magic rolling of his body. Broly, Kila, and Limo didn't know what they were seeing right now was magic. All they could see and feel was the wave of transparent energy around Harry and the pressure it gave off. After a few minutes later, Harry finished casting the Fidelius charm and chose himself as the secret keeper. He covered the entire planetoid known as Vampa with the charm and then told the location to Limo, Kila, and Broly, who panicked a bit when Vampa disappeared and all of them seemed to be standing in space. Though they calmed down after Harry revealed the secret again and found themselves back in Vampa, the entire experience did surprise and scare them a bit though. Limo decided to ask about it. What did you do? Harry chuckled a bit. Sorry for the scare, guys. I didn't think that would happen, and what I did is use a spell known as the Fidelius charm to hide the location and the fact that Vampa exists within my soul. Now no one can even remember Vampa exists without me telling them its location. Limo's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the effect of what Harry just did. Kila frowned and then spoke up. What about computers and electronics? Vampa is a registered and a semi-well-known planet. Harry nodded. Well, the spell makes it as if Vampa never existed, so all records of it just disappear, and that goes double for when I'm the one using the spell, so you don't have to worry, you're safe now. Keela and Limo sighed in relief since they were very worried about Frisia finding them and coming after them. Broly smiled, happy that his friends were safe now. Harry then sat down on the floor and took a big breath. He then exhaled and got ready to do something else. Now let's make this planet more comfortable for you guys. Now don't move, okay? Harry closed his eyes and then clapped his hands together. Broly, Keela, and Limo watched Harry meditate for a few seconds before a few blue-colored portals opened all around him. Through the portal they could see some unknown planets full of plant life. Meanwhile, Harry began to draw in the natural energy from the planets he opened portals to and began to combine it with his chakra. The moment he arrived at Vampa, Harry immediately knew why it had such a harsh and unforgiving environment, as a planetoid Vampa lacked ley lines and was only self-sustained by its core. This made it hard for life to thrive on this small planet, and only the hardier of creatures native to Vampa could survive here. Broly survived because he's a scion, and whatever doesn't kill a scion makes it stronger. But Keela and Limo were different, and they would find it very hard to survive here, so to help them Harry had to change the very makeup of Vampa. First, he opened portals to far-off worlds full of life to absorb natural energy. Then he entered Sage mode and used Senjutsu to push the natural energy into the planet and create a system of ley lines for Vampa and connect them to its core. He then began to empower the ley lines and core with natural energy. This revitalized Vampa and stabilized it. Having done that, Harry then combined his Mokuton and his power over reality to make the planet come to full life. The effects were instantaneous. Broly, Keela, and Limo could only watch and gape in amazement as giant trees sprouted all over the place. In fact, all kinds of trees and plant life began to grow at an accelerated pace all around the planet. Lakes suddenly sprung out from the very ground, and it even began to rain. Something Broly had never seen before here on Vampa. He didn't even know what water was until Keela gave him some. Meanwhile, Harry was using his power of reality to make sure the creatures and animals on Vampa adapted and were able to survive in their new environments. Harry had created an entirely new ecosystem for the planetoid, and it left Keela and Limo in awe. They now know that Harry was not only powerful but also capable of doing some very amazing things. Broly, however, was too busy catching rain with his mouth and enjoying the taste of water. Harry then finally finished changing Vampa to make it more livable for his new friends. He closed the portals and then released all of the natural energy he collected back into the planet itself, further feeding to the new life on it. Harry then opened his eyes and stood up. There we go. Now you guys don't have to worry about running out of water and food. As you can see, there are lakes and it rains on Vampa now, plus I made sure there were plenty of fruit trees on the planet as well. Limo and Keela gaped at Harry and didn't know what to say. Broly, however, was really happy about the changes and was looking around everywhere with curiosity. He then turned towards Harry and smiled at him. Harry returned his smile and chuckled at the faces Keela and Limo were giving him. Well, that's it for making the planet more comfortable for you guys. Now let's help Broly control his power. Keela and Limo stopped gaping and turned their heads towards Broly. Keela then worriedly frowned. Hey, what are you going to do to Broly? It's not going to hurt him, right? Harry knew that Keela was really worried about Broly, and he couldn't blame her. Not after he had seen how Broly's father kept him under control. No, it's not going to hurt. I'm just going to give him a useful ability that will help him control his power, that way he won't lose control. Harry grinned and extended a hand towards Broly. Broly stared at the hand for a few seconds but then smiled and reached over to grasp Harry's hand. Harry then gave Broly the passive skill Perfect Control, and Broly immediately felt something click within him. Harry let go of Broly's hand and grinned at Broly. There you go, big guy. Now you can use all of that power without going berserk. Boy, is Goku going to be surprised when he fights you again. Harry laughed, already wanting to see Goku's face when he fights Broly, only to get his butt kicked when Broly goes all out, while still in control of his mind. Broly smiled at Harry. He didn't know why he was smiling, but whatever it was seemed to be very fun. Either way, he was very grateful to Harry for all the help he has given, not only him but Keela and Limo as well. Thank you, Harry. Harry nodded. No problem, big guy. Now you guys can live in peace on this planet, and if you want, whenever you make a decision about going to my world, just pray with my name and I'll hear you. Keela raised an eyebrow. You make it sound like you're some kind of god or something. Harry chuckled and then grinned at Keela, Limo, and Broly. Well, something like that. In any case, it's time for me to go, so take care, guys. Harry raised a hand and waved at everyone before vanishing. Broly smiled while Limo and Keela looked on perplexed. Keela sighed and then looked around at all the new nature around Vampa. Now I really want to know who Harry really is. Limo nodded since he himself was also very curious. Meanwhile, Broly just looked up. He's very powerful, but nice. Both Keela and Limo smiled at Broly and agreed with him. Sure, Harry was very scary and powerful, but they also knew he was a very chill guy and that made them trust him. Perhaps they should take him up on his offer later. Harry came back to Bulma's lab and told everyone what he did for Broly and his friends. Gaku was awed at what Harry can do now, while Bulma was really intrigued. She asked about his newest abilities and Harry told her about the infinite stones and the power he received from them. Of course, Bulma was very stunned about Harry having the powers of the universe and was quite intrigued about the capabilities of such power. Harry smiled and told her that he can practically rewrite history if he wanted to. He can quite frankly create or destroy universes now. Practically he was the same kind of deity Zeno-sama is. Gaku was more interested in what the infinite stones tasted like and wanted to try them. Harry chuckled while Bulma sighed and shook her head while calling Gaku an idiot. After that conversation, Harry along with Kunu and Milim decided to visit Master Roshi and see how the old man was doing, now that Krillin moved out with 18 and her daughter Maron. So after saying their goodbyes to Bulma and with Gaku teleporting directly to the Kame house to wait for them there and to let Master Roshi know that they were coming for a visit, Harry, Milim and Kunu took off flying towards the Kame house. They took their time getting there and flew over the sea while watching all sorts of underwater creatures swimming in the water. Some were even enormous in size and it surprised both Milim and Kunu. At some point Milim saw something under the water and then dived into the sea. A few seconds later she came out holding a very familiar purple-haired mermaid in her arms. The mermaid squeaked in surprise at being out of the water so suddenly and grabbed hold of Milim tightly in fright. Meanwhile, Milim grinned and asked Harry if they could keep her. Harry raised an eyebrow at Milim's request. And where are you going to keep her? She not a pet, you know. Milim smiled. Ah. But Harry. She's cool. And we don't have mermaids in Kyoto. I'll make her a big fish tank in my room with a big house inside. Harry and Kunu's sweat dropped at the fact that Milim wanted to keep a mermaid in her room like she was a goldfish or something. The mermaid looked up and softly spoke. I have a home and family here though. Milim pouted at the mermaid. But I would feed you and play with you. I'll even buy you all kinds of cool stuff too. Harry sighed but smiled at Milim. The little true demon lord really liked keeping pets, though she tends to go overboard sometimes. The mermaid didn't get mad or anything. She just smiled. That sounds very nice, but I rather stay with my family. Milim sadly smiled and then went back inside the water and let go of the mermaid. The mermaid smiled and then waved at everyone before diving back into the water. Milim flew up and sighed. Harry smiled at his girlfriend and then gave her a head pat to cheer her up, which worked because Milim brightly smiled right away. It's okay Milim, I'm sure there are mermaids in our world, we can get one of those or something. Milim nodded and smiled. Kunu giggled at the silliness of it all and shook her head. Only Milim would think of getting a mermaid and keeping her as a pet. After all of that, they took off flying again and headed over to the Kame house once again. This time however they made sure to distract Milim to make sure she wouldn't pick up anything else. Soon they were able to see the island where the Kame house stood, and just outside, looking over towards them, was the world's famous turtle hermit himself, Master Roshi, who had a smile on his face. Chapter 125. Harry, Kunu and Milim arrived on the island right in front of Master Roshi. Harry immediately raised a hand in greeting, which made the old man known as Roshi chuckle Gramps. Harry walked over to Master Roshi and brightly smiled at him. Master Roshi looked up at his student and then nodded to himself. You look good, Harry, healthy and happy. Harry grinned and nodded. Yet I have a great life, Master Roshi, and many people I care about as well. Harry turned his head towards Milim and Kunu, who smiled at him. Master Roshi turned his head to see the girls. Oh. Looks like one of my students was able to get a harem. I don't know if I should be jealous or proud. Harry laughed at Master Roshi's comment. Still a perverted old man, hey. Master Roshi chuckled. Old habits, I'm afraid. Now why don't we go inside so we can speak in peace and so you can introduce your girls to me. Gaku is already inside and eating through my fridge. Harry laughed and followed Master Roshi back inside. Milim and Kunu giggled at how excited Harry seemed about being around Master Roshi. Milim looked around the beach for a second, but shortly after, both she and Kunu followed Harry and Master Roshi into the Kame house. Milim, however, couldn't help but comment, living in a house on a small island, hey? I got to say, Master Roshi got style. Kunu giggled and nodded as she watched the back of the old master of Harry, a short bald man with a long white beard while wearing sunglasses. He certainly has the look of a hermit. I wonder why hermits like to wear sunglasses? Old man Sun Wukong wears some all the time. Milim shrugged. Who knows, but it does make them look cool though. Kunu nodded and the group of four went inside the Kame house so they could speak in peace. Everyone was in a happy mood. The group found Gaku eating some food while speaking to a short pig about something. Master Roshi and Harry seemed completely unfazed by the weirdness of the scene before them. But Kunu and Milim looked at the pig in confusion. Kunu's ears twitched as she realized something. Oh. You're one of those beastmen I heard about from Gohan. The pig heard Kunu and turned his head towards her and smiled. Oh. Hey there. Gaku was just telling me about Harry and his girlfriend. Pretty crazy stuff. My name is Oolong by the way. Kunu smiled and bowed a little in greeting. She then looked up towards Oolong. It is nice to meet you Mr. Oolong. I'm Kunu and my friend beside me is Milim. Milim waved at Oolong and grinned hello. It's nice to meet you. You look really delicious Mr. Pig. Oolong's sweat dropped and then turned his head towards Harry. She's not going to eat me right Harry? Because she's giving me some serious hungry eyes. Harry turned his head towards Milim and laughed a little when she saw her practically salivating while staring at Oolong. Milim, don't eat my friend Oolong okay? He might be a pig but he's a cool guy. Milim pouted a bit but nodded, then she saw a big brown sea turtle and immediately went to go pet it. Harry and Kunu smiled and shook their heads in amusement. Master Roshi laughed. She's like a hurricane isn't she Harry? Harry nodded. You have no idea Master Roshi but we all love her for it. Everyone watched and Milim sat on Turtle's back and gave him plenty of head pats. Soon after everyone took a seat around the table in Master Roshi's living room to talk. Harry then told Master Roshi about his world, Neo Kyoto, and about the yokai faction. He even told him about his big chaotic family. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Turtle listened to everything Harry told them. Gaku, who had already heard all of this, just continued to eat while Harry continued to speak. This way Harry was able to tell everything he wanted to Master Roshi uninterrupted. After Harry finished his tale, Master Roshi began to stroke his beard. Amazing. This world is already crazy and full of surprises, but to think that yours would be almost the same. Harry nodded. I thought so too. There are quite a few similarities between this world to mine. Both have supernatural entities, powerful humans, and magical stuff all over the world. Master Roshi agreed with Harry. Yet I noticed that during you telling me about your home world, the only glaring difference between the two is the fact that the supernatural and the normal world live separately in your world, but here, in this one, it's pretty much well-known knowledge that magic and supernatural entities exist. Kunu nodded. Yet I noticed that too, plus humans here seemed desensitized about supernatural phenomena happening right in front of their eyes. Master Roshi nodded. Well, a lot has happened in this world, very big and dangerous things occurred, and even though Gaku and the rest solved those problems, they couldn't keep them a secret, so humanity got to experience some really dangerous stuff. Harry and Gaku nodded since they were deeply involved in everything that has happened. With Vegeta's and Nappa's arrival, a whole city was destroyed as soon as they showed up. Cell, who absorbed thousands just to become stronger enough to absorb androids 17 and 18, then proceeded to kill thousands more as he caused nothing but destruction. And then Bu, he had single-handedly killed everyone on Earth and even threatened the afterlife as well. Those situations were some of the most dangerous and crazy that Gaku and Harry lived through. Sure, they would always use the Dragon Balls to bring back all those that died, but humanity never forgot what had happened. There was no way that they would. So this world was more aware than any other Harry has been to, and it showed. Oolong, however, was more interested in one thing. Wait. Harry, you have a harem. And you're acting like it isn't a big deal. Harry laughed a little. Well, it isn't a big deal to me. Apparently in my world is normal for the powerful to have a harem, so you could say that I didn't choose the harem life, it chose me. Oolong loudly groaned and pulled on his ears in frustration. Both Kunu and Milim found it funny, so they giggled a little at him. Oolong then pointed his finger at me. Damn it, Harry. You're living every man's dream. The least you can do is be more excited about it. Harry smiled and turned his head toward the girls. The dream, huh? They're certainly my dreams. Both Kunu and Milim blushed a bit and smiled sheepishly. Gaku looked on confused, Oolong stared in jealousy, while Master Roshi chuckled. Smooth Harry, smooth, I should really take notes from you, you're definitely the master in this area. Harry just laughed and shook his head in amusement. You guys never change, a pair of perverts all the way through. Everyone shared a laugh together, finding this whole thing amusing. It was a good thing Master Roshi and Oolong respected Harry quite a bit and thus respected the girls as well. They both had seen what Harry does to enemies and those that pissed him off, so they didn't want to get a piece of that action and instead opted to behave, or at least behave as much as a pervert can. After that, Harry and Master Roshi spoke about Harry's students and how he was passing down the philosophy of the Turtle School of Martial Arts to his own students. This of course made the old turtle hermit very proud. He now knew that the teachings of his school of martial arts were being passed down to a younger generation, which made him very happy. After a little bit of talking, Harry decided to ask a few things to Master Roshi. Hey Master Roshi, how are you doing here? I know you have Oolong with you and Turtle as well, but I bet it's been very lonely here now that Krillin and 18 moved away. Master Roshi smiled. Well, yeah, it's been real quiet around here lately, but I'm already used to it. I am a hermit after all. Harry smiled. Then how would you like to come to my world? In Neo Kyoto you're actually well known and very famous because I've talked about you to all my students. You can live there in peace. Master Roshi's eyes widened a bit. He stared at Harry for a few long seconds before smiling. That does sound nice, but this is my world, and despite the many things that have happened, I still love it. Plus Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Tien might need advice from this weak-old hermit. Harry chuckled and then nodded to Master Roshi. Weak? You? Please, I and everyone else know full well that's not true. You did fight in the Tournament of Power after all. Kunu and Milim looked very surprised about what Harry just said. He had spoken about the Tournament of Power plenty of times and about the many powerful foes he faced during it. So to hear that Master Roshi actually fought in that same tournament came as a big surprise. Master Roshi, however, only embarrassedly laughed. I almost kicked the bucket in that tournament, but it did make my desire to grow stronger light up within my heart once again. Goku and Harry brightly smiled at Master Roshi. They both knew that after the tournament, the old turtle hermit had started training once again in order to catch up at least a little bit with his extraordinary students. Harry reminisced about how this same old turtle hermit beat Goku, Krillin, and himself when they were kids. To this day he found it funny how he was bested by Master Roshi's cunning and trickery rather than martial art prowess like he did with Goku and Krillin. Harry smiled. Well, if you ever want to move to my world, just say the word. The offer will always be there, Master Roshi. The rest of the time Harry, Goku, and the girls spent in the Kame house was spent talking about all the shenanigans Goku, Harry and Krillin got up to as they trained under Master Roshi when they were kids. Both Kunu and Milim had a lot of fun hearing about all the things Harry would do as a kid while training with Krillin and Goku. It seems like the three of them were quite the troublemakers back then and always got into trouble, especially when Launch joined in as well. Though most of the time the boys ended up getting shot at, but as they all enjoyed those stories they were also able to see Harry laugh and smile, happy to talk about his time in this world. Eventually, Master Roshi took out the photo album and the girls were able to get more pictures of Kid Harry. They had some thanks to Masaki, who had a whole album filled with kid pictures of Harry. But Master Roshi had even more, and in all of them Harry was among friends and smiling. They immediately had Harry use his power of reality to make permanent copies of the pictures, so they could show everyone back home. To them, the most interesting pictures were the ones taken during the Tenkaichi Budokai, or as the people call it, the World Martial Arts Tournament. In these pictures they, of course, saw Harry fighting all kinds of fighters using only martial arts and key techniques. Milim smiled as she watched the pictures. Why didn't you use magic or your keyblades during the tournament, Harry? Harry, who was laughing with Goku at a picture where they drew things all over a sleeping Krillin's face with a marker, turned his head towards Milimo. I didn't use my keyblades because it's not allowed to use weapons in the tournament, and magic because I wanted to hone my martial arts. Milim nodded and understood why Harry would choose to focus on hand-to-hand combat in this world. He was already a master of magic and an amazing swordsman. So choosing to hone his martial arts was the next logical step in this world. This is how they spend most of the day in the Kame house, and for everyone, it was a very fun day. But eventually, it was time for Harry, Goku, and the girls to move on. They still wanted to visit a few more friends after all. Master Roshi walked them out and waved at them goodbye along with Oolong and Turtle as the group flew away. Master Roshi looked at both his students until they disappeared into the horizon. Harry has sure grown, not only in power but where it counts as well. Oolong nodded. He's still a scary kid though. Turtle smiled, but he's still a good kid. Master Roshi nodded and then walked back inside the Kame house with a soft smile on his face. He did wonder what sort of other adventures would Harry get up to in the future, and what sort of beautiful ladies he'll get to see too. The group of four flew towards Krillin's house, which was in nearby Satan City. Because Krillin took a job as a police officer, it became necessary for him to move to the city, and so he bought a house and moved in with 18 and their daughter Marone. According to Goku, Krillin was more than likely working right now, so Harry decided to surprise his old friend by coming to visit while he was on patrol. With a quick skin for his energy, everyone found him and immediately took off toward his location. Krillin was having a busy day today. Everything started as usual. He got up early, ate breakfast with his wife and daughter, and then left to work, where he began his daily patrol around the city. Work as a police officer was sort of boring and had him riding all over the place, but it was a good easy job for him, plus he was also doing something good and getting paid. But today resulted to be one of those busy and tedious days. Right now Krillin was deadpanning a group of bank robbers who were shooting at his fellow police officers from within the bank they were taking cover in. The funny thing about all of this was that Krillin is easily dodging the bullets and even slapped them away. while his fellow police officers were gaping at him in shock while Krillin sighed, man, one more day and it would have been a whole week without any big crimes. I'm never going to break that record. The leader of the bank robbers suddenly shouted, all right pigs. Back off or we'll start shooting the hostages. The police officers growled and glared at the leader of the bank robbers. The leader just smugly grinned at them, causing even more anger within the police officers. Krillin, however, sighed, how original of this guy. Krillin then looked around and began to count the robbers he could see through the windows of the bank. He also noticed there were quite a few hostages who looked very scared. A voice suddenly spoke by his side, who boy, that looks like a mighty pickle. Krillin nodded, yeah, I'm going to have to move very fast and take them out quickly before they can even try to hurt the hostages, though if they begin to panic it might cause a few problems. You're right, the robbers might get trigger happy before you could reach them, so how about I help you a bit? Krill nodded, yeah, I would really appreciate it if you gave me a hand. What? Harry. Harry grinned at Krillin and raised a hand in greeting. Yo. Krillin smiled and then hugged Harry. Ha ha ha, you jerk. Don't surprise me like that. Harry laughed and hugged his friend back. It's not my fault you were distracted, Krillin. Gaku walked up to Harry and Krillin and shoulder hugged both of them. Hey. This looks serious. Want some help, Krillin? Krillin grinned at Gaku. Gaku. You're here too. Ha ha ha, it's like old times. The three of them laughed while the police officers looked on confused. Meanwhile, Kunu and Milim smiled at the reunion between good friends. The guys huddled together and began to plan what to do to get the bank robbers. A few minutes later, Krillin split off the group and walked up towards the bank while Harry discreetly raised a barrier on each of the hostages. Gaku got ready to use instant transmission once the plan begins. Meanwhile, everyone else including Kunu and Milim watched on. The leader of the bank robbers saw Krillin approaching, so he pointed his gun at him. Hey! Stop right there, pig! Or I'll blow your brain out of your skull. Krillin smiled and put his open hands to the sides of his face. Solar flare. Krillin immediately shut his eyes as a blinding bright white light flashed from behind him. The leader and the rest of the bank robbers screamed as they were blinded. Gaku and Harry immediately teleported inside the bank after quickly putting on some sunglasses that Harry took out of his inventory while Krillin took off running at super speed towards the main window. Krillin jumped and kicked the window and the leader of the bank robbers was sent flying back and out cold. Meanwhile, Gaku and Harry blurred all over the place while knocking out the rest of the robbers. The whole thing took only seconds, though only the girls were able to see what had happened, thanks to the fact that they too had sunglasses on, but everyone else could only hear the sounds of a fight. The blinding bright light finally subsided and after the police officers recovered their ability to see again, they were able to witness the amazing sight of Gaku, Krillin, and Harry happily piling the robbers in a neat little pile in front of the bank. The police officers gaped and couldn't believe these three had single-handedly dealt with such a delicate situation in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, the girls moved in to help the hostages who were still very scared and confused at what had happened. But they were also glad that it was over. The police officers moved in to help arrest the bank robbers after they snapped out of their flabbergasted state. After a while, everything was peacefully resolved and the bank robbers were taken to jail while still unconscious. Harry quickly fixed the damage to the bank and even made sure all the hostages were safe and unhurt. He even gave candy to the children who were caught in this mess just to cheer them up. After that, Krillin, Gaku, and Harry along with the girls got together and followed Krillin around the city as he went back to his patrol. It was a strange and comical sight watching Krillin riding his air scooter, while his friends followed him by flying at his side. Krillin smiled as he drove his air scooter. I can't believe you're here, Harry. I did even sense your key. When did you get back? Harry, who was flying beside Krillin, grinned. I got back a day ago. Did you feel the massive key that was here? Krillin nodded. Oh yeah. That was terrifying, but I also sensed Vegeta and Gaku there, so I didn't think it was necessary to go help. I did panic when I felt Gaku and Vegeta move away from the fight and got ready to move and help just in case. Gaku smiled from Krillin's other side. It was a very difficult fight and Vegeta and I needed to fuse to actually resolve the whole thing. Harry helped keep who we were fighting busy while we did so. Krillin nodded. I see. Then it was a good thing you got back when you did, Harry, but boy do you have some rotten luck. Harry laughed. Yeah, but I'm already used to it. Though I blame all the Potters for that luck and my untamable black hair. Gaku and Harry shared a laugh while Milim suddenly flew closer and stared at Krillin. You're human, right? You're pretty strong for one. I think you might be one of the strongest humans I've ever met. Krillin smiled. Ha ha ha, that actually makes me happy to hear. I've been training again after the Tournament of Power so I don't get left too far behind again, but I am glad it's noticeable. Oh wait, we haven't introduced each other, right? I'm Krillin. Milim grinned and nodded. I'm Milim. One of Harry's girlfriends. it's nice to meet another one of Harry's friends. Especially a childhood friend like you and Gaku. Kunu flew closer and waved at Krillin. I'm Kunu, a student of Harry and one of his girlfriends as well. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Krillin. Krillin nodded as he continued to pay attention to the road. It's nice to meet you too as well. Harry's girlfriends, hey? I'm surprised somebody was able to catch Harry's attention. Both Kunu and Milim tilted their heads in confusion. Krillin, noticing their confusion, decided to explain. Harry has always been very popular with the ladies, but he never showed any interest, so we all sort of thought he wasn't interested in things like love and such. Gaku nodded in agreement, which made Harry's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. If a thick-headed guy like Gaku thought of Harry like that, then he seriously must have looked very weird. Milim hummed and nodded. Now that I think about, Harry is very popular in Tempest too. Kunu nodded. He's very popular in Kyoto and Neo Kyoto as well. He has a big fan club in Neo Kyoto too. Harry winced at what Kunu just said and was completely surprised by it as well. Hey? Since when? Kunu smiled. Since a while ago. Ereshkigal is actually the president of your fan club. And Sirafal is the vice president. Harry was now beginning to get very worried, while Krillin and Gaku were trying really hard not to laugh at the expression on his face. Milim then did a barrel roll in midair and dodge an incoming car while still speaking. Yet, and they sell some cool stuff. I'm in the fan club too. And I even bought a Dakamakura of Harry. Harry's sweat dropped. What? Kunu nodded. I like his action figures. They come with all kinds of accessories. Though Mom told me the calendars are pretty wild. Milim grinned and nodded. Oh, Luna told me that the calendars were pretty spicy too. Both Krillin and Gaku bust out laughing while Harry looked completely confused and very worried. Action figures? Dakamakuras. Wait a bloody second, when and who took those pictures for these calendars? Kunu laughed and flew around Harry. Luna and Gabriel took them whenever they saw you in little clothing. Harry looked like he was having an aneurysm. I understand Luna, she's a bit of a pervert, but Gabriel. Milim laughed. I know. She took everyone by surprise with that. Harry looked so defeated right now that it made Gaku and Krillin laugh even more. Krillin couldn't help but take one more jab at him. So powerful, but then taken down by your girlfriends. This is hilarious. Harry frowned at Krillin. I will kill you. But Krillin just laughed and shook his head. Been there and done that, Harry. Harry just sighed and shook his head, though he also decided to check this so-called fan club of his when he gets back. He was still a bit in denial about it existing, but knowing his girlfriends, he wouldn't be surprised if they actually did create one. Milim then flew closer to Krillin. So Harry is popular in this world too? Krillin nodded. He sure is. He's pretty famous too, since he fought in the Tenkaichi Budokai and was a semi-finalist most of the time, though he did lose to Master Roshi all those times. Gaku then crossed his arms and hummed. He then turned his head towards Harry. Why didn't you get a girlfriend here, Harry? Even Krillin got two, so it should have been easy for you. Krillin flinched as Goku's comment speared through him. That last part was completely unnecessary, Gaku. However, he was ignored by the earth-raised scion, who was waiting to hear Harry's answer to his question. Harry sighed. Well, saying goodbye to someone you love sucks, so I tried to avoid getting in relationships while I was world hopping, though some very stubborn girls didn't take a no for an answer, but I've never liked having to say goodbye and not knowing when I would see them again. Milim grinned, knowing that Harry was talking about her, Fu, and Jessica. Harry did try his best to keep a good distance away from her, but Milim was very curious about him and Harry would always play and hang out with her. He started as a best friend, but over time he became much more to her, though she needed a little help from Rimuru to understand that she had fallen in love with him. At first, she didn't get this whole girlfriend and boyfriend thing since it was very similar to being best friends, but over time she got what Rimuru had described as love. So under Guy and Ramariso's advice, she ambushed Harry and kissed him into accepting her as his girlfriend, and the rest is history, though Harry also had to reveal everything about him in order to let her know what she was getting into. But she didn't care about that. She didn't even care about the fact that she had to share Harry with two other girls. She was just happy that she got to be with him, and she never regretted it, especially when she got a super awesome family out their relationship. Both Krillin and Gaku nodded in understanding. They both could see that it would have been hard for Harry to get into a relationship with someone in this world, knowing that he would have to leave for who knows how long. Krillin nodded. I see, fair enough. But then how did you get so many girlfriends? With the few Milim and Kunu just mentioned, I can already tell you have quite a few. Harry smiled. All of them except 3 are from my world, so there was nothing holding me back anymore, plus they sort of decided to form a harem on their own. Harry shook his head and shrugged. I had no say in this matter whatsoever. Both Kunu and Milim grinned, knowing how true Harry's statement is. Krillin and Gaku just smiled at their friend, and despite lightly complaining about it, Harry looked very happy about his situation. After a while, Krillin's patrol time was over, and so after going to the police station he operates in and filling a few reports, he was finally able to clock out close to evening. So he took everyone back to his house so they could speak more comfortably in peace. Everyone flew towards Krillin's house with him leading everyone, and soon enough they arrived. They all landed at his front door while Krillin took out his keys and opened the door. He was immediately hugged by Marone, who was waiting for him behind the door. Daddy. Krillin smiled and lifted Marone up into his arms. Hello sweetie, were you waiting for me? Marone nodded, but then she noticed that her daddy wasn't alone. She immediately recognized Goten's daddy, but she didn't recognize the girls since she's never seen them before. But then she recognized the other visitor and she brightly smiled as soon as he saw him. Uncle Harry. Krillin chuckled and let go of Marone when he felt her get ready to jump towards Harry. Marone jumped and Harry easily caught her with a smile on his face. Hey there Marone. Marone hugged Harry very tightly. You really came back? Harry softly smiled and nodded. Of course I did. You didn't think your uncle would lie, right? Marone shook her head. You never lie. Krillin laughed and shook his head in amusement. Sometimes I think Marone likes Harry more than she does me and 18. Gaku chuckled since he can understand that as well. Both Gohan and Goten are also very fond of Harry, and even Bra and Pan are getting very attached to him. Suddenly a voice coming from within the house caught everyone's attention. Well, he does play with her all the time and spoils her a lot. I'm not surprised. Harry is her favorite person in the world. Everyone turned their heads towards 18, who walked up to everyone and grinned at the group while Krillin smiled at his wife. Harry grinned at 18. Hello there 18. How's the oil? 18 snorted and rolled her eyes at Harry but still continued to grin. Haha, that never gets old Harry. 18 then walked up to Harry and gave him a hug. It's good to see you again. Harry hugged 18 with one arm while still holding Marone with his other one. It's good to see you too Lazuli. 18 chuckled since Harry was the only one who calls her by her real name sometimes. He never did like calling her by Dr. Gero's number designation, but she didn't mind it. 18 stepped away from Gaku and walked up to Krillin's side. How was your day at work? Krillin smiled. A little bit busy, but I had some help so everything got resolved quickly enough. 18 smiled. I see, that's good. Now how about some dinner guys? Goku's eyes shined at the mention of food. The girls nodded since they were a little hungry themselves. Krillin rubbed his hands and nodded since he was looking forward to 18's food all day. Harry smiled and then walked towards 18. Come on, I'll help in the kitchen. Feeding Gaku and Milim isn't going to be easy. 18 smiled and nodded, glad for the help, though the girls quickly introduced themselves to 18, who nodded and smiled at them, glad to meet Harry's girlfriends. Harry provided all the ingredients for dinner, not wanting 18's and Krillin's budget to get destroyed trying to feed Gaku and Milim. He also helped 18 cook so as to not let her deal with that chaos as well. Meanwhile, Milim was playing patty cake on the floor with Marone while Gaku, Krillin and Kunu sat on the kitchen table and talked as they waited for Harry and 18 to finish cooking. After a while they finished making food and Harry magically made the food serve itself to everyone so he and 18 could eat in peace. Marone found the little show of magic awesome, so she ate and clapped every time the food served itself. As they eat, Harry told Krillin and 18 about everything he had been doing after leaving this world and when he went back to his world. To the both of them it was very awe-inspiring to hear about everything he had accomplished. Krillin was proud and happy about the happy life Harry was able to get. He was aware that his life wasn't an easy one, but he was always inspired by him and his dedication to learning and getting stronger. 18 had always thought of Harry as a cool guy. The fact that even Dr. Gero was weary of him and very afraid as well just added cool points to him. She always found it amusing that Dr. Gero was never able to get a DNA sample from Harry, adding insult to injury to him, and that just made her extra happy. She and 17 knew about him of course, and he was number 2 on the list of people Dr. Gero wanted dead for the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, along with Gaku being number 1 on that list. Both of them did not want to mess with him and his strange magical abilities. The supercomputers in their brains couldn't comprehend those magical abilities after all, so they completely ignored that objective. After all, he could turn you into a styrofoam cup with a wave of his hand at will. Even 16 didn't want to mess with him, only Cell was crazy enough to think he could fight him. That bastard learned the hard way that it wasn't a good idea to mess with Harry when he attacked him while in his first form. Harry almost destroyed Cell that time, but because he was busy making sure Gaku didn't die and recovered quickly from his heart condition, Cell was able to get away. Only for Piccolo to chase after him. It was really a lot of bad luck that Cell found them out soon after and just made things worse for everyone, especially since when he became perfect. So as Harry continued his tale, she couldn't help but feel really glad that he was back here, and so Harry spoke and told about his adventures in his world. Chapter 126. By the time everyone finished dinner, Harry had also finished telling both Krillin and 18 everything going on in his world, about his family, the yokai, and his faction as well. 18 crossed her arms and smirked at Harry. So you even have your own temple and priestesses? That's funny. Should I start praying to you to Harry? Harry rolled his eyes at 18 but he still smiled. You do that and I'll just ignore you. 18 laughed a bit while Marone suddenly turned her head towards Harry. I'll pray to you every night, Uncle Harry. Harry chuckled and then smiled at Marone. That does sound nice, Marone, thank you. Marone widely smiled and went back to playing with Milim and Kunu, who were happy to keep Marone entertained while Harry hung out with his friends. Krillin chuckled and shook his head. To think that the weird kid I used to train with as a kid, is now an all-powerful dragon god. Harry scratched his head and laughed. Was I really that weird? Krillin nodded. Definitely. You were always saying weird stuff about magic and whatnot, and don't even get me started on those keyblades of yours too. Gaku tilted his head. I didn't think Harry was weird, I still think he's cool with all the kinds of things he can do. Krillin deadpanned at Gaku. I don't want to hear that from you, Gaku, you were pretty weird yourself, you know. Gaku just laughed. Ha ha ha, I sure am. Harry chuckled while Krillin just sighed and shook his head, but he still smiled, letting everyone know he was having fun. Harry then smiled. You were pretty weird too, Krillin. I think all three of us were very different than other kids, and that's a good thing, otherwise we never would have adapted to Master Roshi's training. Krillin scratched his head and nodded. You're right, Master Roshi's training was sure different and unorthodox as well, but it sure was very effective. The three Turtle School practitioners nodded. Gaku then turned his head towards Harry. But to you, Harry, all of that was too easy. Harry shrugged. I had already done weight training in another world, so I had experience with it, though when we started training with Master Roshi I decided to use gravity seals to make it harder on me. Krillin nodded. Ah. So that's why you were in so much pain and so slow when we started, you made it harder for yourself. Man. No wonder we couldn't beat you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gaku nodded in agreement. Both he and Krillin fought against Harry in the tournament but both lost. Harry ended up going against Master Roshi as Jackie Chun in the finals, only to lose when the old-timer used all of his tricks to beat him. 18 smiled. So none of you ever defeated Harry before? Both Gaku and Krillin hummed at the same time as they thought about what 18 just asked. Krillin moved his gaze towards Gaku. I sure haven't, though I came close during our third time in the World Martial Arts Tournament. How about you, Gaku? Gaku thought about it for a few more seconds. Well, he resigned when I asked him to let me fight against Piccolo, back when he was evil, but that doesn't count. We have sparred before while training after that, but we never had a serious fight now that I think about it. Krillin nodded, already thinking that was the case. 18, curious about it, decided to ask more. What about the others? Now that was a good question and both Gaku and Krillin thought about it. Gaku tilted his head and then spoke. Well, Piccolo Daimyo did almost kill Harry back when he wanted to rule the world, but he was only able to do that because he forced Harry to protect some civilians, so that wasn't fair. Krillin then spoke next. I don't think Yamcha or Ten Shinyan ever beat him either. In fact, he beat the ever-loving shit out of Ten Shinyan when he broke Yamcha's leg when he was evil. Harry nodded, confirming that he indeed has never been beaten by the aforementioned friends. 18 then decided to ask, what about Vegeta? Or Frieza? Maybe Buu? Krillin grinned. He beat the crap out of Vegeta and made him scream like a little girl after our fight against him and that other scion, though the Jinya Force did beat him at first. Everyone turned to look at Harry, who shrugged. In my defense, some of them had some very odd techniques and I couldn't really take them seriously, they made me laugh more than anything. Krillin nodded. That's fair, I did see you struggling not to laugh while fighting them. Now let's see, you had no problems with Frieza until he took on his final form, hell broke loose after that. Harry nodded. Yeah, at that moment Frieza surpassed me by a big margin. It was only because he was completely caught off guard by my magic and keyblades that I was able to keep him busy while Gaku charged the spirit bomb. Krillin nodded while Gaku smiled. That was also the first time anyone had seen you fight with your keyblades too. Harry nodded and smiled at his friend. I couldn't afford to hold myself back at that time, I had to fight with everything I had, otherwise we all would have died. Both Gaku and Krillin nodded, knowing that was true. Even then Frieza survived the spirit bomb and killed Krillin, which resulted in Gaku becoming a Super Saiyan and Harry exploding in anger, which resulted in the worst beating Frieza had ever gotten. There is a reason why the Frost alien is semi-polite to Harry after all. Gaku looked down. I remember that you started to train even harder after our fight with Frieza, and at that point, you even surpassed me in my Super Saiyan form. Honestly, I was very impressed. Harry nodded and sighed. It wasn't easy and it took a lot of grinding and mastering all the techniques, skills, and abilities I had in order to reach that level. I think I abused the hyperbolic time chamber a lot during those days too. Harry then chuckled, and then Gohan unlocked the Super Saiyan 2 form and surpassed me, so I had to train even more after that. Thankfully Gohan was more than willing to train with me during all of those years. Krillin and Goku nodded since they knew that Harry never stopped training, and because of that, no one else did either. All the Z fighters never stopped training and sought to not be left behind. Goku then looked up. Bu was a nightmare. Harry could barely fight him off, and it got worse when he began to transform after splitting into two. Harry nodded. It was that damn instant regeneration of his, it made him extremely difficult to kill. After that ordeal, I spent many years creating new skills and spells that could help deal with those sorts of enemies. 18 then looked up. So none of us and most of our enemies were able to truly defeat Harry? Hey! That's actually pretty impressive. Harry then shook his head. I was still unable to prevent some really horrible stuff from happening though, and Beerus beat me to the ground when he first appeared. Krillin shook his head. He doesn't count Harry, he is a god of destruction after all, and none of us were even close to being ready for someone of his level. Harry nodded. I know, but it was very frustrating at the time, you know. Goku nodded in agreement since he himself felt the same way. Yet, I under that feeling too. I was only to fight him off for a bit thanks to becoming a Super Saiyan god. Harry grinned at Goku. And then you finally surpassed me, only for a while, but it counts, especially when you unlock Super Saiyan Blue. Goku chuckled and nodded. Yet. But I didn't like that I was only able to reach that level with the help of others, so I trained very hard to unlock and master Super Saiyan God by myself. Harry nodded since he had gone with Goku and Vegeta to Beerus planet to train and had seen both Vegeta and Goku obtain and master the Super Saiyan God transformation. Still, I needed to find a way to fight gods of Beerus level. It's only thanks to Master Whis that I found the answer. Goku narrowed his eyes. That's right, you often left with Whis to train to master something, you never told us about it though, did you master it? Harry grinned at Goku. It took years, and even when I arrived back in my world, it took me some more years, but I was able to master it some time ago. Goku nodded. He had an idea what Whis taught Harry and he was excited to see, but he doubted he could get Harry to do it. Marone suddenly stood up and went to Harry, who noticed her and picked her up. He then sat her on the table in front of him. What's up, Marone? Marone smiled. I've never seen you fight Uncle Harry. I want to see. Harry raised an eyebrow, while Krillin actually began to think about it. Hey. It's true, Marone has never seen Harry fight before, how weird. 18 shrugged. I'm not surprised, when Marone was born we did our best to keep her away from any trouble. When Harry fought Beerus they took their fight far away from us, so she didn't get a chance to see that time either. Harry hummed and then smiled at Marone. You want to see me fight? Marone nodded. Harry tilted his head but then turned his gaze towards both Goku and Krillin. What do you say, guys? Want to have a good old fight? Goku brightly smiled. Now you're speaking my language. I've been wanting to fight you ever since you've gotten back. Krillin grinned and nodded. That actually sounds like fun. It will be like old times. Plus I've been training for a while now and I want to see how far I've gotten. Milim and Kunu smiled as they saw the happiness clearly showing on Harry's face. Great. And if you guys do good I'll tell you a few secrets and even help you get stronger. Both Krillin and Goku grinned, now even more excited about fighting Harry. 18 smiled while both Milim and Kunu giggled at how excited the guys looked right now. Marone excitedly cheered. Despite being young she did enjoy watching her daddy train and spar with her mommy. She also has always wanted to see her Uncle Harry fight as well, and now she'll get to do so. Harry stood up while picking up Marone in his arms. Well, since we're fighting let's move to a bigger place away from any city, things tend to get wild when we're fighting. Goku excitedly stood up while Krillin did so as well. He then grinned and spoke, let me get changed first. I can't very well fight in my work uniform. Harry and Goku nodded while Krillin then walked over to his and 18's bedroom. 18 followed him while everyone else waited for them to get back. Sometime after the group teleported to a big open plain, Goku and Krillin looked around and scrunched up their faces when they saw the place. This area just seemed very familiar to them, they just couldn't really remember from when. Harry smiled. This is the same plains where we fought Nappa and Vegeta guys. Krillin and Goku's eyes widened in realization. Krillin then nodded. Ah. I see, this is a good place to fight and it's far away from any cities too. Goku grinned. It's perfect for the fight. Harry nodded and then nodded to Milim, who was carrying Marone in her arms. Get back a bit and raise a barrier around you guys just in case. Milim and Kunu nodded and soon took off flying. 18 smiled at Krillin. Give it your best shot, Krillin, I'll be rooting for you. With that said, 18 took off flying and followed Milim and Kunu, who were getting a bit away from the fighters. Krillin happily smiled as he watched his wife fly off. Harry smiled. She's such a good wife, you lucked out, Krillin. Krillin nodded. I know. Goku began to hop up and down while moving his arms and neck to warm up. Krillin then began to stretch as well as Harry watched them with a smile on his face. As Krillin stretched he spoke to Goku. Hey Goku? What are the chances of us beating Harry? Goku cracked his neck and then stood still. Honestly not good, he's far more powerful than me now but we might be able to push him back if we fight him together. Krillin raised an eyebrow but grinned at Goku. Oh? You want us to fight him together? That's a surprise, you usually want to fight by yourself. Goku chuckled. Yeah, but Harry is no normal fighter, I'm actually feeling very anxious right now, even though I do want to fight him by myself, I know I'm not a match to him right now. Krillin nodded. I see, so we tag team him then. Goku nodded. That's the plan. Krillin smiled. How powerful do you think he is now? Goku excitedly grinned. He made both Beerus and Whis get very nervous. Krillin laughed. Wow. We're really going to have to go all out. Harry smiled as he watched his friends get into their turtle martial arts stance. Feeling nostalgic he decided to also take the same fighting style stance and got ready. The three students of the Turtle Hermit Master Roshi got ready for a good old fight and all three couldn't help but feel excited about it while grinning from ear to ear. A fair distance away Kunu, Milim, 18, and Marone watched as the guys got ready. Marone was already cheering for both Harry and her daddy while 18 crossed her arms and gave the fight all of her attention. She knew this fight was going to be big and that it's important to Krillin. Meanwhile, Kunu and Milim were very excited to see how the fight goes. During their years with Harry, they had heard him speak about both Goku and Krillin. They both knew they were both powerful individuals. In fact, Harry has told them that Krillin was probably the strongest human so far and that Goku was on a whole different level than the rest. So they didn't want to miss anything that was about to happen next. Kunu even discreetly began to record with a few monitoring spells, so she can show the fight to everyone at home. Goku, Harry, and Krillin stared at each other as the wind blew everywhere, then as if some sort of unheard signal went off, the three fighters moved and blurred from sight. To most normal people, the most they would be able to see was blurs moving really fast all over the ground. Suddenly there was a loud boom and the fighters appeared on the planes they were fighting. Harry had caught an elbow from Goku with his hand, while also blocking a kick from Krillin with his knee. Harry grinned, which alerted both Goku and Krillin of the incoming counter, but Harry moved too fast for them. The Dragon God tightened his hold on Goku's elbow and twisted in mid-air. He threw Goku to the ground while also using his momentum to lash out a spin kick toward Krillin. Goku was slammed into the ground, causing him to let out a grunt, while Krillin blocked the kick with his arms. However, he was pushed back while Harry stomped on Goku's stomach before he could recover. The Dragon God then rushed towards Krillin, who was able to finally stop himself and react to dodge the punch Harry sent his way, but before he could even contemplate how to counterattack, Harry began to barrage him with punch combos. Krillin was forced to backpedal while blocking and dodging Harry's punches. Krillin growled as he began to have a hard time dealing with Harry's barrage. Suddenly Harry's eyes widened and he quickly ducked to avoid a kick from Goku, who blurred right beside him. He was able to dodge the kick, but Krillin took advantage of the opening and hit Harry in the chin with a rising knee. Harry's upper body and head whipped back from the force behind Krillin's raising knee. Goku, who was still in midair, lashed out with an axe kick aimed at Harry's head. But Harry blurred out of there and appeared right behind Krillin and elbowed him in the back of the head, sending him flying forward. Goku narrowed his eyes and blurred away and appeared below Harry and lashed out with a kick. Harry grinned and whirled in midair, avoiding the kick. He then lashed out with a backhand, but Goku slammed his hand on the ground and pushed himself away. Both fighters then landed on the ground and immediately blurred as they rushed toward each other. They both stopped as they punched each other in the face. Both recovered quickly and lashed out with kicks and punches, trying to bring each other down. Krillin appeared behind Harry and began to help Goku with a barrage of attacks of his own. This forced Harry to move backward while dodging in high speed both Goku and Krillin's attacks, but then Goku was able to hit him with a kick to the abdomen. Harry grunted a bit from the kick and was then punched in the face by Krillin. His head whipped to the side from the punch and both Krillin and Goku suddenly yelled and lashed out with a barrage of attacks, attacking Harry's body non-stop. The Dragon God growled and then roared, unleashing a ki blast all around his body. This sent Goku and Krillin flying back. Harry wasted no time and rushed forwards toward both fighters. Goku and Krillin stopped themselves in midair, but Harry blurred in front of Krillin and punched him in the chest, causing him to gasp in pain. Harry then elbowed him in the face, sending him crashing against the ground. Goku rushed forward and punched towards Harry, but the dragon reacted right away and caught the punch with his hand. He then pulled on Goku's hand, surprising the Earth-raised Scion, who didn't expect Harry to do that. The Dragon God grinned and then head-butted Goku on the nose, which forced him to close his eyes in pain. Harry let go of Goku's hand and then did a leg sweep, which sent Goku to the ground with a grunt. Harry raised his leg and was about to axe kick Goku in the chest. But he was then blasted on the back by a ki blast. which pushed Harry forward yelling in pain, bloody hell. That one actually hurt a bit and took the dragon god by surprise. Krillin was even surprised he was able to damage Harry. Goku took advantage of this and pushed himself off the ground towards Harry, who was still off-balanced by Krillin's attack, and lashed out with a high kick. The kick hit Harry in the ribs and sent him flying. Goku turned towards Krillin. "What did you do? That looked like it hurt Harry a bit." Krillin shrugged. "I don't know, that was just a regular ki blast. He must have lowered his defenses." Harry reappeared in front of both Krillin and Goku. "Sigh, you wonkers, that actually stung." Both Goku and Krillin smiled as they heard Harry speak in that weird accent of his. "That only happens when he's flustered or really pissed." Goku grinned. "We didn't expect it to hurt though." Harry sighed and shrugged. "I lowered my defenses and resistances. I wanted to have some fun like old times, and me not taking damage would have ruined that. It has been a while since I had fun in a fight after all." Goku grinned while Krillin laughed and shook his head. "Well, we're not going to complain about being able to hurt you." Harry smirked. "Then bring it." Both Krillin and Goku suddenly yelled as they powered up. A white aura exploded from their body and engulfed it as they got ready to take it up a notch. 18 raised an eyebrow when she saw Harry actually grunt in pain at Krillin's surprised ki blast. "That's odd. Harry was very resistant to attacks the last time I saw him fight. Only the strongest fighters were able to hurt him with ki attacks." Milim, who was excitedly cheering with Marone, stopped and decided to explain Harry must have lowered his resistances and defenses to make things more fair and fun. Otherwise Goku and Krillin wouldn't have been able to hurt him. Kunu hummed. He also stopped his healing factor and his dragon scales. "He's still really tough, but he will be able to take damage now." 18 frowned. "He can do that? I don't think he had that much control over his abilities the last time he was in this world. He must have trained and improved himself non-stop since he left." Milim grinned. "He has never stopped training. Even when he got back to his world he continued training. He's an inspiration to everyone in Neo Kyoto. And an example to follow." Suddenly a voice spoke behind them. "I'm not surprised he improved so much. Harry has always been a really hard worker when it comes to training." The girls, except for Marone, who was intently watching Goku and Krillin powering up, turned around and saw Whis standing behind them and smiling. Both Milim and Kunu were really surprised he was there since they couldn't sense him arriving. 18 grinned at Whis. "Oh? What brings you here, Mr. Whis?" Whis chuckled. "I sensed something fun happening here and I got curious about it. To think I would see Harry, Goku, and Krillin fighting." 18 laughed. "You know how it is, boys will be boys." Whis smiled while Kunu and Milim nodded in agreement. All three girls knew that this was just the guys having some fun and catching up with each other. Krillin and Goku finished powering up and then shot forward toward Harry while still being engulfed with their white ki. Goku reached Harry first and tried to kick Harry in the head. But Harry quickly ducked and avoided Goku's attack, but Krillin reached him and rushed forward, forcing Harry to fly backwards while blocking Krillin's attacks. Goku took off flying at high speed toward Harry and caught up to him in a matter of seconds and joined Krillin in attacking Harry. The dragon god growled since not only their speed increased, but so did their strength. But he was about to keep up with them still. In a sudden movement Harry grabbed hold of Krillin and put him right in front of Goku's punch, which ended up hitting him and sending him crashing against the ground. Goku was really surprised at the sudden maneuver from Harry Krillin, but Harry kneed him in the stomach, causing Goku to bend over his knee while gasping in both pain. Harry immediately moved and appeared behind Goku and caught him with a bear hug. Goku grunted and began to thrash around, already knowing what Harry was wanting to do. "No." But Harry immediately exploded in green and black ki and took off flying towards the sky while Goku tried to get away from him. Suddenly Harry slowed down high into the air only to then begin to drop at a really high speed. Goku roared and began to try and pry Harry's arms off of him, but the dragon god held on tight as he began spinning around while Goku grimaced. To everyone else watching the fight, all they saw was a green and black energy-like drill coming down from the sky at high speed toward the ground. Harry then roared "Omote Renge!" Goku screamed, unable to stop Harry's technique, while Krillin exploded from the ground where he had landed and looked on as Goku was slammed against the ground. The ki around Harry detonated as soon as it touched the ground, letting off a big explosion. Krillin covered his face with his arm. Meanwhile, Harry shot off the explosion and headed towards Krillin. Krillin's eyes widened as he watched Harry reach him and barely had time to block Harry's punch with his arm. The punch, however, pushed him back and Harry followed right after Krillin, who frowned and then began to fire a multitude of ki blasts toward Harry in an attempt to slow him down. But Harry slapped them away as he continued rushing forward. Krillin took off flying backward while still firing ki blast at Harry. The dragon god eventually caught up to Krillin and lashed out with a punch. Krillin watched the punch rush toward him, but then he grinned toward Harry and suddenly yelled "Kaioken!" X4. Harry's eyes widen in shock. "What?" Krillin suddenly and unexpectedly moved so fast that Harry couldn't react in time. When Krillin lashed out a punch and hit him in the face, Harry grunted in pain and was sent flying and crashing against the ground. Krillin cupped his hand together and gathered his ki as the red aura around him flared. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Krillin swung his hands forwards and shot a massive beam of blue ki towards Harry. The dragon god sat up from where he landed on the ground and looked up. Ah, crap baskets. Harry was then hit by the Kamehameha wave and a massive explosion went off on contact. It was so big that it could be seen in a distance away and felt as well by many of Earth's heroes. Goku blasted off the ground from where Harry had slammed him. He looked a bit bruised and hurt, but okay nonetheless. I really hate that technique, it really hurts. Goku then suddenly noticed the massive explosion and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked up and saw Krillin engulfed in the all-familiar red aura of the Kaioken. Goku grinned, so he finally perfected it. Goku then took off flying towards Krillin. The explosion subsided and Krillin let up his Kaioken technique and took a big breath. He was a bit sore but he had a smile on his face. Goku arrived by his side and whistled, "Boy, that looked awesome." "How are you feeling, Krillin?" Krillin sighed but nodded, "I'm still fine, but that sure hurt quite a bit. Still, I'm glad I was able to master the Kaioken to this extent." Goku nodded. He knew the limit was X2, and going beyond that could cause some serious damage to the body, so he knew that Krillin had to have trained extensively to reach that level. He was quite proud of his friend. Both he and Krillin looked down. Goku frowned. "You took him by surprise, right?" Krillin nodded and grinned. "Yup, you should have seen his face. He never expected that, not from me at the very least." Goku chuckled. Suddenly Harry exploded out from the massive explosion that engulfed him when Krillin's Kamehameha wave hit him. He then stopped right in front of both Krillin and Goku. Both of them could see that he took some damage but was still raring to go. Harry grinned at Krillin. "Well, bugger me, that completely took me by surprise, Krillin. Good job." Krillin chuckled and then shrugged. "It still didn't do much though, but I am happy I was able to catch you off guard." Harry nodded and then rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand and then showed it to Krillin, who was able to see a small amount of blood on it. Harry smiled at Krillin. "You're the first person since I've become a dragon god to make me bleed, regardless of whether I lowered my defenses and resistances. That's an accomplishment on its own, Krillin. Be proud." Krillin brightly smiled, happy that Harry acknowledged his accomplishment. Goku grinned at his friend, happy for him. Meanwhile Harry nodded and then took on a serious look. "But it seems like we're about to have some company. It seems like more fighters want to join in the fun." Goku smirked since he already had sensed some very familiar energy signatures approaching their location. Krillin just smiled and shrugged. He already suspected that some of their friends would eventually join in. Harry, however, was excited. He had no doubt in his mind that soon he'll have a very excited fight on his hands. Sometime before Krillin's surprise attack, Piccolo was meditating on top of a rocky mountain when he suddenly felt Krillin's ki skyrocket. He immediately focused all of his senses on his location. "Humph, looks like those three are having some fun." Piccolo opened his eyes and stood up. He then looked towards where he felt Krillin's ki and grinned. "Well, I could use a bit of a warm-up. This might actually be fun as well." The Namekian's body was suddenly engulfed in white ki and he took off flying at high speed. He might try to hide it, but he was really excited about joining in on the fun. Vegeta was curiously watching Bulma try out some of her magic. She had watched Harry cast some spells a lot of times, so she decided to try them out. She suddenly fired a massive fireball which Vegeta caught and dissipated right away. Bulma gaped a bit but then widely smiled. "Okay, that was kind of cool. Sorry about that, Vegeta." Vegeta just smirked at his wife, letting her know that it was okay. Bulma smiled and was about to try another spell when she suddenly felt something off. "Hey? What was that?" Vegeta walked up to Bulma. "That was the midget and Kakarot having some fun. The thing that annoys me is the fact that they didn't invite me, bastards." Bulma giggled while watching her husband pout and rant about being left out of a good time. Bulma then smiled and nodded. "Then let's go and see what they're doing. You can even join in. I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you did." Vegeta smirked and then nodded to Bulma, who nodded back and began to walk back to the house. "Give me a minute, I have to go grab Bra and then we can head over there." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "You're taking her with us?" Bulma just grinned. "Of course. I'm sure the guys wouldn't let her get hurt, plus I'm sure Bra would love to see Harry again." Bulma then left to go get Bra while Vegeta looked down. "I'm not sure I like the fact that my daughter seems to be getting attached to that lizard." A minute later Bulma returned with Bra in her arms. She then handed her to Vegeta for a few seconds and threw a capsule a fair distance away from them. A big cloud of smoke suddenly exploded out from the capsule and a big airplane appeared. Bulma then took Bra back and went inside the plane. Vegeta began to fly up and after making sure Bra would be safe, Bulma also took off into the sky. Together they took off flying at high speed towards where they felt Krillin's ki. Gohan was working on something on his laptop while Videl was taking care of Pan, and both of them suddenly felt something a fair distance away from their location. Gohan smiled as he focused his sense and recognized his dad and Krillin's energy. Videl suddenly walked into his office with Pan in her arms. Gohan, did you feel that? Gohan nodded. It seems Dad and Krillin are having some fun, and if I know them well, which I do, then Uncle Harry is with them as well. Gohan excitedly smiled. Videl noticed Gohan's excitement and smiled at her husband. Are you going to join in? Gohan turned his head towards Videl and seemed to be pondering whether to go or not, but he then smiled and nodded. Yet. I think I want to give it a shot. Otherwise Mr. Piccolo won't let me hear the end of it. Gohan then got up from his desk and closed his laptop. He then walked up to Videl. I'm going to go change real quick and then I'll leave. Videl nodded and watched Gohan run upstairs and into their room. Videl giggled and then turned her head towards Pan. Daddy looks very excited. I think this is the first time he'll fight without having to worry about the world. I think Daddy just wants to play, don't you think so, Pan? Pan giggled and clapped her hands in excitement. She didn't really know what her mom was talking about, but she seemed happy and excited, and that was enough to make Pan very happy as well. Chapter 127. Harry turned his head towards his left and saw a big bright light coming in their direction. Krillin noticed it and couldn't help but grin. That's Piccolo. It seems like he was closer to us than we thought. Goku turned his head to the other side and grinned. Looks like Vegeta is also coming this way, along with Bulma and Bra. Harry nodded and then turned his head back to both Krillin and Goku, and it seems like Gohan just took off in this direction too. Videl and Pan are right behind him, looks like they want to play. Piccolo arrived and stopped right in front of everyone. He crossed his arms and grinned at Harry, who just smiled and shrugged. Piccolo just nodded. It seems like you're having a party, mind if I join? I've been wanting to fight you for quite a while, Harry. Harry just chuckled. I don't mind, the more the merrier, and it certainly has been a while since we had a fight. I think the last time was when we were training to fight Cell. Piccolo nodded and began to take off his heavy hat and cape. He immediately threw them to the side where they cracked the ground. Yet, about that long. Piccolo cracked his neck and smirked at Harry, who just nodded. Suddenly Vegeta arrived and landed close by. He immediately walked up to the group. What's this? Having a fight and you didn't invite me? I should be insulted. Everyone grinned at Vegeta, while Harry just laughed and shrugged. Didn't think you would be interested, you're not a team player after all. Vegeta scoffed. That is true, but I'm also not stupid, Lizard. I'm very well aware that you're not someone I can take on my own, yet. Harry just shook his head. I see, so when it comes to me, you're willing to play nice? I don't know if I should feel proud or worried. Vegeta just smirked and crosses his arms. Are we waiting for the boy as well? Goku smiled and nodded. Yet. Gohan feels like he's excited to fight, and that doesn't happen often, so I think we should wait for him. Piccolo sighed. That boy should focus more on training than all that book reading he does. I don't want him getting soft on us. Vegeta nodded, since he himself didn't like that a scion acted as Gohan does. Goku just sheepishly laughed. He was happy that his son was doing something he likes, but he did wish he would train more often. Krillin just shrugged. He's not a fighter like us guys, at least he still trains just in case something happens. Harry nodded. We kind of forced this on him when he was just a child, so let him do what he wants. He more than earned that right, and besides, we know we can always count on him when we need him, and that's enough. Everyone nodded, even Vegeta, as they agreed with him. Gohan then arrived a few minutes later and landed by everyone wearing his purple GI, showing that he was a student of Piccolo. The name Kian grinned as he saw his student proudly wearing the colors and uniform of his school of martial arts. Gohan raised a hand in greeting. Hey everyone! I'm not too late, right? Everyone except Vegeta of course greeted the half-scion. Harry grinned and nodded. You're just in time, though I am surprised you want to come out and play. Gohan grinned and nodded. It's been a while since we had a good old fight, Uncle Harry, and I've been wanting to fight you for a while now. Harry nodded and then noticed two airplanes landing by where Kunu, Milim, Maron, and 18 were standing. He then narrowed his eyes as he saw Whis standing by them. Hey? When did Master Whis get here? Both Vegeta and Goku turned their heads toward where Harry was looking, and they both saw Whis happily talking with the girls while Videl and Bulma stepped out of the airplane to join them in watching. Kunu turned her head towards the side as two airplanes of sorts landed close by. She smiled when she saw both Bulma and Videl walking out of the airplanes while carrying their babies with them. Both Bulma and Videl walked up to the group and greeted everyone with a smile. Pan and Bra immediately began to reach for both Milim and Kunu as soon as they saw them. Both girls began to play with the babies while their mothers smiled at the girls. Bulma then turned her head towards 18. Hey 18, it's been a while, hey. 18 nodded and smiled at Bulma. That's true, I take it that you and Vegeta came to join in the fun, right? Bulma giggled and nodded. You know how that man is, he smells a fight and he immediately wants to join in. 18 then turned towards Videl. And you Videl? It's a surprise to see you and Gohan here. Videl let Kunu lift Pan off her arms with one of her tails to play with her and smiled towards 18. Well, Gohan got very excited out of nowhere and wanted to come here. He hardly ever wants to do things like this, so why not let him have some fun? 18 nodded. Marone then ran up to Kunu, who now had both Pan and Bra on her tails, and playing with both. Milim giggled and then clapped her hands to extend the barrier to cover not only everyone but the airplanes as well. They all came to see the show after all, so might as well make sure no one gets hurt, that way the boys can play all they want. Harry sighed. Whis must have gotten curious about the fight, though. I wonder where Beerus is right now. Harry hummed as he pondered about where the god of destruction could be. Vegeta shook his head. He might be sleeping again. You know how lazy Lord Beerus can be. Goku sheepishly laughed while Piccolo closed his eyes and Gohan smiled. Krillin then spoke up. All right, now that everyone is here, how are we going to do this? Harry raised a hand. Wait, what about Yamcha and Tenshinhan? Where are they? Krillin turned his head towards Harry to answer his question. Yamcha is in the middle of a baseball season, so he's not going to be able to go anywhere soon, and Tenshinhan is in the middle of a serious meditation training with his students, so I don't think he can join in. Harry nodded. That's a shame. I wanted to visit them, but if they're busy I'll just postpone that for some other time. I wouldn't want to distract them from what they're doing. Everyone again except Vegeta, who didn't care much about the two aforementioned friends, nodded, and Piccolo crossed his arms. Going one by one is going to take all day. Harry raised an eyebrow. Goku grinned and then spoke. We can do what Krillin and I were doing before you guys arrived. Gohan tilted his head. And what exactly were you doing, Dad? Krillin grinned. We were both fighting Harry at the same time. I barely was able to hurt him now that he lowered his defenses and resistances. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Giving them a chance, Harry. Harry shrugged. It wouldn't be much of a fight if I don't take any damage or instantly heal any injuries. You remember how annoying Cell and Bu were, right? Vegeta scoffed but nodded. Enemies who could tank everything and heal from anything were always annoying to fight, so we're all fighting the lizard. Seems fair. Harry rolled his eyes. How is that any fair? Everyone grinned at Harry and answered at the same time. Because it's you who were fighting. Harry just deadpanned at everyone, while the 5 fighters got ready to fight him. Harry chuckled and then nodded. All right then, let's have some fun, but I hope you guys don't mind me getting a bit serious here. Harry summoned both Oblivion and Oathkeeper into his hands. Both keyblades appeared in flashes of darkness and light, and all the fighters immediately jumped away for Harry, knowing how dangerous he is when he uses them in battle. Vegeta and Piccolo even began to sweat since both had been caught on the wrong side of those weapons and they did not enjoy it. Goku was excited, as was Gohan, though Krillin was mighty nervous. Whis chuckled when he saw Harry summon his keyblades. He hadn't been able to really give them a closer look since he's only used them when he fought Beerus. During the Tournament of Power, he couldn't use them because they didn't allow weapons, but Whis always thought that Harry would have probably won the whole thing if he had used them. After all, Harry is more of a swordsman than a martial arts practitioner. Marone cheered as she saw her uncle Harry summon his pretty swords, while 18 sighed. Ah, looks like Harry is getting a bit serious. I feel bad for the guys now. Bulma nodded. Well, I can't blame him. Vegeta and the others looked ready to jump him. It is funny seeing Vegeta so nervous though. Videl tilted her head. I've always wondered what those things are. I've only seen Harry use those once, and if I remember correctly I also heard he used them against Bu, but I never bothered to ask what they are. Kunu, who was carrying Pan and Bra within her tails while both little scions laughed and had fun in there, turned her head towards Videl. Those weapons are called keyblades. They're weapons forged out of the heart and can be only wielded by their chosen wielder. Videl turned her head towards Kunu as she continued to explain. The keyblades are extremely powerful magical weapons and can cause damage to anything, plus they also boost their wielder's stats and can grant passive abilities as well. Videl's eyes widened in surprise. Amazing. I never knew such weapons existed. Whis hummed. I don't think they're from this world, right Miss Kunu? Kunu nodded. That's right, they're actually from another world entirely, and there are only 3 keyblade wielders in our world. Now that caught Whis' attention. Oh? So there's more of these weapons. Kunu nodded and summoned her own keyblade to show everyone. Me and another one of Harry's girlfriends named Luna, were both his students and wielder of keyblades. I'm a master of light while Luna is the master of darkness. Everyone was surprised and quite awed at the information Kunu just gave them about the keyblades. Most of them had seen the very powerful magical weapons, but until now no one had bothered asking about them. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and glared at Harry. Damn. I've never wanted to see those things again. Piccolo nodded in agreement since he himself didn't want to see a keyblade again in his life. Krillin was very nervous. he and Goku knew exactly how powerful Harry really is when wielding his keyblades, but to him, things just got extra difficult. Goku and Gohan were excited about fighting Harry with his keyblades. They both had seen him fight with them before and they knew that Harry was more of a swordsman than anything else. That didn't mean he wasn't a strong martial artist. In fact, he is an amazing fighter, but he's a completely different person when he's using his keyblades. Piccolo sighed, well, might as well see how this goes. Piccolo's body exploded with white ki as he launched himself toward Harry at high speed. Harry grinned and got ready. Piccolo arrived in front of Harry and immediately barraged him with a multitude of punches and kicks, but Harry easily countered them with his keyblades. With the keyblade's longer range, it made it difficult for Piccolo to get close to Harry, especially because Harry would immediately launch a counterattack if he gets distracted for even a second. Harry suddenly parried a kick from Piccolo and was about to strike him on his back when he was suddenly forced to jump back to avoid an elbow to the face by Krillin. Piccolo quickly recovered and both of them began to attack Harry at high speed. They were even able to hit him a couple of times, but Harry didn't even slow down. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan and rushed forward to join in the fight. Harry saw them approaching and frowned, knowing that he needed to give himself some space before they got to him. He suddenly blocked a kick from Piccolo and Krillin each with his keyblades. He then suddenly spun at high speed and struck both fighters in the abdomen and sending them flying away from him. Just in time because Vegeta appeared above him and tried to hammer fist him on the head, but Harry was able to block it with Oblivion. Gohan appeared in front of him and tried to punch him in the gut. Harry raised his knee and blocked the blow but was unable to do anything when Goku blurred in front of him and dropped kick him away. Vegeta took advantage of Harry being sent away and took off after him at high speed. He caught up to him and kicked him toward the floor, but Harry twirled in midair and landed on his feet. Gohan and Piccolo appeared at his side and were ready to attack him. Harry grinned and slammed both keyblades into the ground. Twilight Impulse. Both Piccolo and Gohan slammed against a blast of light and darkness and were blasted away by Harry's magical blast. Krillin suddenly threw a Destructo Disc toward him. Harry swung Oathkeeper in the direction the key disc was coming from and unleashed a wave of light, but before it could hit the Destructo Disc it suddenly split into 5 other ones and headed straight to Harry. The Dragon God's eyes widened in surprise and immediately jumped to dodge them. He was forced to twirl in midair to avoid getting beheaded, but the key disc was still able to cut his cheek. But before he could anything, Piccolo and Vegeta appeared above him and pointed both of their open hands toward him. Both of them roared and fired a multitude of key blasts toward Harry. Harry immediately began to bat them all away with Oathkeeper and Oblivion as soon as he landed. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin then appeared a fair distance away from him while surrounding him. All 3 of them cupped their hands and then quickly fired a Kamehameha wave at Harry, who clicked his tongue and then suddenly yelled Reflect. Harry's magical barrier materialized around his body, blocking everyone's key techniques. The Z fighter all grunted in annoyance knowing what Harry's spell did, and immediately scrambled to dodge what came next. The barrier around Harry absorbed the key blasts and then bounced them back in a shower of white beams of light. The fighters immediately blurred in and out of the sight to dodge the beams of light. But there were so many and moving so fast that they couldn't avoid them all and ended up getting blasted by the beams of light multiple times. Piccolo and Vegeta, who were in the sky, were shot down and sent falling to the ground. As they crash-landed, Krillin, Gohan, and Goku were barraged by the beams of light. Harry suddenly blurred in front of Gohan with both his keyblades glowing with a golden light. The half-Saiyan couldn't even react as Harry suddenly began to hit him with a rapid barrage of swings. Gohan felt each strike hammer his body and could only grit his teeth in pain. Krillin suddenly appeared beside Harry and attacked him with a punch. Harry stopped his combo attack on Gohan and jumped back to avoid Krillin's punch. The Dragon God quickly jumped up and struck Krillin in the stomach with a rising knee. Krillin gasped in pain while Harry swung Oblivion into Krillin's side and sent him flying away. Both Goku and Vegeta rushed toward Harry and began to attack him with punches and kicks. Harry took off flying backward while dodging and blocking with his keyblades. Suddenly he sensed Piccolo's ki rays and he moved his gaze to see what he was doing, only to narrow his eyes as he watched Piccolo charge an enormous amount of ki into 2 of his fingers. Knowing what was coming, Harry immediately twirled around and dodged Vegeta and Goku's kicks while also throwing both keyblades toward Piccolo. Oblivion and Oathkeeper flew through the air like buzzsaws toward the Namekian while Harry kicked Goku away and then grabbed Vegeta in a chokehold. Piccolo's eyes widened as he saw the keyblades coming towards him, but both Gohan and Krillin appeared in front of him and slapped them away. Goku twirled in midair and instantly took off towards Harry. Vegeta growled and began to thrash around trying to get Harry off him, but he wasn't able to do it. Harry suddenly threw him towards Goku, who was getting close to him, and blasted him with a ki blast. Goku was caught off guard as Vegeta was sent towards him and couldn't react fast enough. resulting in Vegeta crashing against him and then both getting blasted by Harry's ki blast. Meanwhile, Piccolo finished charging his technique and pointed his 2 fingers towards Harry making Kosapo. A spiraling highly concentrated beam of ki flew towards Harry at an impressive speed. Harry summoned both Oblivion and Oathkeeper back into his hand and gathered his energy into the light keyblade, and then batted away Piccolo's ki technique with a roar. The beam flew to his side and crashed against the ground, drilling its way down. Harry then created a blue portal in front of him and pointed Oathkeeper at it. Toad. A blue portal appeared behind Piccolo, who didn't even notice and was hit by the magic spell. The name Kian suddenly found himself turned into a toad that actually deadpanned at Harry. Harry just chuckled and shrugged. He knew the spell was only temporary, so he wasn't too worried, but he was then forced to suddenly avoid a Kamehameha from Krillin. Suddenly Gohan powered up into his mystic form and launched himself toward Harry, who grunted at the increase in power from his adversary. Gohan suddenly succeeded in punching Harry in the stomach and then he kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Harry let go of his keyblades and they instantly flew towards Gohan and began to attack him. Harry then slammed his hand against the ground and pushed himself up, where he twirled a couple of times until he softly landed on his feet. He then took off flying towards Gohan, who was too busy dodging his keyblades. Gohan was then struck on the head by Oathkeeper and forced to his knees by Oblivion, who struck one of his shoulders. He suddenly noticed Harry coming towards him and crossed his arm, blocking a knee to the face just in time. But that left his back open for Oblivion and Oathkeeper to cross, slashing him. Gohan yelled in pain while Harry jumped over him and caught his keyblades from the air. He then landed behind him and pointed both keyblades at Gohan's back. Firaja. Gohan couldn't even scream as he was engulfed in a massive explosion of flames and sent flying forward. Suddenly both Goku and Vegeta roared as they decided to stop playing around and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Harry grinned as he watched his friends power up. Krillin smiled and shook his head. He quickly picked up Piccolo, who was still a toad, and took off flying towards where the girls and Whis were watching. Yeah, let's not get in the middle of that, Piccolo. Toad. Piccolo nodded and both fighters soon arrived with the girls and decided to watch the fight. They knew full well they couldn't continue fighting when those two stopped holding back. 18 smiled at her husband, who smiled back at her. 18 then walked up to him, while Krillin handed Toad Piccolo to Marone, who hugged him like a teddy bear while watching the fight. 18 inspected her husband to make sure he wasn't too hurt. Once she saw that he is pretty much okay, she nodded. Did you have fun? Krillin sheepishly laughed. Yet. It's always fun to fight Harry. He always has so many surprises to hit you with, though it is frustrating that I couldn't push him farther. 18 nodded and smiled at Krillin. You'll get there, I know you're strong. Krillin nodded and then looked at his fist with a grin on his face. Yet. I'll continue to train, the next time I'll make him fight more seriously. Everyone including Toad Piccolo smiled at Krillin. Even Whis was impressed with how much a human like him could put out. It seems that he's going to have to keep an even closer eye on Krillin. Harry watched as both Vegeta and Goku were in their Super Saiyan Blue form and decided to power up a bit and perhaps surprise them both a little, so Harry let go of his keyblades and let them float beside him. He then suddenly smiled and his body exploded in red ki. Both Vegeta and Goku's eyes widened in shock as they watched Harry transform into a Super Saiyan God. Harry's hair and eyes turned red as his body was engulfed in a red god ki that burned brightly. Vegeta then narrowed his eyes. How's it possible for you to have become a Super Saiyan God? Goku nodded, since that was a good question and he himself was very curious about the answer. Harry smirked at Vegeta and pointed a thumb over his chest. I've become a Saiyan too. Vegeta and Goku looked both shocked and confused, so Harry explained a bit. After I left this world, the Saiyan race was unlocked for me for having helped save the world so many times. This new race actually helped me get even stronger while I had to start over in the next worlds I visited. Goku grinned. That's amazing, Harry, and you even unlocked the Super Saiyan God form. Vegeta nodded. Yes, but I also guess there's a limit to the race, right? Otherwise you would have turned Super Saiyan or something the moment we did. Harry chuckled and nodded. That's right, all I got for the Saiyan race is the Zenkai boost ability, a massive ki boost, and an increase in fighting abilities. I didn't get a tail or anything else, and the only reason I was able to become a Super Saiyan God was because I became a Dragon God, which gave me access to godly ki. Goku seemed even more excited while Vegeta nodded. I see, still just the Zenkai boosts are a big boon, so now you're also a Saiyan. I don't know how to feel about that. Harry smirked at Vegeta. Don't expect me to bow down to you, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta grunted and then scoffed. As if you would ever bow down to anyone. You already had a Saiyan's pride even before you became one. Harry nodded and got into his fighting stance. Goku and Vegeta immediately got ready as well, and suddenly Gohan blurred beside Goku and grinned. I'm still not out yet. Both Vegeta and Goku nodded. Gohan then immediately took his fighting stance and his body exploded with white ki. Harry stared at his opponents while they did so as well. Whis raised an eyebrow. Did Harry just transform into a Super Saiyan God? Everyone had noticed that and were very curious about it. Kunu decided to explain. Harry told us he unlocked that race once he left this world. He gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God once he became a Dragon God, though it did take him a while to get used to the form. Whis thought about it for a few seconds. I see. Because Harry didn't seem to able to transform into any other Super Saiyan form, his body and he himself weren't used to taking on such an advanced form. Kunu nodded. That's right. Harry can't transform into a Super Saiyan, he doesn't even have a tail. The only things he gets from that race are a few useful boosts and perks. I believe he once said that his dragonic blood is too strong and it overpowered his Saiyan heritage. Everyone seemed very impressed, while Whis nodded still. It's amazing that he was able to unlock that form and train to get used to it. Godly ki is denser and heavier than regular ki. I can only imagine just how much effort he must have put into training that form. Harry with his ki blades floating beside him suddenly disappeared in a red flash and reappeared right in front of Goku. Oblivion then attacked Vegeta while Oathkeeper attacked Gohan. Both of them were pushed back by the Keyblades while Harry attacked Goku, who backpedaled and tried to counterattack. However, Goku immediately understood one thing. Harry in his Super Saiyan God form was far more powerful than him in his Super Saiyan Blue form, and that not only shocked him but also excited him as well. With every blow he would block from Harry, Goku would feel pain and would strain to keep his guard up, but that wasn't just it. Harry was also fast, very fast, and Goku found himself hard-pressed in dodging his attacks. Goku quickly gazed at both Vegeta and Gohan and frowned as he watched both of them struggle against Harry's Keyblades. This was new since Harry was unable to make his Keyblades attack independently when he was in this world. This means that this is a skill he picked up somewhere after his time in this world. It made Goku feel a bit jealous of his friend but also very happy to see he had become stronger as well. Suddenly Goku was punched in the face and then spin-kicked in the chest. He flew through the air but stopped himself in mid-air. Harry then yelled as he gathered ki into both of his hands and began to chant Ka, me, ha, me, ha. Harry spread his hands to his side and fired two massive beams of blue ki from each hand. Goku widened his eyes in surprise and shock. A Kamehameha wave from each hand. Vegeta noticed the massive blue beam of ki coming his way and barely dodged it. Gohan however wasn't so lucky and was hit head-on and dragged back until the ki blast detonated into a massive explosion. The ground shook and the air blast spread around the area, breaking stones and trees. Vegeta and Goku covered themselves with their arms to protect themselves. Luckily for everyone watching the fight, they had a barrier protecting them, otherwise they would have been sent flying. Piccolo suddenly turned back to normal and he gave Maron a head pat as thanks for holding him up while he was a toad. Though he seemed worried about Gohan, however, the half-Saiyan suddenly appeared in front of them unconscious but alive. Kunu immediately pointed her Keyblade towards him and cast a spell Kuraga. Gohan's wounds were immediately healed and he quickly got up with a gasp. Whoa! I thought I was dead. He then looked around and saw that he was with the girls and Whis. He sighed and shook his head. Damn it, that was quick. Piccolo bent on one knee and grabbed Gohan's shoulder. It's alright kid, we knew we wouldn't have won, but let's take this as a learning experience. Next time we'll give him a run for his money. Gohan grinned and nodded. Right. I'll just have to train and unlock a new form no one has seen before. Piccolo nodded and gave him a smile. Videl smiled at her husband and decided to support him in whatever he chose to do. Little Pan just clapped at her dad, happy to see him enthusiastic. Vegeta took off flying and instantly arrived beside Goku. What's your opinion on Harry's power level, Kakarot? Goku narrowed his eyes as he saw Harry call back both Oblivion and Oathkeeper to his sides. He's strong, stronger than us in our Super Saiyan Blue form, and he's only using Super Saiyan God too. Vegeta nodded. He has perfect ki control too. He was already very good at it, but did you see what he just did? Goku nodded and sighed. Yeah, he did a Kamehameha wave in each hand and fired them at the same time. That was amazing and I have no doubt I wouldn't be able to do the same, not as easy as him anyways. Vegeta sighed and then nodded. Well, it's official, he's worse than Broly. Looks like all we can do at our current power level is to rush him and try to do as much damage as we can. Goku gazed towards Vegeta. Watch out for his Keyblades, they attack independently with no input on his part, plus they seem to be some sort of autonomous defense mechanism. Goku then grinned. I know we're going to lose, but I can help but feel excited. Vegeta scoffed but grinned. Yet, fighting Harry brings a lot of memories, bad and good ones. But fighting him also makes me want to hurt him. Make the Dragon God bleed. For some reason, I wasn't excited whenever we fought Beerus or Jiren, but with Harry is different. Goku nodded and began to scream at the top of his lungs as he powered up. Meanwhile Vegeta did so as well. and their auras lit up and grew high into the sky. Harry looked on and then smiled. I see, they're going all out, then show me what you guys can do. Vegeta and Goku suddenly rushed forward toward Harry and reached him in a blink of an eye. Harry narrowed his eyes and got ready to act as soon as the scions reached him. All three fighters began to exchange blows. Goku and Vegeta attacked with fearsome determination, trying to bring Harry at least a little bit down, but the Dragon God was easily fighting them off. Even when they would get close to scoring a hit, either Oblivion or Oathkeeper would block their attacks or fire off a spell that would force them to dodge. Harry himself would block attacks and counterattack just as fiercely, striking the bodies of Goku and Vegeta. Blood flew everywhere and wounds began to pile up. But both full-blooded scions weren't keen on giving up, after being defeated so easily, and just continued on trying harder and harder to strike Harry. Eventually, Goku punched Harry in the face, which made the Dragon God's head whip to the side. Goku quickly grabbed hold of Harry's arms and pulled him over to him, and kneed him in the abdomen while ignoring Oblivion striking him on the back multiple times in quick succession. Goku growled and didn't let go of Harry, which allowed Vegeta to kick him in the ribs and sent him flying and crashing into the ground. Oathkeeper then struck Vegeta on the top of the head. But the prideful Scion Prince ignored it despite dripping blood down his face. Both Scion roared and then cupped their hands, and Goku suddenly yelled Kamehameha. As Goku fired a massive beam of blue ki, Vegeta also fired one of his own while yelling Yuriko H. Both beams of ki flew and headed straight toward Harry, who stood up and glared at the beams of ki. This time he wasn't taken by surprise and he quickly raised a hand. Harry then fired a massive beam of green and black ki that crashed against the two ki beams from Vegeta and Goku. Both scions growled and gritted their teeth as they felt their techniques being pushed back. Harry stared at both Vegeta and Goku for a few seconds before smiling. They definitely have gotten stronger, but it seems that they have begun to plateau. It looks like the information I gathered about the scions and possible new transformation will come in handy. Harry suddenly raised his ki even more and his beam of ki suddenly rushed forward towards Vegeta and Goku, who widened their eyes in shock. Vegeta actually loudly growled, "No! Not again!" Both Vegeta and Goku were struck by Harry's ki beam and pushed upwards while the beam began to damage their bodies. Both scions screamed in pain as the beam of ki took them on a ride toward the sky. Harry powered down and then looked up. Who boy is Vegeta going to be pissed when he lands after that? Despite saying that, Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that he sent Vegeta to the sky with a beam attack again, just like Goku had done that time Vegeta was evil and came to Earth to kill them all. Chapter 128. Harry waited a few moments until he caught sight of both Vegeta and Goku falling down from the sky and then crashing against the ground a few seconds, cracking it on impact. Both scions gasped in pain as their bodies bounced up and down once and then stayed on the ground groaning in pain. Harry smiled and walked up to them. Vegeta opened his eyes and huffed in both pain and annoyance. Damn it all, he blasted me into the sky again, damn lizard. Goku laughed but then hissed in pain from his location on the ground not too far from Vegeta. Now I know how that feels. Did we reach space? Vegeta groaned. Almost. It's a good thing the ki beam detonated, otherwise we would have taken a trip through space. Harry reached their location and spoke, "Oh? You're alive. That's good, now I don't have to bring you back to life." Vegeta turned his head towards Harry and glared at him. "I think I want to be dead." "What was that, by the way?" "That ki beam hurt much more than everything else." Harry pointed one of his hands at both scions and cast a quick Kuraga, healing all of Goku's and Vegeta's wounds. "That was just a regular ki beam, what hurt you was the nature of my energy." Both scions sat up as they recovered. Harry waved a hand and fixed their clothes as well. Goku sighed but understood what Harry was talking about. "Oh, you mean that God Slayer and Dragon Slayer aspect of your energy, you mentioned before, right?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow while Harry nodded. "That's right, because the two of you have godly ki, then all my attacks do extra damage to you. Your Super Saiyan Blue forms worked against you this time." The scions got up. Goku then sighed and looked down as he thought about what Harry just told them. Meanwhile Vegeta huffed, "Great. Now we're going to have to come up with something to counterattack beings like you." Goku nodded. "Perhaps a new form, one not dependent on God Ki." Vegeta turned his head towards Goku and frowned. "Do you really think there's a form beyond Super Saiyan God?" Goku shrugged and then grinned. "Who knows, but when has that ever stopped us from becoming stronger and unlocking a new form?" Vegeta grinned at Goku. Despite not liking to agree with him, the Prince of all Scions knew that in cases like these Goku knew what to say and he couldn't agree more with him. Harry smiled. "Well, since you guys pushed me a little bit, I'll give you some help, or rather some clues as to unlocking a new power." Both Vegeta and Goku turned their heads towards Harry and grinned. They knew that whatever information Harry has, it would be very useful to both of them and they couldn't wait to hear it. Harry then nodded to them, but first let's go back to everyone, I'm sure they're all waiting for us. Goku and Vegeta nodded and then all three fighters took off flying toward where their families were waiting. Marone was cheering after seeing her uncle Harry win the fight. Her daddy might have lost but he put up a good fight and she was very proud of him, but besides that, she was amazed at how strong her uncle Harry is. Whis rubbed his chin while smiling. Amazing, he beat them quite quickly, to think he would become this strong, it's too bad that he wouldn't want to become a god of destruction, he would have made an excellent one. Kunu smiled. Harry would never accept that. He's not a fan of the gods of destruction, plus he would never leave us to take care of another universe. Milim giggled. Plus Harry is not one for reckless destruction, he's an inventor and creator first and foremost. Whis smiled and nodded, he himself knew that Harry wasn't very compatible for the job of a destroyer, but he can dream, right? 18 smiled as she saw the three Scion coming their way. Piccolo crossed his arms while smirking. Meanwhile both Krillin and Gohan were waving at them. Bulma and Videl looked up while both Baby Pan and Bra clapped their hands in excitement. Soon enough Goku, Vegeta, and Harry landed in front of them. Harry waved at everyone. Suddenly Marone launched herself at Harry and the Dragon God caught her and put her on his shoulders. Did you have fun, Marone? Marone smiled and nodded. Everyone was moving so fast and all I saw were blurs, but there were a lot of booms and pretty lights. It was really fun. Harry grinned. Vegeta walked up to his wife, and Bulma grinned at him, causing him to huff but then smile at her. Goku walked up to Gohan and Krillin with a goofy smile on his face. Harry walked up to everyone and waved a hand. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan's clothes fixed themselves. The three fighters smiled at him, thankful that he fixed their clothes. Piccolo then grunted, "Did you have to turn me into a toad?" Harry chuckled and shrugged, which made Marone wobble a bit. She giggled while Harry answered, "Piccolo, it's a good way to incapacitate someone, plus you stayed green. It's a win, win." Everyone shared a laugh and even Piccolo scoffed but chuckled too. Gohan then scratched his head, "But man, that was fast. I feel like I didn't do anything at all." Piccolo and Vegeta nodded, since to them they felt like the fight was too fast. Harry smiled, "I stopped holding back a bit after all of you came after me. Otherwise I would have gotten my scaly butt kicked around." Everyone smiled. Vegeta closed his eyes and nodded, "Well, at least we were able to push you to stop holding back too much, that's a win in my book." Harry nodded. "It is an accomplishment, not many beings out there in the multiverse can make me stop holding back even a little bit, but then again all 5 of you? Yeah, I'm not playing around, I know exactly how powerful each and every one of you are after all." Those words made all of the fighters feel proud. It is not often Harry gives compliments, but when he does you know it's an honest one. Suddenly both Pan and Bra began to make noise and reach for Harry. Harry smiled and made both babies float and fly towards him. Pan and Bra clapped as they began to fly around him. The moment they reached Harry, Videl and Bulma just smiled at the way Harry is always spoiling the girls. Harry then turned his head towards the fighters. "Now how about I help you guys a bit, so you can reach out a new level of power? Though, to some of you it will be more of giving you a few clues." The fighters looked interested and nodded to Harry. Then the Dragon God waved at Krillin to come over to him. Krillin did so and Harry then reached a hand to him and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Krillin suddenly felt a surge of power and something click within him. He then began to look over his body in surprise. "There, now I gave you the same gifts I gave to Bulma and Chi-Chi, so now you have magic among other things. You're ageless too by the way and have a healing factor, so it's going to be difficult to kill you, again." Krillin grinned and nodded to Harry. "This is cool. I can feel new power coursing through me." Harry gave Krillin a nod. "Train and master your new abilities, Krillin, plus try to mix both magic and ki. As you saw I was able to defeat Gohan with a good fireball mixed with ki." Krillin nodded and was already thinking about going to the lookout and spending a day in the hyperbolic time chamber to train his new abilities. Gohan frowned. "So that's what you did? That spell really hurt, plus it burned away all the oxygen in seconds, that's why I passed out." Harry grinned. It would be Gohan who would notice how the fireball knocked him out. "While we're at it, Videl, come over here, I will also give you the same." Videl jumped a bit but walked over to Harry. "Are you sure, Harry? I'm thankful, don't get me wrong, but are you sure you want to give me such a gift?" Harry smiled and gave Videl a head pat which made her blush. "Yeah, you're a fighter too, and sooner or later Gohan's slowed aging will get to you like it did Bulma and Chi-Chi, so it's best I make sure you have the means to stay around for a long time for both Gohan and Pan." Videl looked up and then nodded. Harry smiled and immediately did the same thing he did with Krillin. She immediately felt the surge in energy and something clicked, making her feel stronger than ever. She looks at her body while humming, "This is going to take some getting used to, and some training as well, but I do feel stronger." Harry smiled and then nodded. "Well, you have Gohan. You can use him as a punching bag for your magic training, I'm sure he can take it. Gohan looked betrayed. What? Come on Uncle Harry. That's totally uncalled for. Piccolo chuckled. You better begin to get good at dodging again Gohan. Gohan slumped in defeat while Videl giggled and then walked up to him to give him a hug. Don't worry Gohan, I'll be gentle. Gohan groaned but didn't say anything as he sulked. Meanwhile Harry laughed for a little but then turned his head towards Piccolo. Now as for you Piccolo, I recommend you have your full potential unlocked, either by the Dragon Balls here or the ones on Namek. I'm sure you'll awaken to new power then, especially because you fused back with Kami. Piccolo tilted his head since he was a bit lost but then Krillin grinned. Ah. You mean like the Grand Elder Guru on Namek did for me and Gohan? That's actually not a bad idea. Harry nodded while Piccolo hummed. I think Gohan told me about it before. I'll keep your advice in mind Harry, who knows it might come in handy later, but for now I want to see how strong I can get as I am. Harry nodded and smiled at his Namekian friend. Other than that, you should visit Namek and learn from them a bit, there are all kinds of interesting things they can do that you can learn from them. Piccolo nodded and seemed to like the idea since it held some merit. Harry then turned his head towards Gohan who was done sulking. I heard you say that you want to unlock a new form no one has seen before, right? Gohan nodded and closed his fist. Yes. I already have my mystic form but that's not anything close to what Super Saiyan God and Blue can do, so I decided to unlock something new, something different. Harry nodded and crossed his arms. He would have looked intense and fierce but he had Maron on his shoulders and both Pan and Bra floating around him, it made his image just seem silly to everyone. Harry then looked up towards Gohan's eyes. Then I think your rage is the key to unlocking new power Gohan. Gohan narrowed his eyes. Everyone was also intrigued by what Harry just said. The Dragon God then continued on. Ever since you were a baby, your power would skyrocket whenever you were upset. I think that's your Saiyan instincts pushing you forward. Seeing Broly gave me the idea that perhaps you both are the same when it comes to rage, or at least to a certain degree that is. Goku and Vegeta's eyes widen. Piccolo then sighed. But wouldn't that mean that Gohan would lose all reason? According to what you and Goku told me, Broly was no better than a wild beast. Harry nodded. But here's the difference, the factor that allows Gohan to harness that rage and turn it into power, he's half human, in fact, he's the first human and Saiyan hybrid born, so his potential could be limitless. I think if he were to harness that rage and use it to power up, he could unlock a new form unique to him. After all, he's a hybrid. Piccolo looked down and thought about it for a while. It was true that Gohan's power always went off the charts whenever he was angry, he did it against Raditz and him. Krillin nodded, he had seen Gohan pull off some very crazy stuff when he was angry. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked down as he reminisced about the time Gohan went up against Frieza in his second form and actually hurt him. Goku smiled, he had seen the same thing while he was training with Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber during the Cell games. At that time he saw something in Gohan, something feral, something beastly hiding behind his gentle eyes. Meanwhile, Harry walked up to Gohan and clapped his shoulder. Gohan, for this to work, you have to always keep in mind what you're fighting for, why you're putting your life on the line, then grab hold of that rage and make it explode. Gohan looked up at Harry and nodded. Despite not liking that his rage seems to be always the key to his power, he has come to accept it and understand that it's a part of himself ever since he was a kid, so he is going to give it a try and see what happens. Gohan then turned his head towards Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, you'll help me with this, right? Piccolo huffed but still smiled at Gohan. Sure kid, I'll give you a hand, besides helping you might help me get stronger as well. Gohan grinned and then turned his head towards Videl. His wife smiled at him and nodded. Pan and I will support you Gohan. Gohan smiled at his wife and then turned towards Harry. Thank you, Uncle Harry. I'll give it a try and see what happens. Harry smiled and nodded to Gohan. He was happy he was able to help his nephew in all but blood, and if he came to him for more help he would move planets just to give him a hand. Harry then turned his head towards both Goku and Vegeta. Now this is something I've been thinking about since I received the Saiyan race as a reward after leaving this world. You see, as soon as I obtained it, I got knowledge about the Saiyans as a whole. It wasn't a lot but it did make me curious. Vegeta, Goku, and even Gohan gave Harry their whole attention. It was after I went to another world before Evil Academy, where I obtained the ability to access the Akashic records, that I was able to look more into this, though I only know a bit about this. It seems like the Saiyan's tail and the reform are the keys to a new form. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? All Saiyans have tails and access to the reform. I'm sure if a new form was unlocked through those things, it would have been known to everyone on planet Vegeta a long time ago. Harry smiled. Ah. But you see, none of those Saiyans ever became a Super Saiyan. Goku was the first one in so many years, so I'm not surprised no one knows about this. Vegeta looked down. So being a Super Saiyan is part of the process. I see, then it makes sense that no one would have known about it. Harry nodded. Here's the hard part though, you have to be in control of your mind while being in the Zero form and then turn Super Saiyan while being a great ape. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta widened their eyes in shock while Harry went on. Now this form seems to be a condensed form of the Zero form and ups the Saiyan's potential to his and her utmost limit. The issue with that is that it tends to make the user a bit feral and primal, so I recommend you guys pick somewhere very far away to try this. Goku and Vegeta looked at each other. All of this was very interesting to them and had them excited about it. Harry smiled. I think Vegeta would have fewer problems with this since he already can keep his mind in Zero form, but you might want to help teach Goku how to do that. Otherwise, you might have a wild great ape on your hands. If you achieve the form, you should train and adapt with it on all the time, like what Goku and Gohan did before with the Super Saiyan form. Harry then shrugged. That's pretty much all I know about this new and mostly unknown form. I don't even know what it looks like and what else might be needed for it. You guys will have to experiment and try a few things to see if you can achieve it. Goku and Vegeta nodded and looked pumped to already try it. Whis hummed and rubbed his chin. Would this new form be more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue? Harry nodded. I think so. I even think you can combine God Ki with that new form, but it might be difficult because of the primal nature of the new form. But the difficulty never stopped Goku and Vegeta from accomplishing something. Whis chuckled and nodded. Too true. I supposed I can lend a hand in this training, but I believe you need a moon in order to take in the Zero form, right? Vegeta nodded. Typically, that would be the case, but I can create a power ball that can bathe us in Blood's waves. We can take on our Zero form with that, but what about our tail? It's hard, almost impossible for adults to regrow our tails once they have been cut off. Gohan raised an eyebrow. Ah. So that's why it never grew back after it was cut off the last time. I was wondering about that since Mr. Piccolo told me that it grew a few times after he cut it off the first time. Goku scratched his head. Oh? I was wondering about that too. I actually miss my tail. Vegeta scoffed and shook his head. As you should. A Saiyan's tail is their source of power, and even though we have grown beyond the need of having a tail, our bodies still remember when we had them. Losing our tails is like losing an arm or leg. Goku and Gohan nodded, while Bulma and Krillin looked down. Back then, when Goku was small, they would always worry about his tail and wanted to cut it off, but now hearing Vegeta explain a bit about them made them feel bad about thinking like that. Videl tilted her head. So Gohan had a tail? What kind of tail are we talking about? And now that I think about it, what's in Zero? Gohan's sweat dropped but nodded. Well, yes, I had a tail when I was kid, a brown monkey tail to be more specific, and as for the Zero, well, that's a bit hard to explain. Harry smiled and took out his Elder Wand. He then waved it towards a small stone and it transfigured into a small great ape. He then animated it. The little Zero beat on his chest and began to stomp around while destroying everything around it. It even fired a few ki beams from his mouth. Videl stared at the chibi Zero for a few seconds as it stomped around. That's kind of cute. Vegeta and Gohan's sweat dropped while Goku just chuckled. Bulma sighed. It's not as cute when it's the size of a skyscraper and destroying everything around. 18 raised an eyebrow. Scions are just too weird. Videl looked up as she tried to imagine a big Zero stomping around and beating his chest, but if she was honest, it sort of made her smile since she had the image of it acting like a monkey and scratching its butt. That made her giggle a bit, which just made everyone stare at her in confusion. Harry though found it funny and just grinned. Krillin then turned his head towards Gohan. Hey Gohan. Did Pan have a tail? Gohan shook his head. No, she wasn't born with one. I did wonder if she would, but no, I guess her Saiyan blood is too diluted for her to have a tail. Vegeta sighed. Not exactly, she might just grow one later on. It's true she's a quarter Saiyan, but a Saiyan's genes are strong. I advise you to keep an eye on her as she grows, since her tail might just grow in a moment of danger or stress. Goku hummed. Well, my tail did grow whenever I was in big danger when I was a kid, so yeah, it's a possibility. Gohan nodded and then turned his head to see his daughter floating around Harry and having fun. It doesn't hurt to be more vigilant. Gohan then turned his head towards Videl, only to sweat dropped when he saw her hugging the little Zero to her chest with a big smile on her face. The more surprising thing was that the Zero was very calm and content. Harry chuckled. Well, I did make it with Gohan in mind, so it probably got some of his memories of Videl being your wife. It's only natural that even being in a Zero form it would be calm in her arms. Gohan blushed at the implications of what Harry just said while Videl just grinned at him. Everyone else shared a laugh, finding the whole thing funny. Piccolo then spoke up. I think we can use the Dragon Balls to wish for your tails to grow back. Dende did power them up when Harry made sure they wouldn't be abused. Goku and Vegeta nodded in thanks to Piccolo's information. Goku then turned his head towards Vegeta. How does a Saiyan gain control of the Zero form? Whenever I would transform I couldn't remember much of what happened after I turned back to normal. Vegeta nodded. I'm not surprised, most scions get overwhelmed by the wild nature of the Zuru. To gain control over it, you need meditation and face the Zuru in you, then it's a matter of beating it until it obeys you. Goku nodded but then narrowed his eyes. It's not as easy as it sounds, right? Vegeta grinned. Of course not, it takes everything you have to beat your inner Zuru, it is you after all, just wilder and stronger to boot. Goku grinned and nodded. Wow, I'm getting excited just hearing about it. Vegeta just sighed and shrugged. Meanwhile, everyone smiled at Goku. Harry then spoke up. That's pretty much all I know, but I do think it will help you guys in the long run. Remember, Frieza is running around doing Dende knows what, so it best to be prepared, plus there's always someone extremely powerful showing up. Everyone nodded, knowing the truth behind Harry's words. Whis just silently nodded, knowing exactly how in the vast universe there were a number of powerful individuals. Meanwhile, Harry then smiled. Okay, with that done, let's all go home. I would have wanted to visit Yamcha and Tien, but Krillin just told me that they're busy, so it will have to be next time. Krillin nodded in confirmation. Harry then made Pan, Bra, and Marone float towards their mothers. Videl pouted a bit when he let go of the Chibizaru and he turned back into a rock but smiled as she hugged Pan. Harry grins. Now who wants a ride on a dragon? Everyone laughed and nodded to Harry, who then turned into his massive dragon god form, which surprised everyone since they hadn't seen this dragon form of Harry's. The girls stared at Harry's golden and silver scales in interest, while the guys just grinned at how powerful and cool he looked. Videl and Bulma quickly left to put away their airplanes back into their capsules while everyone else got on Harry's back. Soon enough Videl and Bulma joined the others on Harry's back and he took off flying with a big flap of his massive wings. Goku, who chose to sit in his head, chuckled. This dragon form is different than the one you had access to back when you were here. Harry smiled. That's because this is my dragon god form, it is the highest evolution for my kind, plus back then I only had my dragon lord form, which didn't give me much of a boost, though it did give me access to some dragon skills. Goku nodded. I take it that you can now use those skills even when you're in your human form now, right? Harry slightly nodded to make sure he didn't send Goku flying by accident. Yeah, when I became a dragon lord all the skills and abilities I gained throughout my adventures became available to me even in my dragon god form. Goku grinned. And I bet you can use all your skills in both your dragon god and human form too, right? Harry chuckled. You're right, I can even summon my Keyblades and have them fight alongside me when I'm in this form. I use them when I'm facing smaller enemies when I'm in my dragon god form. Goku nodded. That's useful. I remember that when you used to take on your dragon form you could only use dragon abilities, you couldn't even use magic. Harry laughed a little. I was still pretty tough to fight in that form, but it was a big issue to fight like that back then. Now I have more options. Goku laughed with Harry. Hey, you're going back to your world soon, right? Harry nodded carefully again. Yes, I just wanted to visit everyone and see how are you doing, plus I was feeling a little restless, but that fight we just had did wonders to that. Goku silently looked up for a few moments. You're coming back, right? Harry smiled. Of course I am. I've been thinking about building a portal to this world too, but that's going to take a while. I have quite a few things to think about and prepare on my end before I can even think about connecting this world to mine. Goku nodded. Yeah, I don't blame you for being careful, there's always something or someone causing big problems in this universe, plus I think the main reason you're hesitant is because of Zeno and the angels, right? Harry stayed silent for a few seconds. Yes. Zeno is nothing but a child with the power to destroy universes on a whim. He destroyed all other universes during the Tournament of Power, and it was only because 17 wished them back that all of that was resolved. But Goku smiled. Yeah, I know, it's scary to think that he would do all of that on a whim. It made me feel guilty about the entire thing since I was practically the one who pushed forward the tournament. Harry sighed. You were just being you, Goku, but you do have to be careful with that attitude of yours. I'm still not on par with Zeno, but I'm not that far behind either. Still, he's not someone I want anywhere close to where all my loved ones live. You must know what would happen if something happens to them. Goku stayed silent for a few seconds while staring up at the sky. You would do everything in your power to kill him, the gods of destruction, the angels, and probably everything he ever created. Harry slightly nodded. That's right. I would take you guys away from this world, but after that? I would simply kill everything and everyone he ever created or cares about. Goku sighed and nodded while patting Harry on his head. That caring and protective nature of yours is what makes you the greatest guy and the most dangerous as well, but I'm glad you're that way. Harry laughed. Well, it's who I am. I never want to lose anyone I care about, and I definitely do not want to be lonely again, but that's why I care about all my friends and family so much. It's just me being selfish, Goku. Goku grinned. Nothing wrong with being selfish, Harry. I've been plenty selfish myself as well. Harry lightly nodded. Too true, but in any case, I will find a good and safe way to connect this world with mine, that way all of you can visit whenever and hang out. I do have a lot of strong and powerful friends I want you to meet. Gaku smirked in excitement. That sounds like fun. I can't wait, and then we can go to that other world you mentioned. And have this bro field trip you mentioned as well. Harry laughed. It's going to be awesome. The guys getting into all kinds of trouble and adventures. I can't wait to go to Evil Academy with the guys. Gaku nodded, and after that, both he and Harry continued to speak about lighter stuff while the dragon god gave everyone a ride home. Harry left Piccolo by his house first, which surprised him a bit. Apparently, Dende helped build it in the Namekian style, which made it the perfect home for Piccolo. After saying goodbye and leaving Piccolo in his house, Harry then took Videl, Gohan, and Pan in theirs. Pan didn't want to leave until she got to hug Harry's big snout goodbye, something the dragon god was more than happy to let her do. After saying their goodbyes, Harry then took off flying and went to Krillin's house. Marone also wanted to hug Harry's big dragon snout goodbye, and Harry let her. Marone was thrilled and excited that her uncle was a big and pretty dragon, so she ran back home with a big smile on her face. Krillin and 18 smiled at their daughter and then said their goodbyes to Harry. Harry took off into the sky and towards Capsule Corp and Bulma's house. Once there, Bra was sleeping by then, but Harry still gently rubbed his snout on her cheek, which made her smile. Harry then said his goodbyes to Bulma and Vegeta. Harry then told Vegeta to be careful about trying to achieve the new form. Meanwhile, Kunu gave Bulma a Potter household smartphone and told her that with it she can call them whenever. Of course, Bulma was both very impressed and excited about the new piece of technology, though Kunu warned her to be careful with it since they only have a few to spare, and to make one they need some very rare and expensive materials from the natural dungeon. Harry did promise to send her the schematics for it over the phone sometime later so she can study it. You never know, she might just be able to upgrade it or even make it better. After that, Harry said his goodbyes and Whis left since he had to check on Beerus. He quickly disappeared. Harry then took off flying again. This time only Gaku, Kunu, and Milim were with him, and so he headed to MT Bowser. While flying, he had some conversations with Gaku about his upcoming plan to go training with Whis on Beerus's planet. Apparently, he wanted to take Broly with him and Vegeta as well in order for all three of them to get stronger together, plus he also wanted to teach Broly a few things as well, so it would be for the best for the three of them to train together. Harry agreed with the idea but told him to wait until he and Vegeta unlocked the new form and train with it a bit, that way they can also help Broly attempt to gain the form. Gaku agreed, thinking it was a good idea, and with that said, Harry eventually arrived at the Sun household. Chi-Chi had seen a big golden and silver dragon coming towards their house through the window of her kitchen and panicked a bit. But she then sensed it was Harry thanks to her new senses and abilities and calmed down, so she and Goten went outside to wait for them. Goten didn't wait though, and took off flying towards Harry and began to inspect the cool dragon all over the place. He then saw his dad sitting on the dragon's head and immediately flew to him. Gaku grinned and caught his second son and hugged him, laughing. Meanwhile, Harry landed in front of Chi-Chi, who was smiling at him. Harry then grinned, which made Chi-Chi raise an eyebrow at him, only to panic as Harry took out his tongue and licked her. Harry Potter. Ack. Harry chuckled as he stared at the drenched Chi-Chi, who was glaring at him, while both Gaku and Goten laughed. He knew he would get a frying pan to the head because of this, but in his mind, all he said was worth it. Chapter 129. After Chi-Chi scolded him and used her famous frying pan technique, the one even the strongest of scions are wary of, they all went to hang out a bit before going to sleep. With everything that happened that day, night came upon them rather quickly and everyone finally felt the fatigue of the day. Even Harry, who was not supposed to feel tired, was feeling a bit sleepy. They still talked about what happened and the battle the boys had against Harry. Chi-Chi just huffed and shook her head in amusement. She knew all too well that her boys were fighters. Even though she didn't like it, she understood that fighting is important to them, mainly because Harry showed her that you can be both a fighter and a successful, intelligent person. She always was thankful that Gohan was heavily influenced by him. Sure, she would have wanted her son to just be a scholar, but she was happy with the way he grew up nonetheless after a few hours of speaking and having some fun together. The time to finally go to sleep came, and everything quieted down as the Sun family plus guests went to sleep and rest for the rest of the night. The next morning, it was time for Harry and the girls to go back home, so they ate breakfast with the Sun family and then went outside to go back to their world. Gaku grinned at Harry as the dragon god got his system ready to make the jump. Harry then looked up and smiled at the Sun family. Well, it's time to go home, guys. Gaku nodded. I know, but make sure you visit soon. Chi-Chi nodded while Goten grinned and fist pump. Harry smiled and gave them a nod. I'll drop by for a visit sometime later, and I'll try to come up with a way for all of you to come to our world for a visit safely. The Sun family nodded and happily smiled at the fact that Harry was still thinking of ways to make it possible for them to come visit his world despite the concerns he has. Harry then waved at them along with Kunu and Milim. Well, see you guys later. And do tell everyone that we'll come back sometime later. The Suns waved back at Harry and the girls. Suddenly the air around them cracked like glass and then shattered. A few seconds later the world repaired itself, and Harry and the girls were now gone. Chi-Chi teared up a bit, and Gaku hugged her. It's okay, Chi-Chi, we'll see Harry soon enough, and besides he'll find a way for us to visit too. Chi-Chi nodded. I know, he's missed a lot, you know? He spent a very long time with us, and when he was gone the house felt empty. Now it feels the same way. Gaku nodded. Harry had been with him and Chi-Chi for a very long time. He was family now after all, so when he left his absence was felt deeply. Goten suddenly spoke up. Don't worry Mom. Uncle Harry will be back soon. Chi-Chi smiled at her second son and nodded. Gaku grinned and looked up at the sky. He knew it was only a matter of time before Harry too came up with a way for everyone to go to his world without risking his, and he couldn't wait for that to happen. A day after Harry, Milim, and Kunu came back from visiting the world, Milim began to call Dragon Ball. They all got back to their everyday stuff. Harry of course went back to lazing around for a bit. He knew that it was a matter of time before something came his way, so he wanted to take advantage of his free time while he can. This is how Yasaka and Amaterasu found him sleeping behind the big house surrounded by his demigod children, who were napping beside him or on top of his back. To their surprise, Hestia and Ria were also sleeping on top of his head. It made both Yasaka and Amaterasu giggle in amusement as they watched a big sleeping dragon surrounded by children and two goddesses. Harry heard their giggled and opened one eye. Yasaka noticed him do so and walked up to him. She then gently caressed his snout. Sorry to wake you, dear, but we have a situation here that we thought would be best for you to deal with, since we really don't know how to proceed with the situation. It out of the norm. Harry blinked and then began to gently teleport the children, Hestia and Ria, into their rooms and into their beds so they can continue sleeping. Harry then got up on all fours and shook his body for a little bit. After that he then turned back into his human form. Yasaka smiled and immediately hugged him when she noticed he still looked a bit sleepy. Sorry Harry, looks like you were deep asleep. Hey. Harry hugged Yasaka back and then nuzzled her neck. He then smiled. It's fine Yasaka, I knew it was a matter of time before something came around that needed my attention. Yasaka nodded and let go of Harry. Amaterasu walked up to him, which made Harry raise an eyebrow. Hello Ama-chan, if you're here then, we're dealing with a god, right? Amaterasu smiled and nodded. Yes, as you were informed some time ago, the Norse faction have been trying to get in touch with us for a while. We of course have been delaying any attempt for now, so they sent a representative to speak with us. Yasaka then continued on. So they sent Thor, and the oaf has been camping around outside the wards and waiting until we came out to talk to him. He's been there for weeks now. Harry sighed. He's not causing any trouble, is he? Amaterasu shook her head. Not at all. He seems quite content with just camping out and waiting for us to come talk to him. To be honest, he is a good god, a bit of a musclehead but a good deity nonetheless. Harry nodded. I see, so what do you guys want me to do? Yasaka smiled at Harry and then spoke up. Well, we decided to see what they want. The Norse faction and the Fey Kingdom have been trying to arrange a meeting with us for a while, especially after we showed the world just how advanced Neo Kyoto is. Yasaka then shrugged. But as you know, we have been terribly busy these last few months with everything that happened with the Greek faction, the demigod children, and Greek gods' relocation to our faction. Harry nodded. Yeah, so now that we're a bit freer you want to see what they want? Both Yasaka and Amaterasu nodded. Harry then nodded back at them and stretched. All right. Then I'll go let Thor into Neo Kyoto and bring him to your office. Yasaka, you gather Offis, Sirafal and Elmenhilda together so they can hear what he has to say too. Yasaka nodded and immediately turned around and began to head back to her office, while Amaterasu followed her close behind. Harry then took off flying and headed towards the unknown energy signature he picked up after extending his senses to cover outside the wards. He immediately picked up a godly energy, one carrying a sense of lightning and thunder. He followed it towards who he believes is the Thor of this world. Harry would admit that he was curious as to how the Thor of this world is, compared to the one he knows of, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Thor would be lying if he said that he wasn't enjoying himself camping out outside the wards of Neo Kyoto, though he would deny it if asked by his father, but something about hunting, living in the wilderness, and sleeping under the stars always appealed to him. Sure, he wasn't too happy to be sent to get a meeting with the leaders of Neo Kyoto by his father Odin and being told to not come back until he got it just aggravated him, but he wasn't in a hurry or too concerned about it either. So instead he decided to enjoy himself and patiently wait. he was pretty sure someone knew he was out here already anyways. He did wonder why his father wanted to speak with Neo Kyoto so much though. He was pondering all of this as he watched the dancing flame of his campfire, when someone landed not too far from his little campsite. The god of thunder and justice immediately stood up and brandished Mjolnir towards who had just arrived. To his shock, his hammer flew out his hand and was caught by the new arrival, who inspected him. It's bigger than the one I know of, plus this one really is a divine weapon. Thor narrowed his eyes, and he recognized the one who just arrived. Harry Potter, the dragon god, has appeared in front of him. The undisputed number one of the world's strongest beings was right before him and he didn't know how to react. The god of thunder and justice was left a bit stunned too. Not only did he have a being known for his unforgiving nature, but he also had someone take Mjolnir from him like it was nothing. That was a shock all by itself, since his beloved weapon and symbol of power could only be held by someone worthy, and it seems Harry Potter was someone worthy, but that just left Thor in a rather peculiar situation. To his surprise, however, Harry just smiled at him and threw Mjolnir back at him. Thor caught it and looked at Harry in confusion. The dragon god shrugged at him. I'm not here to fight you, Thor Odinson, though I am curious as to why you're here. What does the Norse faction want with Neo Kyoto? Thor relaxed, since Harry seemed to be not hostile towards him right now. He was still wary but decided that it was best to keep things civil. Meanwhile, Harry stared at this Thor and noticed the differences between this one and the one he knew. This Thor was not only taller but also more muscular than the one in the Marvel universe. Unlike the Thor of that world that was blonde, the one before him had red hair and a beard. He's completely different from the Thor I know, though the most glaring difference is that this one is a true god. Thor sighed and scratched his head. Look, I'm not good with politics and fancy talk, Harry Potter. May I speak frankly with you? Harry raised an eyebrow but nodded. Thor smiled and then proceeded to speak honestly. I have no fucking clue what the old man wants, but it must be serious if he chose to send me here to speak with you, though. He did warn me to not to provoke the yokai faction and you. Thor then shrugged. News of what has happened to Ares and Zeus has begun to spread. Needless to say, you have all the deities of the world practically shitting their pants with the fact that you can permanently kill and cripple gods. Harry nodded and stared at Thor, who just grinned. Don't get me wrong, Harry Potter, I'm one of the ones who believe you did the right thing. Teaching the Greek faction a lesson has been something that needed to be done a long time ago. It is a well-known fact how arrogant Zeus was. Harry sighed. I didn't do it because of that. I'm sure the other factions were somewhat aware of the demigods and how they were treated, right? Thor frowned. There were rumors but nothing concrete. Any other faction would have criticized the Greek faction harshly if those rumors were true, but in the end, we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Harry nodded. Amaterasu had explained that deities having children with humans is rare and that any demigod born should have been treated like a miracle. So she was utterly disgusted and angry at how the Greek gods treated their children, and it seems like all the other factions agreed with her. Thor's unhappy frown right now was proof of that. Thor frowned and shook his head. All I know right now is that the Judeo-Christian factions reached out to us to join in their peace treaty, but Father refused. Instead he chose to reach out to you guys, but that's all I know. Harry frowned. I see. Well, Yasaka and Amaterasu sent me to see what you wanted, but they're also willing to meet up with you along with the other leaders of the yokai faction. They want to know what the Norse faction wants, but it looks like we'll have to go talk to Odin in person. Thor nodded. Seems that way. I still would like to meet with the leaders of Neo Kyoto and get confirmation for my father about a meeting, or something. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll grant you temporary access to Neo Kyoto, but be warned, the moment you try to do anything stupid the wards will react, and you more than likely will be turned into a blob of gore before you could even twitch a finger. Thor flinched at the very unpleasant image Harry just gave him, but nodded. With that said, Harry snapped his fingers and Thor felt something latch onto his core. Harry nodded to him. That's the wards allowing access to Neo Kyoto. Now come on, I'm sure everyone has already gathered to hear you from you. Thor bowed a little to Harry. He was thankful he was allowed in, though he was very much afraid as well, but he has managed to fulfill his father's request and that was enough for him right now. Harry took Thor to Yasaka's office where Amaterasu, Sirafal, Elmenhilda, Offis, and Yasaka herself had already gathered and were waiting for the both of them to arrive. Thor wasted no time explaining the same thing he explained to Harry not so long ago, but his explanation did leave everyone very confused and concerned. Thor of course apologized for the vagueness, but he himself had no idea what Odin wanted. Soon after, Thor decided to take his leave and Harry sent a shadow clone with him to take him back to his campsite to pack and leave immediately. The yokai faction had decided to meet with Odin in Asgard and he wanted to go tell the news to his father right away. Meanwhile, the currently present leaders of Neo Kyoto decided to have a meeting to speak about what was going on right now. So they all sat around Yasaka's desk and began to have a conversation. Of course, Off-Eyes chose to sit on Harry's lap, but other than that everyone was ready to talk. Harry turned his head towards Yasaka while hugging Off-Eyes by her waist. What do you think about all of this? Yasaka frowned but decided to respond. Well, Odin might be an old pervert, but he is a very old god. He's wise and can see beyond what is going on in any situation. If he refused to join in the peace treaty with the devils, angels, and fallen, then that means he believes they can't help with whatever is going on with Asgard right now. Sirafal crossed her arms and looked down. I did hear from Mom and Dad that Azazel did reach out to Odin since they're old drinking buddies, but he completely refused any notion of ever having Asgard join the peace treaty. Sirafal then suddenly shrugged and shook her head. Both Xerxes and Azazel were very disappointed that Asgard didn't want to join the peace treaty. I'm not surprised Odin chose not to though. Harry hummed, while he wondered the reason why the All-Father would refuse to ally Asgard with the Judeo-Christian factions. Why? What would make the Norse faction deny joining? Amaterasu was the one who answered Harry's questions. Asgard is the type of faction who values strength and power. Let's be honest here, both the devils and fallen angels have made some very stupid mistakes as of late, especially when it comes to our faction, but it's not only that either. Elmenhilda, who had been quietly listening to everything, decided to speak next. They have also proven themselves to be weak, something that has been happening often too. The devils lost Sirafal and the entire Citri devil clan, that's not even counting the devils that have left to join our faction as well. The fallen have lost a big number of their members lately, regardless if they were weak and practically fodder. The fact of the matter is, that the fallen faction's numbers have decreased quite a bit and thus lost a lot of power as well. Harry hummed as he thought about what he just heard. So Asgard doesn't think they're reliable then? But what about heaven? Despite them having caused so many problems as well, they are actively doing something to fix things. Amaterasu shook her head. Heaven is well hated among other pantheons, and so is the church as well. They did undermine other religions and spread their influence throughout the world. Sometimes they did so aggressively. Harry sighed. I see, so they wouldn't trust them either, but then why trust us then? We're well known to be ruthless and quite frankly very dangerous as well. Yasaka nodded. That is true, we have quite the reputation among the factions and we have killed a lot of beings. Off-Eyes then spoke up. We only have gone after those that provoked us, we have never gone out of our way to antagonize or provoke anything or anyone. Everything that we have done has been the result of provocation on some part. Amaterasu nodded. Yes, we also are the strongest and most advanced faction in the world. That must be the reason Asgard is willing to try and meet with us. They know we might refuse, but they're still willing to try. Harry looked down a bit as he thought about all of this. Everyone looked at him and waited for him to come to a decision, though he wasn't aware that they were waiting on his word. Meanwhile, he wondered exactly what was going on in Asgard to actually reach out to them. Thor didn't seem to know, but he could see why Odin sent him. The god of thunder of this world was a mellow guy and a pretty calm individual. So Odin knew that he wouldn't cause unnecessary problems by sending him to wait around the wards of Kyoto, a tactic that worked because it caught the attention of Amaterasu and Yasaka. Still, Harry wondered what problems the Asgardians had. I'll go and talk to Odin myself and see what's going on. Sirafal, Yasaka, can you come with me as well? I want your opinions once we find out what's going on. Both Sirafal and Yasaka nodded and were happy to help Harry in any way. Off-Eyes looked up and stared at Harry for a few seconds before speaking. I'll go as well, I'm also very curious as to what that old god wants. Harry nodded but seemed curious. You've met Odin before? Off-Eyes nodded. A long time ago, yes, back then he was quite the energetic and curious young man. I remember he badgered me for a long time for information about the dimensional gap. He was very annoying. Harry chuckled and gave Off-Eyes a head pat, which she seemed to enjoy quite a bit. The other leaders smiled seeing this, and Amaterasu stood up from her chair. Then we'll leave the decision of whether to let Asgard join our faction or not to you, Harry. Harry nodded. We'll leave for Asgard tomorrow. For the rest of you? Well, just rest and prepare. Everyone nodded and began to leave. Harry himself got up while carrying Off-Eyes in his arms, and Sirafal jumped on his back while Yasaka wrapped him up in her tails. It was times like these that made Harry very glad that he was really strong, otherwise, his girlfriends might have broken something off him. Either way, the four left, to go home and rest for the rest of the day. Tomorrow promises to be a busy day for them, so they wanted to be well rested and relaxed to deal with whatever they might have to face tomorrow. Harry woke up early and got ready for the day. He went downstairs to the kitchen and sat down at the dinner table. Hela, who had been cooking, wasted no time making and serving him breakfast. Harry watched her as she hummed and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking breakfast for the rest of the family. The family wouldn't take too long to wake up and come down hungry. Harry smiled as he watched Hela happily smile as she cooked breakfast. he always found it surprising just how much she had changed from the time he met her and beat her around, to now. He was glad she was happy now, though she tends to fight a lot with Himiko for the right to cook in the house, but even then she was always happily smiling and laughing while Himiko tries to kill her. Though watching her now, made him wonder what the Hela of this world was like. If he remembered correctly, she is a goddess of death, which means she was also working under him. Perhaps he should go visit and see how everything is doing with that side of Death's domain, and meet the Hela of this world and see the differences between the two, but that's a maybe for now. He still didn't know what was going on with the Asgardians and what was the problem they have. Until he does, all he can do is just wait and see. As Hela began to serve more breakfast for the rest of the family, Harry looked up at her. "Hey Hela, where are the girls?" Hela stopped in her tracks and smiled at Harry. She then looked up and hummed, "I believe they went on another one of their adventures. Harry and Morgan came to me and asked me to cook a lot of food and snacks, and they only do that when they're planning a long trip or adventure." Harry smiled and nodded. "I see, I wonder what those 5 little munchkins are doing." Hela smiled. "Whatever they are doing, is going to be something fun at the very least." Both Hela and Harry shared a laugh. Soon after, Hela went back to making and serving breakfast. Office, Sirafal and Yasaka came down and also sat to have a quick breakfast. Meanwhile, Harry drank some coffee and waited for them with a smile, since he had already finished eating. Soon everyone living in the Potter household came down to have breakfast. All of Harry's girlfriends gave him a morning kiss and hug, and went to have breakfast, while they began to talk about their plans for the day. Harry smiled while drinking his coffee as he heard all about everyone's busy day. Even though the adults of the house had quite a few things to do, they were still smiling and having fun. That showed that despite being busy, everyone was having a good fun time with everything they were doing in their day, which made Harry happy. Eventually, Office, Sirafal, and Yasaka finished their breakfast, so they and Harry said their goodbyes to the family and headed out the backyard to get going to Asgard. Thanks to Sirafal, who had gone to Asgard before when she was a part of the Devil faction, Harry now knew where Asgard was, and so with a wave of his hand, he created a dark corridor straight to Odin's palace. Sometime before Harry left his home, Odin sat on his throne with a worried frown on his face as he looked down. His son Thor had returned from his task yesterday and brought good news. It seems like the yokai faction agreed to meet with him here. But even though this is what Odin wanted, he was also very worried. The yokai faction and Harry Potter had quite a nasty reputation after all, and the All-Father didn't want that reputation to come true while he was in Asgard. So he was going to be really careful in how he dealt with the dragon god coming to talk to him. He was glad he had sent Thor on this task since his son had mellowed out a lot. So his nonchalant approach of just camping and waiting to see what happens worked like a charm, though he did panic a bit when it was Harry Potter who had chosen to see what Thor was doing in his lands. What had happened to Ares and Zeus was beginning to spread, and many gods were now terrified of Harry Potter. He couldn't really blame them though. Odin himself was scared as well. After all, Harry Potter has the ability to permanently kill gods and even cripple them, something that was never seen or thought possible before, and that in itself is a very scary concept to gods like himself. Suddenly a young and very beautiful silver-haired girl walked over to him. Odin sighed, knowing that she was, more than likely, here to scold him or something. He really wished this young Valkyrie would relax a bit. "Ross Weiss, what is it?" Ross Weiss frowned and raised an eyebrow. "I know your majesty must be very worried about the upcoming meeting with Neo Kyoto, but should you really just sit here and do nothing? There's no knowing when the yokai faction will send someone to talk to us." Odin sighed and was about to respond when a pillar of darkness sprouted from the ground. Odin sat up straight while Ross Weiss gulped and took a step back. Out of the pillar of darkness came walking out Yasaka and Sirafal, and this made Odin smile. Having already spoken to these two ladies set him at ease, but then a third and fourth person came through, and those two sent a shiver go down his spine. The first one was bad enough as it is, since it was none other than Ophice, the dragon god of infinity, but the fourth person was the one that made Odin sweat, for Harry Potter stepped out of the pillar of darkness and looked around. Harry stared at the Asgard of this world and took a look around. The difference between the one he visited before and this one was quite vast. The Asgard from the world where the Avengers live was a combination between magic and technology, making it look both modern and majestically beautiful. This Asgard was beautiful too, but that beauty came from the rustic appearance of the place and the mysticism surrounding the area. Magic here is very thick and abundant. Harry then looked up and noticed an old man with long white hair and a long white beard, wearing a monocle, staring down at them. Unlike the Odin he met before, this one was wearing some very shabby and old-looking robes. Besides him and standing by his throne, where he was sitting down, was a silver-haired young woman wearing some kind of silver suit. She looked rather scared and shaky right now. Odin sighed and stood up from his throne. I welcome you to Asgard, Seraphal Leviathan, Yasaka leader of the yokai, Ophis the dragon god of infinity, and. Odin turned to look at Harry, who just stared at him. Harry Potter, the third and most powerful dragon god in this world, thank you for taking the time to come have a talk with me. Yasaka smiled and then spoke, what's this? Why so polite, Odin? Not going to make a comment about my breasts. Odin frowned. He knew that Yasaka was having too much fun with this, and going by Seraphal's grin so was she, but he supposed he had it coming, so the old god sighed yet. I'm not about to say something like that when you brought Harry Potter with you. I might be old but I'm not stupid. Yasaka and Seraphal smiled, enjoying watching the old man squirm. Ophis then shook her head. You're wrong, Harry was the one who brought us, he's the one who came to speak with you, all we're doing here is offer our thoughts and advice. Odin's eyes widened while Harry walked up and stood in the middle of Yasaka and Seraphal. He then looked up towards Odin. All right, all father, we're here to listen to what you have to say, we'll decide on what to do once we understand the situation. Odin was sweating a bit since Harry was subtlety letting out a bit of his presence, causing pressure to fall on the old god's shoulders. Ross Weiss stared in confusion as Odin looked to be struggling. But the All-Father understood the threat very clearly. Harry had just told him with his display of power to not waste his time and to not lie. Luckily for Odin, he hadn't planned to do that, and so he began to honestly speak. Asgard has been under the attack of a group of terrorists lately. Unfortunately, these terrorists were able to sway my son Loki into joining them, and so he seeks to start Ragnarok with these terrorists' help. Harry frowned and turned his gaze towards Ophis, who shrugged and shook her head, letting him know that she didn't know what was going on. Harry then turned his gaze towards Odin. This terrorist group, by any chance is it called the Chaos Brigade? Odin nodded. Yes, it seems that what Azazel told me was true. The yokai faction knows about the Chaos Brigade and is even protecting their former leader. Odin turned his gaze towards Ophis, who shrugged. I might have been their leader, but now I have nothing to do with them. I'm the leader of the dragon faction now along with Harry, so I have no idea what the Chaos Brigade is doing right now. I never paid much attention to them anyways. Odin looked surprised at how much Ophis just spoke and how she expressed herself as well, but he then frowned and looked down. So you don't know what they're planning either? Ophis shook her head. Harry sighed. The Chaos Brigade is just a big group of children playing at war. They have so many fingers in so many things, that even they don't know what they're fighting for. They all just want to cause death and destruction, and the fact that they want to now cause Ragnarok means that they just want to see the world burn. Seraphal frowned. There's no doubt that the Chaos Brigade is the enemy of the yokai faction, and we have been killing them and their leaders all this time, so they're very cautious about provoking us. Yasaka hummed. That might be why they chose to go after Asgard. Causing Ragnarok would no doubt affect the entire world, given how the Asgardians are usually not ones to ask for aid. Perhaps they thought they could easily get away with it. Harry shook his head. No, they knew we would eventually notice something going on, so they're expecting us to confront them, so they must have some sort of secret weapon or something that is giving them this kind of confidence. Everyone stayed quiet as they pondered on the situation. Suddenly Ross Weiss gasped. Loki. Loki is the key to all of this, him and his children, maybe even that evil dragon as well. Yasaka frowned. You mean the evil dragon Hormungandr and Fenrir, Heitai and Skull, correct? Ross Weiss nodded, and Ophis sighed. Hormungandr is a toxic dragon, or rather serpent dragon, that specializes in the use of poisons. That's not something that can affect anyone in the yokai faction. We all have immunity to things like poisons. Harry, Seraphal, and Yasaka nodded. Anyone, including the elderly and the children of Neo-Kyoto, could easily kill a dragon of Hormungandr level and power with ease. Ophis then continued on. Heitai and Skull aren't a problem either. Again Seraphal and Yasaka nodded in agreement as well. Seraphal then spoke up. If I remember correctly, those two symbolize the cycle between death and life, correct? Odin and Ross Weiss nodded. Seraphal then smiled. Then Harry can deal with them. I doubt they can do anything to him as it is. Harry nodded, but then Ophis continued on. Fenrir is a problem though. He's a god slayer and as such, a very dangerous and powerful foe. Only those of the Potter household can deal with him. Harry smiled. Even then he shouldn't be that much of a problem. The difficulty lies in the fact of its nature as a god slayer. The real issue here is Loki. The Chaos Brigade easily got him to join up, and I'm sure he will be a problem to everyone. So, what is it that you want to do, Odin? He is your son after all. How will you take responsibility for his actions, or perhaps you will let him face the consequences of his actions instead? Odin stared at Harry for a few moments. He knew his next answer was important, and whatever his choice was, would decided what the yokai faction would do next, and that made him feel very nervous. Chapter 130. Odin stared at Harry in silence for a few moments while pondering his question, just what was his plan to deal with Loki and his so-called children. It was a fact that Loki has always been a problem and had caused many conflicts in both Asgard and the other supernatural factions. But as a father, Odin always hoped he would one day learn and become a better person. However, the issue now was that he had willingly joined a terrorist organization and brought war to Asgard with the intention of starting Ragnarok. That in itself is not something that Odin can just ignore or even pass over as one of Loki's pranks. Ragnarok was a very serious matter, one that would affect everyone in the world, and Odin can't just allow that to happen. So the All-Father looked down and tiredly sighed. Ross Weiss, who had never seen him like this, looked at him in surprise, while Harry quietly waited for Odin's answer. The All-Father suddenly stood up and walked down the stairs towards Harry and stopped right before him. Harry stared into the eyes of the Elder God while he began to speak. Loki must be stopped at all cost. He brought war to Asgard and his actions would bring nothing but death and destruction to the world. He might be my son, but he has to suffer the consequences of his actions. Harry stared at Odin, even if that means his death. Odin stared at Harry in silence but then nodded yes. Harry closed his eyes and nodded very well. The All-Father Odin, what exactly do you want from the yokai faction? Odin nodded and then began to explain. As I just told you, Loki has allied himself with the Chaos Brigade and began to attack Asgard. We've been dealing with this war for a few weeks now, but we have done our best to keep everything under wraps. However, the Einherjar have been fighting them non-stop, and so have some of the Valkyries, but it won't be long before they're overwhelmed. Loki and his children will eventually join in the battle, and at that point, things would become too difficult. Offis tilted her head. I see, you're trying to avoid the prophecy of the Norns, the one where Fenrir kills you and Jormungandr kills Thor. Yasaka hummed. I see. So in order to prevent Ragnarok from happening, you're keeping yourself and Thor away from this war, but in doing so, you're allowing Loki to gain ground in the war. Odin nodded while Harry sighed. A stalemate then. This way Loki can't cause Ragnarok, but he's practically free to kill and destroy everything else. Odin sighed. Yes, this is why I need help. At first I was thinking about having Asgard join the peace treaty with the Judeo-Christian factions, but they're honestly a mess. They wouldn't be able to help at all, and they lack any real powerful individuals. Of course, there are the Mu, the Archangels, and the governors of the fallen angels, but I doubt they can all mobilize to help us. Sirafal nodded. Yet, Surtsk and Ajoka wouldn't be able to openly join in the battle. It would risk the Devil faction if they weren't there for an extended period of time. The Archangels are too busy with the Purge, and I doubt they will be able to help with their short numbers, and Azazel might be able to help, but it wouldn't be much, to begin with. Offis silently looked up but still spoke up. So you sought out the strongest faction, the one who could move and makes any decisions without consequence, right, old god? Odin nodded. Yes, everyone knows of the power of the yokai faction as a whole, its unparalleled advances in technology, and because of Harry Potter, you guys even have your own Valkyries as well. It's like you grab the best of all worlds and add it to your power. I have never seen anything like it before in all my long-lived life. The yokai faction successfully mixed in so many cultures, races, magics, technology, and so much more, and right under all of our noses. All of you have done something everyone thought impossible, so I sought you all out for help. Harry closed his eyes and exhaled. He didn't know much about this Odin, other than, he's a big old pervert, but that's something he has gotten used to dealing with. But other than that, the dragon god didn't know the sort of person he is, the sort of god he is, or the sort of actions he would take if he were to join the yokai faction. But this was also an elder god openly asking for help, something almost no other god would do, not with how prideful and arrogant they are, so it made Harry consider the All-Father's request. Harry opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Sirafal and Yasaka. Both Mu and Nine-Tailed Fox smiled and gave him a nod. He then turned his gaze toward Offis, who just shrugged but smiled at him, letting him know she didn't care what he chose to do. Harry then turned his head towards Odin, who was quietly waiting for Harry's response. All right, I'll give you a hand. This isn't my first time helping in Asgard of sorts anyways. Now give me more details about who exactly is helping Loki. Odin seemed a bit confused about Harry's comment about having helped in Asgard before, but chose to ignore that. He then moved his gaze towards Ross Weiss, who nodded and came down the stairs leading to Odin's throne. She then stood beside Odin and began to explain. Along with having to deal with Loki, Fenrir, Heitai, Skal, and Jormungandr, we also had to deal with fallen angels, devils, stray exorcists, and even frost giants as well. Harry looked down. Yeah, definitely the Chaos Brigade. Harry then turned his head towards Sirafal. Sira, inform both Azazel and Surtsk that they're about to receive a big order of dead corpses. Ross Weiss gulped while Odin just lightly smiled. it is well known that Harry Potter would always deliver the bodies of those he killed to their corresponding factions, a scare tactic that had made his legend become a horror story among the supernatural world. Sirafal smiled and nodded. She immediately took out her phone and began to make phone calls. Meanwhile Harry turned his head towards Odin Frost Giants. Odin nodded. They're taller than a 2-floor building, skin blue as ice, and really tough to kill. They can breathe a frost breath and are very physically strong as well. They're also very smart and crafty. Don't let the fact that they're giants make you believe they're stupid. Harry nodded. Off-Eyes then spoke up. Do you want some help, Harry? Harry smiled at Off-Eyes and shook his head. No, for this one, I was thinking of letting the Digimon have some fun with this, especially the knights since they've been sort of bored lately. I'll handle Loki myself. The girls nodded. Harry then turned his head towards Yasaka while Ross Weiss looked very worried for some reason. Yasaka, you stay here with Off-Eyes and organize Asgard to join the yokai faction as an ally like the vampire faction. Tell him the rules as well. Yasaka nodded and grinned at Odin, who nervously began to sweat. He knew Yasaka was going to enjoy making him squirm for a while. Meanwhile, Ross Weiss seemed like she had enough and decided to speak air. Lord Potter. Harry turned his head towards Ross Weiss and raised an eyebrow when he saw her look very nervous and shaky. Yes? Miss. Ross Weiss jumped a bit at being actually addressed since she thought Harry would just ignore her, but she quickly composed herself. I am Ross Weiss, sir. I was just wondering if it was really alright to take Loki's army so lightly. I know you're really strong, but are you sure you can take on Loki and his children, while these Digimon take care of his army? Harry hummed. Well, I guess not everyone knows about the Digimon, so it's normal to be in doubt, but trust me, it's more than enough, plus I can take care of Loki and his children just fine. Ross Weiss frowned but nodded. Harry noticed her doubt, so he smiled. How about this? Would you like to come and see how the battle goes? You can see for yourself that there's nothing to worry about. Ross Weiss looked in doubt and turned her head towards Odin, who just sighed. You worry too much, Ross Weiss, but if you want, you may go. Ross Weiss nodded to Odin and then turned her head back to Harry and gave him a determined look. If you don't mind, I would like to accompany you, Lord Potter. Harry just lightly smiled. You can just call me Harry, I'm not one for formalities anyways. I take it you know where the battles are taking place, right? Ross Weiss slightly smiled and nodded. Yes, Loki's army has been trying to get into Asgard and the city around the palace since the beginning of the war. Even as we speak there are battles going on around all over Asgard. Harry nodded. All right, then we'll take care of that army and this will force Loki to come out to us in the open. I will then deal with him and his children. Ross Weiss nodded while Harry turned towards the girls. Just in case, keep your senses on, you never know if Loki has any surprises, so just in case be ready to protect Asgard. Off-Eyes, Sirafal, and Yasaka nodded. Odin smiled and seemed thankful. Ross Weiss was actually very impressed with the way Harry would speak and deal with these kinds of situations. She quite liked the fact that she finally met a serious leader. Harry then created a dark corridor beside him and turned his head towards Ross Weiss. All right, step through, but make sure to be ready to fly, since this dark corridor will leave us high in the sky. Ross Weiss looked quite curious about the dark corridor and stared at it for a few seconds. She has always been very interested in magic, so seeing the magic of the element of darkness made her very curious. She could tell this dark corridor created a pathway between 2 points, hence the name, but she couldn't decipher any more than that. Still, she nodded and walked up towards the dark corridor. Her body glowed as she equipped her Valkyrie armor and smiled as she got close to the dark corridor. A part of her was really excited to see what the very famous and powerful dragon god, Harry Potter, can do. She was hoping to see some amazing magic used. Soon enough Ross Weiss walked into the dark corridor. Harry chuckled and shook his head. So that's a Valkyrie? I'll have to introduce her to Brunhilde sometime later. Harry soon walked inside the dark corridor, so he missed Odin gaping at him. The All-Father turned his head toward Yasaka. Did he just say Brunhilde? Yasaka just giggled. Maybe. Odin deadpanned at Yasaka and sighed. You're going to be a right pain in my ass, aren't you, Yasaka? Yasaka just smiled. I don't know what you mean, Lord Odin. I'm just making sure to follow my dragon god boyfriend's orders. I'm not at all getting back at you for all the times you made perverted comments about my butt and breasts. Yasaka then tilted her head and gave Odin the sweetest smile he had ever received. The All-Father flinched as he recognized the threat. Yeah, you're holding a grudge, all right. Sirafal laughed at the old god who is about to have a hard time with her harem sister, while Off-Eyes just smiled and shook her head. She had to admit that Odin had this coming. Ross Weiss came out of the dark corridor and immediately spread her wings and used her magic to float in the sky. A few moments later Harry stepped out of the dark corridor and actually stood in midair to Rossius's surprise. She looked down towards Harry's feet and noticed he was standing on some sort of invisible platform made out of some kind of energy she didn't recognize, but it looked interesting to see someone create a construct out of energy. She wondered if it can be replicated because it looked like a very handy thing to be able to do. Meanwhile, Harry stared down at the big armies fighting all over the outside of Asgard. He immediately recognized the Einherjar since they were spirits given a physical body in their afterlife. To them this is their heaven, so as the master of dead he couldn't help but smile, so this is paradise to those that follow the Norse. Ross Weiss was snapped out of her curiosity when she heard Harry's question. She then looked over towards where he was staring and nodded when she noticed the Einherjar. Yes, this is what the Vikings and followers of the Norse faction believe is paradise. We don't get many souls for Valhalla anymore, but to warriors and fighters this seems like a dream come true. Harry nodded and then turned his head towards Ross Weiss. You don't agree with it? Ross Weiss began fidgeting with her fingers but nodded. Well, the Einherjar are jolly and good people for the most part, some of them are even heroes, but they're very simple-minded individuals and they have no respect for women. They don't appreciate a smart girl and snub her because she can outthink them, or just ignore her. Ross Weiss looked close to crying and Harry knew that she was speaking about herself at the end there. Still, the dragon god didn't like her looking like she was about to cry, so he did what he usually does when one of his children or girlfriends looks sad. Harry gave Ross Weiss a head pat, which made the Valkyrie squeak in surprise and turned her head towards him. She noticed that Harry was still calmly staring at the battle going on right now. But he then spoke, if people don't appreciate you for who you are and for what you excel in, then it is their loss. Someday, Ross Weiss, you'll find someone who will appreciate you, so hold on to them and do not let go, because that person will always be grateful to you for being who you are. Ross Weiss stared at Harry in silence. His words, despite being spoken so softly and calmly, hit hard, and Ross Weiss couldn't help but think that he had experience with something like she had. So it added weight to his words, a weight that made Ross Weiss feel she can believe in what he just told her. The fact that her granny had told her something similar added even more weight to Harry's words. So Ross Weiss chose to heed Harry's advice, or at least make an effort to do so. Harry then turned his head lightly to his side and gave her a smile. Don't worry too much, Ross Weiss, do what you have to do, but don't let it consume you. Enjoy life and relax. That's the way we do things in Neo Kyoto, and as you have probably seen, it has worked wonders. Ross Weiss nodded. Harry then pulled his hand back and went back to staring at both armies battling. Is there a way to call all the Einherjars back? Once my Digimon get here, things will get crazy. Ross Weiss frowned because that was a very good question. She had never heard of the Einherjars getting called back from a battle, and she doubts they'll even listen to such an order. So she shook her head. I don't think there's a way. But I don't think you have to worry about that, Harry, they are dead after all. Harry frowned. No, it matters, like me, all my Digimon can cause spiritual damage, so any spirit-like beings caught in between will most likely be destroyed. The poor Valkyrie gaped at Harry. It's common knowledge that beings or objects capable of doing spiritual damage are very rare, and the fact that a dragon god like Harry can do so was both amazing and terrifying. Harry ignored the surprise and shock on Rossia's face and instead chose to think about what to do. Destroying the Einherjar would be counterproductive to Asgard, so he definitely couldn't in good conscience let his Digimon loose here. Harry hummed for a little bit and then nodded to himself when he thought of a good way to deal with all of this, but he needed some information first. So he decided to ask Ross Weiss. Hey Ross Weiss, is there a big open place in Asgard where I can put all the Einherjars? Ross Weiss snapped out of it, when Harry called out to her and immediately answered his questions. There's the palace's garden or dining room. Why? Harry activated his Rinnegan and took a look inside the palace to find both the gardens and dining room. He quickly found them and nodded. I'm going to teleport all the Einherjars away from the battlefield, so I need a lot of space. Ross Weiss widens her eyes. Mass teleportation? But that's very difficult and dangerous. There are so many things that can go wrong. Harry, are you sure you can do it? Harry smiled at Ross Weiss and then chuckled. It's always fun to meet people that don't know what I can do. It's funny to see their faces when I pull off the impossible. Harry then focused his power over space and time, and with a snap of his fingers he teleported every Einherjar away from the battlefield, into the palace gardens and dining room. Rossia's eyes widened at what she had witnessed. She didn't feel any mana being used or even any sort of supernatural energy, but she felt as if the universe itself bent to Harry's will. It was a strange and unknown feeling, and could only be described as what she had said before. It really showed to her that Harry Potter was a being well beyond anything she knows. Harry, though, just smiled and then waved his hand. Realize. Digimon Royal Knights. The next thing Ross Weiss knew, was being flashed by a big bright light, small ones and zeros, and then, after getting her sight back, she and Harry were surrounded by massive metallic beings and an enormous dragon. Ross Weiss was speechless at what she was looking at. These incredibly powerful-looking beings before her were so unique and massive, but they had this sense of power and dignity around them that just made them, even more, awe-inspiring to her. Then the black-armored being turned its head towards Harry and seemed to be smiling with its eyes as it spoke with a feminine voice which shocked poor Ross Weiss even more. "Harry? Is it time for us to have some fun?" Harry chuckled and nodded. "That's right, Alphaman, you and then knights can go wild and kill all of these enemies." Ross Weiss watched as the Black Knight giggled, which, again, made her feel rather odd. Then another knight, this one white in color and with heads of a wolf and some sort of reptilian for hands, spoke next. "This looks like a war of sorts. Where are we, Harry?" Harry smiled at his Digimon friend. "This is a war, Omniman. As to where we are? We're in Asgard, home of the Norse faction." Omniman nodded. Suddenly Ross Weiss felt someone pat her head, which startled her a bit and made her look up. What? Ross Weiss then noticed a pink knight patting her head with her finger as softly as possible. "Harry. Who is this beautiful girl? I really like her armor." Harry smiled. "That's Ross Weiss and she's a Valkyrie, Crusade Rmon. Crusade Rmon nodded and turned her head towards Ross Weiss and began to tie her hair in a very complicated hairstyle. Poor Ross Weiss just decided to let her do it while Crusade Rmon continued to do so. Harry chuckled in amusement. Despite her looks, Crusade Rmon was a very girly Digimon knight and would always make different hairstyles out of the hair of all his daughters. Hope and Morgan loved to go to her, just for the royal knight to play with their hair. Harry then turned his head towards the dragonic-looking knight. "Ultra Force Vidraman, make sure all enemies die. They're all members of the Chaos Brigade." Ultra Force Vidraman nodded. "It shall be done. Are you going to raise a barrier around the battlefield?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, it will allow people to teleport in but not out. I want to draw in an enemy I will take care of personally." Harry turned his head towards Ross Weiss but froze when he saw her with the new hairstyle Crusade Rmon made for her. She had her hair put up into a big round bun on top of her head. She looked cute, though a bit mismatched because of the armor she had on. That sort of relaxed and homey hairstyle didn't match the situation but did match her personality. Crusade Rmon even put on a pair of glasses on her to complete the look. Harry smiled while Ross Weiss just deadpanned. Inwardly she liked the hairstyle since Crusade Rmon took a mirror from who knows where and showed it to her. "Well, you look nice, Ross Weiss." The poor Valkyrie just sighed. "Don't make fun of me, Harry." Harry chuckled. "No, I'm serious, but in any case, I'm about to raise a wide area of effect ward, so no one will be able to teleport out, okay?" Ross Weiss immediately took on a serious look and nodded, but it was ruined by her hairstyle and glasses. Crusade Rmon just smiled with her eyes while Harry tried not to laugh. He then snapped his finger and Ross Weiss watched as a massive ward appeared and spread to surround all the opposing enemies. She looked around and stared in awe as the area of effect spread so wide and far. "Amazing. I've never seen a ward being put up so far and wide." Harry just smiled. "It takes quite a bit of magic and a great control of your mana, but it's doable. In fact, this sort of ward is the norm in Neo-Kyoto." Ross Weiss nodded. "Lucky, it's hard to get magical knowledge in Asgard. Everyone doesn't take it seriously and thinks that mages are weak. I had to get training and tutoring from Lady Brynhildr, so I could get the magical knowledge I needed." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Brynhildr?" Ross Weiss nodded. "Yeah, she's the chief Valkyrie of the Valkyrie squad in Asgard." Harry nodded. "I see, that's interesting. Brynhildr? It seems like she's very different from Brunhilde. She is a magic specialist in this world while the one in Neo-Kyoto is all about swordplay and fists. It's actually funny to think about it." Harry then smiled at Ross Weiss. "Well, if Odin is smart, he'll know how to negotiate with Yasaka and Asgard would get access to Neo-Kyoto's knowledge and training." Ross Weiss perked up but then suddenly slumped and looked rather depressed, which worried Harry and the Digimon Royal Knights. Harry stared at her for a second before asking what's wrong. Ross Weiss turned her head towards Harry and gave him the saddest face he had ever seen in his life. She even looked on the verge of tears. "Lord Odin is going to mess it up. He's going to make a perverted comment, or not take things seriously, and we'll lose our chance to ally ourselves to Neo-Kyoto." Harry and the Digimon Royal Knights stared at Ross Weiss in surprise. The sheer misery in her voice just left them stunned. It made Harry feel rather suspicious about Ross Weiss and Odin, so he took out his smartphone and called Yasaka. It didn't take Yasaka too long to answer. "Harry? What's going on?" Harry smiled at his girlfriend. "Nothing is wrong, though I need you to do something for me." Yasaka smiled and nodded. "Sure, what do you need?" Harry smiled back at Yasaka. "I need you to make sure the alliance with Odin really happens. If the All-Father acts perverted or seems to act like an Azazel, beat the shit out of him, but the alliance goes through, okay?" Yasaka smiled. "No problem, I was already squeezing the old god of everything useful and both Offis and Seraphal already kicked his ass, so don't worry. Harry heard a groan of pain in the background and what seemed to sound like a kick hitting flesh, before a grunt of pain echoed in the back. It made the dragon god laugh a bit. All right, thank you Yasaka. Yasaka just smiled. No need to thank me, my love, I'll see you when you're done. Yasaka then hung up while Harry quickly put away his smartphone. He then turned his head towards Ross Weiss. There you go, you have nothing to worry about Ross Weiss, the alliance will go through, so cheer up okay. Ross Weiss nodded and rubbed her eyes. She was looking rather relieved right now since she didn't have to worry about her king messing up things. The Digimon Knights smiled at the poor Valkyrie while Harry just sighed. Even though he just knew Ross Weiss for a short time, he already knew that she is a diligent and kind girl, but she also had some major self-confidence issues. Issues that seemed to come about from the environment she has grown up in. He didn't know what has happened to her, but he was aware that she has had a tough time for a long while. Ross Weiss nodded and composed herself. Thank you Harry. I was really worried about Lord Odin's attitude and if it would offend Neo Kyoto in some way. The king of Asgard tends not to think of the consequences. Harry frowned. I see, so you babysit him. Don't worry, I know how to handle lazy and perverted people, I'll make sure he doesn't cause any more problems. Ross Weiss just nodded, but Harry saw some doubt in her eyes. Who knows just what the All-Father has put this poor woman through. It was something that Harry will be looking into, but for now, he needed to go through his attack. He can already see the opposing army look rather panicky since their enemies disappeared and they found themselves unable to leave. So he turned his head towards Alphaman and nodded at her. Destroy them all, they're the enemies of Neo Kyoto and all enemies must be destroyed. Alphaman nodded. It shall be done. She then turned towards her fellow Digimon Royal Knights. You heard Harry. Spread out and destroy the opposing army. The rest of the Digimon Royal Knights raised their weapons or a claw and loudly responded with a yes. Ma'am. They immediately rushed out and became blurs as they disappeared and spread through the battlefield. Harry smiled and summoned his keyblades just in case he needed to snipe and help thin out the army. Ross Weiss just watched on and felt rather excited. These knights seemed like fun and carefree beings, but she knew better. Despite the quirks some of them showed, he knew she was about to see something truly amazing. Ross Weiss then reached above her head and touched the bun made out of her hair and smiled. Crusade RMO and reminded her a bit of her grandmother with the way she treated her and spoke to her. It made her smile. Alphaman slammed against the ground feet first, causing a shockwave that blew away a big group of enemies and killed quite a few as well. The rest of the army looked up in both fear and shock as they stared at the massive black knight that just appeared. Alphaman suddenly reached her hand to her side and summoned her weapon as golden and digital golden wings spread out of her back. A massive sword with a long handle appeared in her hand in a flash of green digital energy. Alphaman spun her massive sword and then stabbed it into the ground, causing another massive shockwave that forced the many fallen angels, stray exorcists, devils, frost giants, and some of the other members of the Chaos Brigade to cover their faces with their arms and hold on, so they wouldn't be sent flying. Alphaman spread her golden wings fully open and then loudly spoke. Alphaman Aryukan mode. Soon after, both Omniman and Gallantman landed beside Alphaman and became engulfed in digital energy. Omniman glowed white while Gallantman glowed red. Omniman spread his arms wide and then his cape became a pair of pure white wings. His body continued to glow a bit while glowing blue lines began to run through his body. He then loudly spoke. Omniman. Merciful mode. Gallantman glowed red and then swung his arm. The red energy dispersed and showed that he had transformed as well. His body was now covered in crimson red armor while he was now holding a glowing white lance, and on his back were 5 pairs of glowing pure white wings. Gallantman spun his lance and then loudly spoke. Gallantman crimson mode. The 3 royal Digimon Knights then let their digital energy burst out, causing another massive shockwave to spread all around them. This time, however, the opposing army was ready and immediately took off, flying up and away from the 3 massive Digimon. However, they were now completely terrified. Whatever these beings were, they were extremely powerful and most of them didn't even know what they were, but some did, and that just served to terrify them even more. These creatures were seen in Neo Kyoto when they had televised the event between Harry Potter and Saray Orgbale, which took place not that long ago. That made them realize that Neo Kyoto was here, and that meant Harry Potter was also here as well. That small detail sent the opposing army into panic and despair. The Chaos Brigade were well aware that they were recognized as enemy number 1 to both Harry Potter and the yokai faction, but they never thought they would come to aid Asgard. It just didn't make sense to them at all, and why was the prominent question in their heads. Some were even desperately trying to teleport away and escape, but they found themselves unable to still do so. Alphaman then loudly spoke. The Holy Digimon Royal Knights are here on behalf of the Norse faction and the yokai faction. Harry Potter, our leader and friend, has ordered your deaths. Prepare yourselves, Cow's Brigade. For we can only promise a quick death. It was at this moment that the massive army knew that it was over for them. Many were regretting that they had decided to join the Cow's Brigade, and some were even regretting ever agreeing to this war. But most of all, every member of the Cow's Brigade was cursing the remaining leaders and Loki for ever thinking this was a good idea in the first place, all just because they wanted to cause chaos in the world. Suddenly more massive knights landed beside the first three, and then a massive dragon holding an equally massive lance arrived as well. The Cow's Brigade looked up and some began to hysterically laugh. It seems the lost situation they found themselves in had broken some of them. Unable to cope with the horror and panic, they instead descended into madness. One eight-winged fallen angel just growled and shook his head. Well, we're fucked. And if everyone in the Cow's Brigade army was in any sort of right mind, they might have agreed with him. But as of now, everyone was too busy staring at the massive knights before them. They knew they were going to die and there was nothing they could do, but hope that the Black Knight was telling the truth and they indeed grant them a quick death. Somewhere in a pocket dimension, Loki stared at the situation on the battlefield, but instead of anger or fear showing on his face, he instead maliciously grinned as he took out a dagger. The dagger was glowing with a vile and dark glow. This dagger gave the most ominous feeling of hate and rage, but the dark god just chuckled. Harry Potter, your death will soon come at the hand of Loki. Ha 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 ha. Behind him stood Fenrir, Heitai, Skull, and Hormungandr, who stared at Loki in confusion. Hormungandr shook his head. He knew what was used in the creation of that dagger. The blood of that abomination was said to be an anathema to dragons. Him being that close to it made shivers go down his spine, but he also doubted that it would affect Harry Potter. Despite being a dragon, Harry Potter was much more, and every dragon, evil or good, knew that they all respect the dragon god, and even though he is being forced to help his father, he knew they would fail. They will all die soon, but at the very least he would be free of the torment that is having to serve Loki. He only felt bad for Fenrir, Heitai, and Skull, who had never had a choice in all of this. Chapter 131. Alphaman acted first. She raised her Auriyukin and swung it hard, and a massive wave of green digital energy shot forward and destroyed the group in front of her almost instantly. A few seconds later, her attack aggressively detonated, causing a massive explosion that not only released a big shockwave but shook the entire area, causing the massive opposing army to scream in shock and fear. This became a signal for the rest of the Royal Knights, who immediately moved and rushed forward from all of Alphaman's side and spread out, while Alphaman raised and pointed an open hand towards her enemies. A massive amount of green digital energy coalesced on her hand. The energy flared and then became a sort of magic circle in front of Alphaman, Digital Eyes of Soul. From the glowing green magic circle before her, a multitude of energy shots fired forward and barraged the enemies further in front of her. The barrage of shots mowed down a big number of opposing enemies in front of Alphaman, but when the shots began to explode, the casualties just increased further. Meanwhile, Aminman Merciful Mode flew further into the enemy's ranks and brandished his fearsome blade. The katana-like blade glowed with beautiful white light as Omniman swung it at high speed as he moved through the army. Suddenly he took off, flying up, while the enemies he ran through died as his powerful white digital energy destroyed everything his katana-like blade struck, and a few seconds later he stopped high into the air and pointed his graceful cannon toward the opposing army. The cannon harshly glowed, until it fired a massive bluish-white beam of digital energy, that went through the opposing army like a hot knife through butter. However, instead of exploding, it instantly froze everything in its path. Even the enemies not directly hit were instantly frozen solid from the sharp drop in temperature. In another area, Gallantman Crimson Mode landed in the middle of a big group of enemies and stabbed his glowing white holy lance into the ground. Pillars of white light exploded from the ground, which took out quite a big number of enemies, while Gallantman CM suddenly began to swing his glowing white sword all around him, unleashing countless glowing white energy slashes at the enemies around him. Everything around the Crimson-Red Holy Knight was devastated in a wide area around him. Many members of the opposing army were instantly killed, while others were sent flying back by the massive shockwave generated by his attacks exploding. Ross Weiss watched and felt every explosion caused by the Royal Knights, and she couldn't help but gulp at the sheer destruction they caused in just a few minutes. It was something out of Legends in her eyes. The fact that only 3 of them had attacked just yet also shocked her. Just 3 of these powerful beings had attacked, and they had already caused a massive amount of damage to Loki's army. An army Asgard and the Einherjars had been struggling with, for weeks, was being devastated in mere minutes. Just how powerful are those knights? Harry heard Rossius's question and smiled. The Digimon are my familiars of sorts, and because of that they have gone stronger, far more so than a regular Digimon could ever hope to become. I can safely say that each of them is only weaker than me by a small margin. Ross Weiss gulped again. A small margin. Harry nodded. Yup, I do spar with them often and they're some of the few beings that can actually make me sweat, especially Alphaman, she's my first Digimon partner and my strongest as well, she's as strong as me. Rossius's eyes widen in shock, she immediately turned her head towards Alphaman and watched, as the Black Knight Digimon flapped her golden wings and took off flying forwards while thrusting her massive sword forward. Her body glowed with green digital energy and ran through her enemies like a comet, destroying anything or anyone in her way. It left Ross Weiss completely stunned. Harry chuckled and then went back to watching the rest of his Digimon friends destroy the rest of Loki's army. It won't be long before Loki shows up, more than likely with a grand entrance as well. Harry knew that the Loki of this world was a show-off and an arrogant prick, something he learned from Hestia and Rhea when he asked them about what they knew about the evil gods of his world. Loki was on the top of the most hated evil gods in the world, along with Azura, Kronos, and Seth. It surprised him how much the Loki of his world was so different from the one in the Avengers world. That one was an asshole but not evil. Sure, sometimes he made him feel like punching him in the face or the testicles, but he wasn't downright evil. But the Loki of Harry's world is a schemer, a liar, and a traitor now. No one liked him and much rather not want to deal with him and his arrogant attitude, so Harry knew that he must be planning something. He knew Loki was plotting something or had some sort of plan for him. The Chaos Brigade wouldn't have allowed him to go to war so openly against Asgard like this unless they thought they had some sort of way to deal with him. Harry hummed, it makes sense, they have been quiet for a long while and then they suddenly do this. No, they're planning something and Loki is either the test or the plan. So Harry kept a close eye on everything going on around the battlefield while the Royal Digimon Knights destroyed Loki's army with ease. Craniumon flew through enemy groups while rotating his duo solar spear at high speed like a blender. Any enemies caught in front of Craniumon's path were shredded to pieces. Suddenly, he stopped and began to twirl his duo solar spear around his body while it began to glow with black digital energy waltz end. A massive black shockwave spread from Craniumon's spear and all around his body. The shockwave traveled so fast that everyone and everything caught in it was instantly pulverized. Meanwhile, Crusade RMON blurred in front of a group of enemies and pulled her arms back while her fist was engulfed in pink digital energy. She then whipped her fist forward, Fist of Athena. The group of enemies was suddenly hit by a sonic boom from Crusaderman's punch and were destroyed in seconds. At this point the army of opposing enemies watched their allies and comrades die in front of them, being unable to escape. They snapped and everyone began to attack back in desperation. Of course, as Crusade RMON was being hit with light spears, magic spells, and even all sorts of weapons, she calmly stood up completely unaffected by the enemy's attacks. The ribbons around her body suddenly twitch, and in a single second, they blurred as they moved at an amazing speed. Everybody around of her stopped in their tracks. The ribbons stopped moving and went back to their normal position. Crusade RMON suddenly whispered the name of her attack, Spiral Masquerade. The unmoving enemies around her flinched and twitched once, and then exploded in gore, as Crusade RMON calmly left the area. However, the sudden attack from their comrades spurred the rest of Loki's army to attack the Royal Knights. They ignored the fact that their attacks didn't seem to have any effect on them and just continued to blast them with everything they had. Massive explosions and blasts engulfed the battlefield. As the roars of the battle overtook the area, everything descended into chaos, but the Royal Knights just stood proudly and completely unaffected. Dynasmon flew overhead as his body engulfed itself with purple digital energy. The energy grew and grew until it took the shape of a wyvern spreading its wings and roaring. Dynasmon suddenly flew down and crashed against the ground. A massive explosion suddenly shook the battlefield and destroyed everything in a wide area of effect. The shockwave created by the massive explosion traveled throughout a big area and caused havoc on everyone in Loki's army. Many were killed by the force while others were sent flying everywhere. Ross Weiss screamed as she was suddenly shaken by the force behind Dynasmon's attack. Harry snapped his fingers and covered both Ross Weiss and Asgard completely with a barrier. But Ross Weiss was too busy being frightened by the explosion. She stared at it. It looked like someone had set off a nuke here and it left her speechless. Harry just smiled as he watched Dynasmon take off flying into the sky and bombard more enemies, from the sky with energy shots from the palm of his claws. Gongkuman landed between a big group of frost giants who stepped back in fright from him. The Royal Knight crossed his arms and stared at the massive frost giants. What? You're just going to step back and run away like cowards? His words only served to piss off the frost giants, who despite being terrified, let their anger push them forward, so they launched themselves toward Gongkuman. The Royal Knight Digimon just grinned and then nodded much better. Face your deaths like men. Table flip. Gongkuman suddenly stomped on the ground, flipping up a massive flat chunk of stone. The chunk of stone glowed and transformed into DG Chrome in midair and slammed on top of the frost giants, killing them with a wet splat sound. However, his back was left open to another group of frost giants, who attacked him as soon as they got close to him, but someone suddenly yelled Judgment of the Blade. Jesmon blurred back to back with Gongkumen and carved the frost giants, attacking Gongkumen into pieces with the blades of his arms while moving at high speed. Jesmon then sighed, Master, can you not leave your back open like this? Gongkumen just smirked, why shouldn't I? I know you have my back, Jesmon, do you not? Jesmon's sweat dropped, that's not the point, Master. Gongkumen chuckled and began to walk forward without a care in the world. Let's go, Jesmon, I want to end this quickly and get back home to drink sake. Jesmon nodded and followed his master and friend back into battle. He might complain about it, but Jesmon had a big happy smile on his face that showed he was having fun right now. In another part of the battlefield, Kentaurosmon galloped through the field and aimed his crossbow at the Niflheimer enemies in front of him. Arrows of light blue light glowed as he began to shoot at his targets. The enemies reacted as fast as they could. Some of them got together and raised magic shields in a row in hope of stopping the blue light arrows, while others tried to shoot magic spells at the energy arrows to slow them down or destroy them. But the light blue arrows, however, continued forwards, completely ignoring the spells and magic shields. The light blue arrows crashed against Kentaurosmon's enemies and detonated. However, instead of explosions, the light blue arrows burst out and unleashed a blast of Arctic air that froze every enemy in the area. Kentaurosmon then slammed his hooves on the floor and every frozen enemy shattered into nothing. Kentaurosmon just shook his head. How weak, humph. To think these creatures think they can do whatever they want when they lack the strength to do so, foolish. A group of enemies roared and rushed forward towards Kentaurosmon's side. The Royal Knight just stared at them with disappointment in his eyes. Suddenly someone yelled, Extinction Wave. A black and reddish-colored wave of energy hit the group of enemies and disintegrated them. Leopardman landed beside Kentaurosmon and lowered his swords. Don't judge them too harshly, Kentaurosmon, they're being used and they don't even know it. Kentaurosmon nodded. True, but that's not an excuse for such foolishness and insult to Harry. Kentaurosmon took off at high speed while Leopardman chuckled, always the judgmental one. In another area of the battlefield, high into the sky and floating was Magnaman, who stared down at his enemies. He suddenly clapped his claws together and gathered his golden-colored digital energy. A small orb of gold digital energy formed between his claws, and as it grew, Magnaman spread his claws apart and then lifted the orb of gold plasma above his head. Magna Blast. Magnaman threw his claws forward and shot the massive orb of golden plasma toward the ground below them. The orb flew through the air at a high speed until it crashed into a big part of the army and exploded with a massive force. The plasma immediately destroyed anyone and everything caught in its path. Around the area surrounding the barrier protecting Asgard, a blue blur moved through the countless numbers of enemies. These enemies were trying to rush towards Asgard in hopes of hiding or taking a hostage to force a stop to the attacks, destroying them. But even before they could get close to a barrier, the blue blur would cut them to pieces in less than a second. Every member of Loki's army trying to rush towards Asgard was both confused and scared. No matter what they tried, they couldn't catch sight of whatever was killing them off. All they could perceive was someone moving at a high speed. Suddenly Ultra Force Vidraman stopped above them all and glared at his enemies. Ultra Force Vidraman then pointed his sword towards his enemies. Cowards! Your evil intent is evident in your eyes. You will never reach the place Harry is protecting. Not if I have anything to say about it. Victory Sword! Ultra Force Vidraman blurred from his target's sights and began to cut them down so fast, that many of them died without even knowing they did so. Ultra Force Vidraman would make sure that anyone trying to get to Asgard would die by his blade, the Victory Sword. Examin's massive form stayed right above Asgard and stared out onto the battlefield. He quietly watched as his fellow knights destroyed the army before them with relative ease. To him, it seemed like a waste to go all out against such weak opponents, but Harry's words are absolute and he would never disobey his friend, though that left him with the current dilemma he was facing. How I am supposed to attack and not destroy this entire place? Examin wondered this aloud and made his fellow knights chuckle. Harry smiled and tried not to laugh since he knew Examin really struggled not to be too destructive. He knew the pain of being so big and moving around without accidentally destroying everything around him. It doesn't help that Examin is very clumsy sometimes, though that wasn't his fault though. The enormous Royal Knight Digimon just had a hard time moving around delicately. He's more used to stomping around or slicing through the air on his wings. He is a dragon after all, so Examin deadpanned and just began to slowly, to him at least, poke random enemies with his massive spear. Said enemies turned into red mist upon impact, showing that even though Examin was being careful, it was still very hard for him to hold back. Harry stared down at the now growing smaller army of Loki. His Royal Knight Digimon were completely devastating the army with ease, and even though the enemies were attacking with everything they have, it wasn't doing anything to the Digimon. Ross Weiss was still quite shocked at everything that was going on. Harry understood why though. He had made it a point to not let his Digimon friends get too involved in a battle. He didn't want people to think of them as beings of war and the reason why the yokai faction should be feared, but now that Neo Kyoto's reputation was already built, Harry had no reason to not let his Digimon friends have some fun now, so today Asgard bore witness to their overwhelming power. Before today, the Digimon were only known as guards of Neo Kyoto, but now everyone will know just how powerful they really are. Suddenly Harry felt a twitch of spatial energy. He turned his head towards where he sensed the anomaly and watched as a tall man, with long white hair appeared with 3 wolves and a serpentine dragon on the battlefield. Ross Weiss gasped, which caught Harry's attention and made him realize who this person is. So this is Loki. Ross Weiss nodded but frowned. But something is wrong. Loki isn't one for direct confrontation, he's a schemer, so he's the type to hide in the shadows and plot. Why would he show up now that his army is obviously losing? Harry nodded, agreeing with Ross Weiss. More than likely, he has some sort of secret weapon or something that makes him feel pretty confident right now. Either way, we should go see what he's doing. Ross Weiss nodded and both she and Harry took off flying towards Loki, though Harry was keeping a close eye on everything just in case. Loki looked around with a frown at how devastated the army provided by the Chaos Brigade is. TCH. I really shouldn't have expected much from a bunch of mortals, fallen and devils though. My fellow frost giants were killed off as well. Loki narrowed his eyes, and glared at the strange and massive metallic creatures who were finishing off his army. Rezevim Levon Lucifer, it seems you were correct in assuming my father would call for aid to the yokai faction, and Harry Potter. Loki looked up and watched Harry Potter arrive right in front of him. Besides him was Ross Weiss. He didn't know what she was here for, but it didn't matter to him at the moment. No, right now his full attention was on the dragon god before him. He sensed his children actually stepping back from him, and even he couldn't blame them, for even he, a god, felt a tinge of fear. Loki, however, wasn't about to show fear to the being before him, not when he had the secret weapon Rezevim had given him to deal with someone like Harry Potter. Harry stared at Loki for a few seconds. He didn't know what it was, but he sensed something rather disgusting to him in his person. He then moved his gaze toward Fenrir, Skull, Heitai, and Hormungandr. The serpentine dragon seemed rather nervous, while the wolves looked afraid. Harry then spoke. Hormungandr, why are you siding with Loki? You're an evil dragon, but dragons wouldn't let their pride make them into servants. Loki grinned. They're my children. I created Hormungandr so I control him. Harry however ignored Loki and stared at Hormungandr, who blinked and then gazed towards Fenrir, Heitai, and Skull. I see, he's trying to protect his siblings. Say what you will about us dragons, but we are loyal, even those called evil dragons. Harry moved his gaze towards Loki. And you? I'm pretty sure the yokai faction and I have pretty much killed a lot of the Chaos Brigade. How are they this active? Loki grinned. You did kill a lot of leaders and devastated the hero faction, but the true leader of the Chaos Brigade still lives, and he has been biding his time and building up the Chaos Brigade once again. Harry narrowed his eyes. True leader, hey? I can't say I'm any impressed with what he's accomplished here today. This army is done for. Loki frowned. Indeed, but they were nothing but fodder, bait to draw our prey, and you came here, Harry Potter, you who has been nothing but a thorn in the Chaos Brigade's side. Harry sighed. Right, look, just give up or I will kill you. I have no interest in your grandstanding and plots, nor do I care about the Chaos Brigade's plans for that matter. They will all die eventually. Loki sneered at Harry with nothing but contempt. You lizards, always so arrogant and so disrespectful to your betters, especially when you're nothing but reptiles. I hate all of you. Hormungandr lowly growled, and Harry just grinned. More like you envy us. Despite you being a god, you're pretty weak yourself. Poor Loki, always playing second fiddle to Thor. Loki roared and waved an arm wide. A massive magic circle appeared in front of him, but Harry suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash of twilight and Spartan kicked him in the chest. Loki gasped in pain and was sent flying black and crashing against the ground, where his body created a long trench. Harry turned his head towards Hormungandr and began to hiss in Parcel tongue. Hormungandr, leave here and head to Neo Kyoto with your siblings. Join the dragon faction under me and Off Eyes, and both you and your siblings will be protected. Hormungandr stood up straight as he understood Harry. He then nodded and quickly wrapped his siblings with his body. Harry then immediately teleported them to Neo Kyoto. There, that should cut off Loki's link with them. The wards in Neo Kyoto will prevent him from summoning them too. Loki exploded out from the ground and held his chest in pain. He actually coughed a bit of blood, which made him panic a bit. I'm bleeding. I didn't want to believe it, but you damn lizard can actually harm gods. Harry turned his head back to Loki. It's amazing how arrogant some of you gods are. Do you really think you're untouchable? Powerful? Omnipotent? Let me tell you that you're not. Harry appeared right in front of Loki in a flash of twilight and appeared in front of Loki again. He then grabbed him by the face, and Loki grunted and grabbed hold of Harry's wrist. He growled as he tried to get Harry's hand off his face but found himself unable to even move one of his fingers. Suddenly Harry lifted him into the air and slammed him into the ground. The back of his head crashed against the ground and cracked the ground. Loki saw stars but growled in rage. He pointed an open palm towards Harry and tried to blast his face off with a spell. But Harry just slapped his hand away from his face and began to repeatedly slam Loki's head on the ground, until he grew tired and threw Loki to the side like a piece of garbage. The god of mischief rolled on the ground a couple of times until he came to a stop. He then quickly stood up and glared at Harry while blood began to drip down his face from his head. Ross Weiss floated down beside Harry and stared worriedly towards the beat-up Asgardian god Lord Loki. Please stop. You can't hope to win. Even you know that it's impossible to beat a dragon god, much less one like Harry Potter. Loki just sneered. Be quiet, Valkyrie. You have no right to question a god. And even dragon gods have a weakness. Loki suddenly took out a dagger from his robes and held it tightly in his hand. Ross Weiss stepped back in fear as she felt the dark and hate-filled aura in the dagger. Harry raised an eyebrow and stared at the dagger in curiosity. Loki smirked when he noticed Harry's gaze, surprised. I must admit I am too. Never thought Rizevim Levon Lucifer would be able to get the blood of Samael. But he did it just to counter you and any other dragon willing to go against the Chaos Brigade. Ross Weiss gasped. Samael? The Dragon Eater? But how? He's sealed in the land of the dead, in Cocytus. How did the Chaos Brigade get a hold of him? Harry frowned as he heard the name. He didn't know who that was, but his title intrigued him. Loki shrugged. Who knows how they did it? Loki then maliciously grinned. But that doesn't matter. With this we can kill Harry Potter. Loki blurred out of sight. Rossius's eyes widened in worry and fear, and she immediately turned around towards Harry. Harry! Get away! But it was too late. Loki appeared in front of Harry and aimed to stab him in the chest with the dagger. Ross Weiss gasped and teared up a bit, thinking the worst. But then she heard Loki growling. She then saw the god of mischief begin to struggle as if he was trying to push something with all his strength. Ross Weiss turned her gaze towards Harry's face and saw him deadpanned at Loki. She then took off running to their side and saw what had happened. Harry had caught the dagger with two of his fingers and kept it away from touching his chest. Ross Weiss gaped while Loki just snarled, how? You should be unable to even touch this dagger dripped in the blood of the Dragon Eater. Harry frowned. I don't know who this Samael is, but I will admit that this thing does have some very nasty curses and poison, but you and the Chaos Brigade made a couple of mistakes. Harry flexed his fingers and then snapped the dagger into pieces. Loki's eyes widened in shock, and took a step back in fear. Harry just continued to deadpan at Loki. First of all, Dragon God isn't my true race per se, that's just what everyone calls me in this world, and I never bothered to correct anyone. Ross Weiss stared in disbelief at what Harry just said. Meanwhile Harry looked down at the pieces of the dagger. I don't blame the beings of this world for not knowing though. For a long time dragon gods were the pinnacle of what a dragon can aspire to become. Harry returned his gaze towards Loki. The god of mischief flinched the moment Harry's gaze landed on him. I didn't even know there was something beyond a dragon god, not until I learned about it from one of my girlfriends. Out there in the multiverse exists a kind of dragon far beyond what a dragon god is. Ross Weiss listened intently while Harry just continued to speak to a now terrified Loki. I'm what's known as a true dragon, also known as an elder god dragon, primordial dragon, and whatnot. As a true dragon I can't die, and even if I did, I would just be reincarnated somewhere with all my memories and power. Loki gaped as Ross Weiss just stared at Harry in awe. Harry shrugged. I'm a being far beyond the understanding of this world. A true dragon is the highest ranking being in existence. They're nigh invulnerable and nigh unstoppable avatars of nature that serve as the pillars of all creation, and there are only 6 in existence. Lucky for you and everyone else in this world, the other 5 are in another world. We are a rowdy bunch after all, and we tend to cause a lot of destruction and chaos by just hanging out. Loki trembled and shook his head. You're lying. There can't be anything more beyond a dragon god. You cold-blooded lizards shouldn't have this much power. You can't be beyond us gods. Harry just shrugged. You can believe what you want, but the fact of the matter is, that you or anyone in this world can't kill me. It's impossible, and the fact that I destroyed your little toy should be proof enough. Loki looked down and began to mutter to himself. It seems that Harry's words broke something in him. Ross Weiss was just stunned by everything she just learned. A true dragon. Suddenly Ross Weiss felt some very heavy footsteps. She snapped out of her stunned state and looked around. she watched as the Royal Knight Digimon stood around them and watched over what was happening. Loki suddenly looked up, but now he had madness clear in his eyes, madness that exploded. Loki, the god of mischief, began to laugh. A broken and craze-filled laugh that slowly grew to a cackle filled with insanity. Harry shook his head and sighed. And that is why I never tell anyone about this except my family. Some people just can't handle the truth. Besides, it was rather stupid for you to think you were fast enough to stab me too. Ross Weiss nodded. She herself was having a hard time wrapping her head around what she just heard, but she also understood what Harry was saying, so she chose not to repeat to anyone what she just heard here today. Harry stepped forward the cackling Loki, and as soon as he got close to him he backhanded him on the face as hard as he could. Loki's head turned into red mist, and his body collapsed on the floor where it began to disintegrate into little particle. Harry looked down. Don't worry Loki, soon I'll send the rest of the Chaos Brigade to keep you company. Harry then looked up. Alphaman nodded and began to report to him. All enemy forces have been destroyed, the area has been cleared and a few surrendered. What do you want to do with them? Harry smiled at Alphaman. We'll leave Odin to decide what to do with them, maybe they'll be executed or interrogated, who knows. Alphaman nodded and smiled at Harry with her eyes. The rest of the Royal Knights raised their weapons towards the sky or their claws and roared in victory. Harry smiled at his friends, happy that they had a chance to stretch and have some fun. He knows that they love to safeguard Neo Kyoto and the yokai, but things do tend to be a little boring at times, so he knew his friends really enjoyed this little battle. Harry then turned his head towards Ross Weiss, who was staring at the Digimon celebrating their victory there. Problem solved. What do you think, Ross Weiss? Ross Weiss turned her head and sighed a bit while rubbing the big ball bun that was her hair on top of her head. Harry almost laughed because she seemed to have gotten used to her new hairstyle made by Crusade RMON. Ross Weiss then slumped a bit. What do I think? I don't really know, Harry. I definitely learned a lot today, and some of what I learned is pretty much beyond my pay grade, but at the very least we don't have to worry about Ragnarok anymore, though what Loki said did raise more questions and concerns. Harry nodded and turned his head towards the destroyed dagger. He had already purified the poison and curse on that thing, but the fact that the Chaos Brigade were able to get their hands on something so volatile just made things more bothersome. Harry sighed. Yes, I want to learn more about this Samael. Who is he? What is he, and why do I feel so much hatred from his aura alone? But we should go back to Odin first and report back. Ross Weiss nodded. Yeah, we definitely should report this and maybe give warning to the rest of the factions. I'm afraid that with this the Chaos Brigade's threat level has increased. Harry nodded and then turned to talk to his Digimon friends. Thank you guys, you can go home now and relax. The Royal Knights nodded and began to disappear in bursts of digital energy one by one. Alphaman was last, and before she disappeared she said one more thing to Harry. Do call us again if you need more help, Harry, I'll see you back home. Harry nodded to Alphaman and gave her a smile as she disappeared in a burst of green digital energy. Harry turned his head towards Ross Weiss and gave her a small nod. Let go back to Odin and the others. Ross Weiss nodded. Harry then waved his and created a dark corridor beside her. Now knowing what it was, Ross Weiss didn't hesitate to immediately walk through it. Harry watched her do so and then walked over to the dark corridor but stopped right in front of it and lightly turned his head to the side. Devil, make sure you report this to Rizevim. He will die along with the rest of the Chaos Brigade and there's nothing he can do about it. He better enjoy what little left of his life he has left. Having said that, Harry walked inside the dark corridor, which dissipated soon after. A silver-haired devil appeared out of nowhere and sighed. He was clearly sweating something fierce. But no one could blame him. Euclid Lucifuge was detected by Harry Potter, and the only reason he was left alive was to deliver a message. He had made himself invincible and undetectable with the use of some very advanced magic, but that was useless for a being like Harry Potter. Euclid nervously turned his head towards the destroyed dagger with a frown on his face. I have to report this to Lord Lucifer. We might have made a horrible mistake today. Chapter 132. Ross Weiss and Harry walked out of the dark corridor and into Asgard's throne room. Both immediately looked down when they heard a groan and stared at the downed form of Odin eating the floor while Ophis kicked him on the ribs. Ross Weiss sweat dropped and sighed, while Harry raised an eyebrow. He turned his head towards Sirafal and Yasaka, who were watching this with clear amusement in their eyes. What's going on? Sirafal giggled and then shrugged. Well, we squeezed Odin with a lot of benefits for Neo Kyoto from Asgard, but then he made a comment about how he would like to meet some very busted female dragons from the dragon faction, and Ophis took offense. Harry sighed and walked up to Ophis and gave her a head pat. This calmed the dragon god of infinity down and gave Odin reprieve from his ass-kicking. Harry then looked down at Odin. You're pretty stupid, aren't you? Odin groaned but chuckled nonetheless. Harry just shook his head, knowing he had no regrets. He was obviously dealing with someone like Master Roshi and Jiraiya. The dragon faction is under mine and Ophis's protection, old man, so do keep yourself in check. Plus, what exactly are you going to do if you meet a dragoness? They don't exactly like weaklings. Odin suddenly stood up and laughed. I'll seduce them with my smooth talk and good looks. Of course, it seems that since everything was resolved, Odin went back to being his usual self. Ophice's eye twitched from the sheer nonsense Odin was saying right now, while Harry just deadpanned at him. Ross Weiss sighed. Please your majesty, behave yourself in front of our guests. Odin just laughs. Come on Ross Weiss. Relax, everything is good again and we don't have to worry about Ragnarok anymore. This is exactly why you're still single after so many years. Ross Weiss flinched as if someone slapped her and teared up. Harry noticed this and narrowed his eyes as he watched Ross Weiss slump down and fall to the ground on her knees and hands. Meanwhile, Odin just laughed, having already gotten used to doing this all the time, though deep down he was feeling sad that Loki had to die. But before he could continue to ponder the death of his son, he was suddenly hit on the back of his head so hard that he saw stars. In fact, he actually felt his head crack from whatever had hit him, but the pain, never has the All-Father ever felt such agonizing pain in his life. Not only did the impact hurt, but both his head and brain felt like they were on fire. Odin was in so much pain that he fell on his knees while holding his head and began to whimper and groan in pain. After a few seconds, which felt like years to Odin, the pain subsided a bit and the All-Father looked up to see what had hit, only to come face to face with Harry Potter glaring at him. Odin actually flinched as Harry coldly stared at him. I don't care much that you're a pervert, Odin. Death knows I met some very perverted guys in my life, good guys but perverts nonetheless, but if there's one thing I really hate it's bullies. Odin wanted to say something but Harry grabbed him by the face and then lifted him off the ground. I had my suspicions when I talked to Ross Weiss, the way she would react to certain things, how unsure she seemed of herself at times, but most of all, the sheer despair she showed when she thought you would mess up. Odin grunted but Harry just continued to hold his face. So listen closely, you and Asgard are part of the yokai faction now, so I expect you to be professional and behave like a decent person as much as possible. So you will apologize to Ross Weiss and never make her cry again, or I will do to you what I did to Zeus. Odin twitched and stay unmoving for a few seconds. He obviously knew what had become of Zeus. It was no secret to a lot of gods that the once proud and powerful Zeus was crippled and weakened to a point that nothing of the god he used to be remained. So Odin did the smart thing to do here. He nodded and Harry threw him in front of Ross Weiss, who was silently watching everything happening with wide eyes full of disbelief. She stared as Odin hit the ground in front of her face first and even bounced up once before staying on the ground face down and groaning. He suddenly spoke up. Ugh. I'm sorry Ross Weiss, looks like my jokes finally got too much. I've never meant to hurt you, I just wanted to push you to relax but it seems I took it too far. I won't do it again. Ross Weiss gulped. She had always dreamed of Odin apologizing for all the times he had ever made fun of her, but never like this. Harry had just chopped him on the head and he now looked to be in so much pain. Suddenly she felt someone lift and stood her up. She looked behind her and saw Ophice floating in the air, while holding her by the armpits and helping her up with a small smile on her face. Harry shook his head and then spoke. I'll let it go this time because you're obviously hurting because of Loki's death, but I won't do so a second time. Odin nodded while still on the floor. It made the nod look odd but Harry ignored that for now. He could clearly see that Loki's death had affected Odin but the old god was trying to hide it and save face. So he'll forgive this for now. He really hates bullies but he's not a heartless bastard to ignore a father mourning his son, regardless if the son was an arrogant asshole that was much better dead than alive, to begin with. Harry sighed and then spoke, now get up, we have a lot to talk about. Me and Ross Weiss found out quite a few things and I think everyone should know what we found out. Harry then walked up to the stairs leading to Odin's throne and took a seat on them. Yasaka and Sirafal followed him while Ophice floated to Harry's lap and sat there. Meanwhile, Odin slowly stood up, and even though he was still feeling quite a bit of pain he still grinned at Harry who just huffed and shook his head. Ross Weiss nodded and walked up to stand in front of Harry. Soon enough Odin recovered enough and stood in front of Harry, though he still gently rubbed the top of his head by the Norns. For a few moments, I thought I was going to die. Harry just shrugged. That's not important right now. Odin's sweat dropped at the way Harry pushed his death to the side but didn't say anything. Right now we have to speak about the Cows Brigade. Odin sighed but nodded. He knew that they had to speak about all of this but a part of him just wanted to forget all of this ever happened. Harry noticed Odin's expression and sighed. I know you might not want to speak about this right now Odin, but it's important. But first. Harry suddenly snapped his finger. There was a flash of blue energy that Ross Weiss recognized him. Did you just teleport something, Harry? Harry smiled and nodded. Yes, as promised, I just teleport all the dead bodies to their corresponding factions, or rather, whatever was left of them. Ross Weiss nodded a yes. I'd be surprised if there was anything else left after Crusade RMON and the others' attack. It was a bloodbath out there. Harry nodded, and though Odin was curious about what this Crusade RMON Ross Weiss was speaking of, he was more curious about what Harry had found out. So I take it that Loki spoke out of his arrogance and told you some important information, right? Harry nodded yes. According to him, the Chaos Brigade knew, or at least believed, that Loki's actions would draw my attention, so they prepared a special weapon to deal with me, or at least that was the plan. Ross Weiss frowned while Odin paid attention. A special weapon? Something that can deal with you? Did my foolish son really believe this nonsense? Harry shrugged, but it was Ross Weiss who answered Odin's questions. Yes, but I think it had to do with what the weapon was imbued with, otherwise Loki wouldn't have been so sure to confront Harry. Odin frowned, and something about what Ross Weiss just said gave him a bad feeling. Harry then spoke up. Apparently, the leader of the Chaos Brigade gave Loki a dagger imbued with the blood of a being called Samael, or something like that. Both Ophis and Odin hissed at the same time in both shock and annoyance, shocked that someone had actually dared to get something from Cocytus, and annoyance because this meant that the enemy had access to Cocytus, where some of the most dangerous and powerful supernatural beings are sealed. Harry raised an eyebrow. Okay, just who is this Samael? Going by his name, I guessed he's either a fallen angel or a regular angel, but why would you react to that name like that, Ophis? Ophis frowned for a second. She stayed quiet as well, but then spoke up. You're not wrong about him being related to heaven. Samael is a fallen angel who disguised himself as a snake and tricked Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. Harry tilted his head in curiosity as Ophis continued. When God found out about that, he turned Samael into a dragon and cursed him with all sorts of dark and evil curses for all eternity. Samael even developed a powerful dragon-slaying poison from all the hate God had over dragons at that point. He is an anathema to dragons. Everything about Samael is not deadly and dangerous, but certain death to anything remotely dragonic, well except you, but you're a different story altogether. But to think that the Chaos Brigade has access to Samael, this is very problematic. Odin nodded yes, this means the land of the dead and Cocytus have been compromised. Harry frowned. What do you mean, the land of the dead? What does my domain have anything to do with this? Odin looked down, but it was Ophis who answered Harry's questions. It's because Cocytus is located in the land of the dead and only a few beings can have access to that place. Harry narrowed his eyes. I see. I will be speaking with Ereshkigal about this when we get back home. I will get to the bottom of this soon enough. Both Odin and Ophis nodded and trusted Harry to find out what has happened. Yasaka then spoke up. We need to also see if Samael is still sealed in Cocytus or if the Chaos Brigade took him out somehow. I believe they seek him out because of the creation of the dragon faction. Ophis nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. They needed something to counterattack dragons now that they became the enemies of the Chaos Brigade. What better way than to use Samael? Every dragon knows about him and would be wary after all. Odin sighed and rubbed his beard. I don't believe they were able to get Samael out of Cocytus. The Judeo-Christian god's magic is no joke, even I recognize his talents. Harry hummed. So all we have to do is make sure Samael is still there and then deal with him, stop the Chaos Brigade from having any more access to his blood and poison. Odin nodded. That would be the ideal solution, but I don't know how we could prevent the Chaos Brigade from reaching Samael. They did it once already, so they must be able to do so again with ease. Harry nodded. Well, I'll just kill Samael and then destroy his body, that way no one could ever use him as a weapon against dragons. Ophis nodded in agreement with what Harry is proposing, but Odin looked down. It's not going to be easy to kill that thing. I'm sure the Judeo-Christian god wanted Samael to suffer for all eternity, so he must have made sure that Samael couldn't die. Harry just grinned. Did you forget I'm the master of death, old man? God might have been powerful, but even he still succumbed to death, and so will Samael. All I have to do is use my authority as the master of death and tell him to die, though I don't think I will have to use my authority to destroy him. Both Ross Weiss and Odin gaped in shock at what Harry just said. The Valkyrie sighed and shook her head. That's kind of scary, Harry. Odin nodded. The power to kill anyone by just uttering a word, what terrifying ability, one that matches the master of death nonetheless. Harry just shrugged with a smile on his face. He has had this ability for a while now, but it's not one he uses often, but it's always nice to have the option. Yasaka then spoke up. The problem is that we don't know just exactly how much of Samael's blood and poison the Chaos Brigade has collected already. Ophis shook her head. I don't think they have much. The curses and poison are so volatile that it would be very difficult to contain and move big quantities of it. They probably used all they had in that dagger Harry mentioned, thinking it would be enough to deal with him. Odin turned his head towards Ross Weiss. What happened to the dagger? Ross Weiss wasted no time to answer his question. Harry destroyed it. Odin turned his head towards Harry, who just smiled. Loki launched himself towards me, intending to stab me with that kitchen knife as if he was fast enough to do so. Harry shook his head. You don't have to worry about the dagger either, I purified the curses and poison from it, it's useless now. Odin nodded and then looked up with a tired sigh. At least we don't have to worry about that dagger anymore, but we do need to check in on Samael and the Cocytus. Everyone nodded, and Harry then spoke up. Leave that to me, I'll check in with the active death gods and check Cocytus as well. Since it's part of the land of the dead, then it's under my jurisdiction. Everyone once again nodded. Ross Weiss then spoke up. Loki also dropped the leader of the Cows Brigade's name. Everyone then turned their heads towards Ross Weiss except Harry. He knew that the name of the Cows Brigade's leader would cause alarms to go off. Ross Weiss frowned and then proceeded to reveal the name. Loki said that Rizevim Levon Lucifer is the current leader of the Cows Brigade now. Sira Fall sighed and shook her head. You know? I'm not even surprised. Rizevim has always been insane. It doesn't help that he has a hard-on for chaos and destruction too. Off-Ice hummed. Rizevim has always been moving things around the Cows Brigade. Most of the time I just ignored everything he did and let him do as he pleased. I'm not surprised. He took over. Harry looked down towards Off-Ice. Still, the old Satan faction took a big hit. We have killed pretty much every leader they have, and with the cleanse the Mood did in the underworld, they must have lost a lot of support as well. Off-Ice nodded. True, but Rizevim also had quite a few supporters outside the old Satan faction, like-minded beings that want nothing else but to see the world burn. I'm sure they must have joined him in the Cows Brigade. Yasaka sighed. Great, just as we thought we had hit him hard enough. They go around and gather more allies and help. The Cows Brigade is starting to be worse than cockroaches. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was no secret now, that the Cows Brigade is going to continue to be a pain in the butt for a while longer. Harry sighed. Doesn't matter, we'll still deal with them as they continue to appear. Today their forces took a big hit, so it will be a while before they can do anything else. So for now we'll prepare and let everyone know what we found out here today. Everyone nodded. I'll talk to Ajilka and Surtsks. We'll keep an eye out for Rizevim in the underworld, though he hasn't been seen in his territory for a long while. Yasaka nodded. I'll talk with the rest of our allies and let them know. Gabriel will make sure to let Heaven know, and everyone else will tell the rest of the factions. Odin then spoke up. I'll let Azazel know as well. There was way too many fallen angels that joined up the Cows Brigade, so he has to take some responsibility for that. Harry scoffed. Yeah, I doubt he'll take any responsibility for those fallen angels. In any case, I'll talk to the death gods and find out what's going on. Harry then stood up while carrying Off-Ice like a teddy bear. I'll let everyone know what I find out soon. Everyone nodded, and Odin then spoke up. Ross Weiss, you go with Harry. As of now you'll serve as the liaison between the yokai faction and Asgard. It's a big job, but I know I can trust you with it. Ross Weiss gaped a bit but then nodded. She then looked a little unsure. But what about Granny? Who's going to tell her that I'm leaving Asgard for now? Kyoto. Odin gulped, which surprised everyone a bit. The All-Father then sighed. I'll talk to Gondol. I'm sure she'll listen to me once I explain the situation to her. I hope. Ross Weiss smiled while ignoring Odin's clear fear and turned her head towards Harry. Then, I'm looking forward to working with you and the yokai faction, Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. Me too, Ross Weiss. I'm sure everyone would like to get to know you. Now we should go. I sent Hormungandr, Fenrir, Skull, and Heitai to my basement before I fought Loki, so I have to go check on them. Odin raised an eyebrow. Oh? I thought you would kill them. Harry shook his head. Nah, they clearly didn't want to be dragged into all of this, so I took them out. Sorry to say, but Hormungandr will be joining the dragon faction. Odin. Odin nodded. You'll hear no complaints from me. I think it's best to keep Hormungandr away from Asgard. And Thor, do me a favor and also keep Fenrir in Neo Kyoto. Harry hummed. Well, I've always wanted pets, and I'm sure the demigods and the girls would love to help me play and take care of them. Odin just sweat dropped at the fact that Harry was going to treat a god-slaying wolf like a family pet. Harry then turned his head towards Ross Weiss. Do you need time to pack your things? Ross Weiss hummed for a bit, but then shook her head. Not really. I don't have a lot where I live here in Asgard, so I can just get everything I need in Kyoto, though I'm going to need help finding where I can buy everything I will need. Yasaka smiled and cheerfully clapped. Don't worry. The girls and I will take you shopping and show you around Neo Kyoto. We'll even cover all of your expenses. Ross Weiss teared up a bit. Really? I would really appreciate that. My income isn't that good, so it's been very tight lately. Everyone turned their heads towards Odin, who flinched and began to sweat. Harry narrowed his eyes at him. What does she mean by that? You're not underpaying her, are you, Odin? Odin shook a bit but didn't say anything, which pretty much told Harry that yes, she was not getting paid very well. Ross Weiss then spoke. Well, In Asgard they don't value my kind of job very well, warrior-like jobs get paid the most and those like me, get the minimum. Harry glared at Odin for a few moments. What a stupid and outdated mentality. Harry turned his head towards Yasaka. Yasaka, do me a favor and add Ross Weiss to the payroll, make sure she gets paid accordingly with what she's in charge of and give her access to the natural dungeon as well, just in case she needs more cash. Yasaka nodded and then smiled. Of course dear, I'll make sure Ross Weiss will be taken care of. Harry then turned side and went back to glaring at Odin. Start fixing your faction Odin, the yokai faction has no patience for foolish ideals and mindsets. Odin nodded but knew that it wasn't going to be easy or fast, though he can now see that changes were necessary, otherwise Asgard will be left behind or at worst destroyed. Harry nodded and then waved a hand. A dark corridor sprouted not too far from him and everyone began to walk over to it. Harry then spoke to Odin one more time. Well then, we'll take our leave for now, Ross Weiss will send you an update about what I find out soon. Odin nodded one more time and then the Neo-Kyoto party began to walk into the dark corridor. Ross Weiss was second to last and widely smiled as she walked inside. Harry nodded to Odin and then walked into the dark corridor. Now alone, Odin sighed. That boy sure is terrifying. The All-Father then looked down and slumped down. Loki, you foolish child. Harry and company arrived in Neo-Kyoto, inside Yasaka's office. Immediately everyone left to take care of their objectives regarding what had happened in Asgard along with making sure Ross Weiss has everything she needs. So Sirafal left to go to the underworld and meet with Surtsk and Ajilka. She might not be part of the devil faction anymore, but she still has some responsibilities in it. The Mo must be informed about Rizevim and of the possibility of even more devils joining the Chaos Brigade, plus they also must be warned about what the Chaos Brigade might be plotting. Yasaka left with Ross Weiss, not only to have her set up with what she needs to live in Neo-Kyoto but to also add her to the payroll and to add her to the wards and such. She also has to gather the leaders and let them know about what the Chaos Brigade had planned and done over in Asgard, plus to also let them know that Asgard is an ally to Neo-Kyoto now. Offis opted to go to the Dragon Sanctuary and speak to the Dragon Kings about the fact that someone has access to Samael. A warning is necessary and she didn't want any of her people getting caught by surprise. This whole situation was just bothersome to her but she knew that Harry will soon resolve the whole thing. She was really glad he was here, otherwise, the Chaos Brigade might have used Samael against her and succeeded in bringing her down. Harry smiled as he gave his girlfriends a kiss goodbye as they all left. He also gave Ross Weiss a head pat just so she wouldn't be left out and then left to go to his home. He had 4 incredibly powerful mythological beings in his basement and he needed to deal with that as soon as possible. Harry arrived in his basement but froze as he watched both Bianca and Thalia rubbing Fenrir's belly while the giant wolf was clearly enjoying the attention. He then turned his head towards his left and caught sight of Percy and Nico playing with Heitai and Skull as if they weren't giant and dangerous wolf deities but Harry only chuckled and shook his head. He then caught sight of Hormungandr laying on the ground while also keeping an eye on his siblings, as they played around and had fun with the children that found them in the basement. Harry walked up to the massive serpentine dragon and raised a hand in greeting. Hormungandr slightly raised his head and nodded to Harry. The dragon god reached Hormungandr and stood before him. Hormungandr looked down at Harry and then hissed, Lord Potter. Is father dead, Dollar? Harry nodded and then hissed back, yes, sorry to say, but Loki was too unhinged and dangerous to be left alive, plus he did come at me with a very dangerous weapon as well, Dollar. Hormungandr nodded, it's for the best. Father was an awful person and even worse god. I do apologize that he attacked you with such an abomination of a weapon. I take it didn't have any effect on you, did it, Dollar? Harry raised an eyebrow but nodded, you knew it wouldn't do anything to me, and you didn't warn Loki, Dollar? Hormungandr nodded, he wouldn't have listened to me, he was completely sure that you would fall to the dagger, besides I had already accepted my death. I was only worried about my siblings, Dollar. Hormungandr turned his massive head towards where Fenrir, Heitai and Skull were enjoying themselves playing with the demigods. Harry watched as one of the evil dragons softly smiled. It made him realize that even evil dragons can love something, you don't have to worry about your siblings, I'll make sure they have a happy life from now on, Dollar. Hormungandr nodded and then turned his head towards Harry, I thank you, Lord Harry, for both the protection of my siblings and for giving me a chance. I Hormungandr vow to be loyal to you and the dragon faction, Dollar. Harry smiled as he felt the world shake. A dragon making a vow was not a simple thing. That sort of promise carries power and Hormungandr just vowed himself to the dragon faction and thus the yokai faction as well. Harry then nodded at Hormungandr. I, Harry Potter, the Twilight Dread dragon god of chaos and creation, accepts your vow and welcomes you to your new home, Hormungandr Locuson, and your siblings as well, Dollar. The world shook once again as Harry accepted Hormongondra's vow with his full title. Suddenly Harry felt a weight on his back which made him smile. Hey Pops! What's with all the hissing? Harry chuckled and turned his head a bit only to see Thalia happily grinning at him while hanging from his back. Still he answered Thalia's question. I'm speaking with Parseltongue, the language of the snakes with my friend here. Thalia raised an eyebrow. Talking with snakes. Neat. Percy can speak with horses and Bianca and Nico can understand dogs. I wonder if I can speak or understand an animal. Bianca walked up to Harry's side with Fenrir walking by her side. She grabbed Harry's hand and held it while humming. I think you might be able to speak or understand eagles. Zeus was known to be able to do that. I think. Thalia looked very excited about the possibility to be able to speak with an eagle. Meanwhile, Nico and Percy walked up to Harry with Haytai and Skull walking by their side. Nico smiled at Harry. Hey Dad. Haytai, Skull, and Fenrir wanted to thank you for setting free from Loki. I don't know who that is, but he sounds like a jerk. But they are very thankful they're away from him. Bianca nodded in agreement. She had heard the wolves rant about this Loki guy, so she just knew he must have been a horrible person. Harry smiled and gave the wolves a head pat which made them close their eyes and enjoy it. You're very welcome. Now Fenrir, Skull, and Haytai, all three of you will be staying in Neo Kyoto along with Hormungandr. Odin thought it would be best for you guys to be away from Asgard. The wolves nodded and were wagging their tails in excitement. Hormungandr nodded and smiled while he watched his siblings look very happy. Percy then spoke, oh. Why don't we demigods take care of them? I'm sure everyone will be happy to play and spend time with them. Bianca nodded. We'll take turns walking them and they can come with us in the natural dungeon to hunt. We'll keep them well fed like that. Thalia smiled. Yet. Come on Pops. Say yes. Nico clapped. I always wanted a dog. Harry chuckled at the fact that his demigod children want to take care of gods laying wolves. The irony of the situation was hilarious to him, but he also thought it was a good idea as well. So he nodded. All right, but you have to be careful with them, they're wolves and are very dangerous. Okay. Percy, Bianca, Thalia, and Nico turned their head towards the wolves who were staring back at them with happy white eyes and tongues out. They just couldn't see what made them dangerous, but they nodded to their dad nonetheless. Bianca then nodded to Hormungandr who tilted his head. What about him? Where is he going to live? Harry smiled. Hormungandr is a dragon actually, a serpentine dragon like Off-Ice, so he'll be living in the dragon sanctuary, but I know he'll want to visit Fenrir, Haytai, and Skull sometimes. The demigods nodded. They didn't mind much having a massive serpentine dragon coming to visit the big house, besides he wouldn't be the strangest thing to visit their home in Neo Kyoto. Thalia nodded and then jumped down from Harry's back. Sounds good. I'm sure we can make space for him to lay down and enjoy the sun. Harry smiled at Thalia. Unlike her true father, she's a very kind and outspoken girl, but that kindness was a big contrast to who her father is. Harry was very glad that she was like this rather than being like Zeus. Harry gave Thalia a head pat, which made her blush but enjoy the show of affection nonetheless. Harry then decided to ask something he was very curious about. Oh? What are you guys doing in the basement? Percy was the one to answer Harry's question. We came to practice our elemental powers. In the big house's backyard we might hurt someone. Bianca then continued. Plus we needed a place where we can draw the elements to ourselves. We can't create them yet, but we can manipulate them easily, and the basement has all kinds of environments we can use. Harry nodded. I see. You need a lake or sea for Percy's hydrokinesis and open ground for his geokinesis, open skies for Thalia's aerokinesis and electrokinesis, plus shadows for your and Nico's umbrakinesis. The demigods nodded and smiled at Harry. Percy then spoke up. But what are you up to? Harry smiled. Well, I went to Asgard and went to war, killed a god, and then I came here to check on these four, plus I have to call in a meeting, which reminds me, Bianca. Bianca looked up towards Harry. Yes. Harry gave her a head pat. Is Hades busy? I need to talk to him. Bianca hummed for a bit. I think Dad should be somewhat free today. He did say to me and Nico that we could call him to hang out today if we wanted, but we already had plans to train with Percy and Thalia today. Nico then chuckled. Dad sulked in a corner for a while. It was funny. Harry laughed a little at the fact that Hades was being dramatic, but nodded to his children. All right, thanks guys, I'm going to Ereshkigal's room now. Be careful with your training, and then take Hormungandr and the wolves with you back to Neo Kyoto when you're done, okay? The demigod children nodded and Harry then left them to their training, knowing that he can trust them to take care of Hormungandr and the wolves. He was happy that they quickly found acceptance in a home. Harry arrived at Ereshkigal's room and went inside. He immediately saw her sleeping under the covers on her bed, surrounded by wraps of chips and empty cans of soda and even beer. Harry chuckled and snapped his fingers. This cleaned Ereshkigal's room in a second. While he walked up to her bed, he quietly lay down beside her and on top of the covers. He then hugged her sleeping body, which stirred Ereshkigal from her sleep. Wah! Is that you, Harry? Harry chuckled. Yes, how's my lazy queen of the underworld? Ereshkigal groaned and then peeked out from under cover to stare at Harry, which just made him laugh as he saw her red eyes glaring back at him. I'm not lazy. I was just taking a nap. Harry smiled. It's way past noon, Eris. Ereshkigal groaned and hid back under the covers. Shut up, it's too early for logic. Harry laughed and hugged Ereshkigal tighter. He supposed he could wait a bit longer and just be with Ereshkigal for a little bit before he had to deal with the serious stuff. Chapter 133. Harry took a quick nap with Ereshkigal and an hour later both woke up. Ereshkigal, of course, was more than happy to cuddle with her boyfriend, but she also knew that something big was going on. She could feel Harry had something on his mind. So she asked him what was happening and Harry told her what had happened with Loki and Asgard. A few minutes later, Ereshkigal sat up in her bed and looked down to think the Cows Brigade would actually dare to trespass the land of the dead, just to get to Samael. How annoying. Harry nodded. I didn't even know that something like that was in my territory. In fact, I don't know much about the land of the dead of this world and Cocytus for that matter. Ereshkigal hummed. Well, you've been busy with other stuff and it's the job of the death gods to handle all of this in your place anyways, but to think that no one was alerted, this is very troublesome. Harry sighed and looked up at the ceiling. The land of the dead is not a place that can be easily reached, only the dead and the death gods have access to it. You don't think one of them joined the Cows Brigade, right? Ereshkigal immediately shook her head. No, every death god knows that the Cows Brigade is your enemy, Harry. They wouldn't dare do something against you in any way, it would be suicidal on their part. Harry nodded. Yeah, but I had to ask. That just leaves the question as to how exactly they were able to get to Samael. Ereshkigal nodded and stood up from her bed. Yes, that is a very good question. Like you said, the land of the dead is a place not just anyone can go, so we need to find out how they were able to get to Samael. Ereshkigal walked up to her closet and went inside. Harry sat up on her bed. We need to check on Samael as well, and if he's still sealed on Cocytus, then I need to make sure no one can get to him again. The Queen of the Underworld quickly changed from her pajamas and walked out of her closet. She then nodded to Harry. Okay, go to Hades, he'll take you to where Samael is sealed. Meanwhile I'll go gather the death gods. We need to find out what's going on and why the Cows Brigade could get to Samael in the first place. Harry stood up and nodded. Sounds good, I'll meet up with you when Hades and I check on Samael. Where are you having the death gods meet? Ereshkigal hummed. I'll gather everyone here, in the backyard, since it's an impromptu meeting and nothing official. We're only trying to get information after all, and something informal would be best for this, plus it would also not make the death gods nervous. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are they still afraid that I would go after them? Even after all this time? Ereshkigal shrugged. Well, death gods never had a boss before, so they don't know how to act or even what's right or not. They're doing their jobs as best as possible, but they're still rather nervous that you would come to them and fire them. Harry sighed and scratched his head. It's not like I'm on their ass or something like that. Ereshkigal giggles. They just don't know you, Harry. All they know about their boss is that he's quite merciless and ruthless to his enemies, so it makes sense that they're nervous. Harry crossed his arms and thought about it for a little bit. Yeah, I can see what you're trying to say. Well, at the very least this is a good opportunity to meet them and them to meet me as well. Ereshkigal nodded and smiled at Harry, while he got up and walked up to her. He then gave Ereshkigal a kiss and then walked out of her room. All right, then see you in a bit, Eris. I'm going to call Hades and go check on Samael. Ereshkigal smiled and nodded. As Harry walked out of her room, she suddenly vanished in a flash of darkness. Meanwhile, Harry walked to his living room and immediately called out to Hades. The Greek god of the dead appeared from the shadows of the living room. Hades immediately smiled at Harry, while the dragon god waved at him. Hey Hades, how are you? Hades walked up to Harry and nodded at him. Oh, you know, busy with the dead, so what's going on? I doubt you called me to chat, right? Harry grinned and nodded. Yeah, sorry to say that I called you for business rather than to hang out. Something came up, and need your help. Hades raised an eyebrow but nodded at Harry. Something serious must have happened if Harry was asking him for help, and he will be damned if he didn't give his help to his boss and the man that saved his children. Harry then proceeded to explain everything to Hades. To say the least, the Greek god of the death was both surprised and very worried about what had happened over in Asgard and with Loki. Some time later Harry finished explaining everything to Hades, who sighed and rubbed his beard in annoyance to think that the Cows Brigade would seek out that abomination and dare trespass the land of the death. You said the Rezevim Levon Lucifer is the leader of the Cows Brigade now, right? Harry nodded. Yeah, I heard about him, from Sirafal a while ago. apparently he's pretty much a bored, insane super devil and has magic that can turn off sacred gears, or something like that. Hades nodded. Rezevim, insane is an understatement of him, he's just too chaotic and unhinged, even gods are wary of his brand of insanity. Harry sighed. Humph, great, the crazies are always the most annoying to deal with. Hades nodded. Yeah, I agree with you. I take it that you want to check on Samael, right? Harry nodded. Yeah, maybe we'll find some clues where he's sealed, and if he's there, I want to deal with him. His curses and poison might not do anything to me or even off eyes now, but the rest of the dragon faction is vulnerable. Hades nodded. All right, I'll take you to Cocytus and Samael. You also said that the death gods are gathering here later on, right? Harry nodded. Yup, Ereshkigal went to gather them. Why? Hades smiled. Oh, it's just been a while since we have gathered together. We usually tried to keep out of each other's ways, but we do help each other when we can. Harry smiled. That's good, you all sound like a mellow bunch. Hades chuckled and shrugged. Because we are. Everyone fears us and we have quite the nasty reputation, but we're just a bunch of mellow guys and gals, that just want to be left alone. Harry hummed but nodded while Hades went on. Do take it easy on them though, they're all very nervous about meeting you and are quite afraid of you as well, they don't know you very well aside from the rumors and your growing legend among the factions. Harry smiled. Sure, you know me Hades, I'm pretty much a mellow guy as well, most of the time. Hades smiled and nodded. He then clapped Harry on his shoulder and both of them were suddenly engulfed in shadows. Soon the shadows dissipated and left a now empty living room. In the frozen prison known as Cocytus, shadows suddenly began to coalesce and form a pillar of shadows that began to split and take on the form of two humanoid shapes. Soon enough the humanoid shapes finished forming, and the shadows dissipated soon after and left both Hades and Harry standing there in the middle of Cocytus. Harry shook his head. Shadow travel feels weird, but it's not a bad way to travel. Hades shrugged. You get used to it over time, but yet it does feel rather odd at first, though Nico and Bianca seem to be, not affected by it. Hades began to walk, while Harry looked around Cocytus' frozen tundra, an advanced form of umbrakinesis bond. Hades nodded. Yeah, it seems like their affinity to the shadows is even higher than mine. I wonder if it's something they were born with, or did your blessing help evolve their powers further beyond? Harry hummed as he looked around. It could be, they're not just demigods now, they're dragonoids as well. But now that I think about it, we have a couple of shadow dragons in the dragon faction, perhaps I can ask them to teach them. Hades smiled. I would be thankful if you did, I'm teaching them all that I can, but perhaps getting help from someone else might help them further improve and more importantly nurture that bond with shadows they have. Harry smiled back at Hades. No problem, they're my children too, and that means they'll have everything they'll ever need. Hades softly smiled. The Greek god of death was very happy that both Bianca and Nico had someone like Harry looking out for them. It eased a lot of the worry in his old heart. After some time, both Hades and Harry arrived in some sort of giant frozen chamber, and once inside Harry stared at the being known as Samael still sealed in this chamber. Harry stared at Samael for a long minute while Hades just watched on. Harry then looked around the chamber. Such loathing and anger, that thing is barely aware of itself, whatever God did to it, left a horrible mark on his soul. Hades frowned and nodded. I'm not surprised. The church and humans might praise God, but all other pantheons know how much of a heartless monster he could be, not that we were any better of course, but us saying that, should show the seriousness of our words. Harry nodded. God could be a cruel and unforgiving deity, but he was also benevolent and kind. God's system is proof enough of how much he really loved humanity despite its flaws. It did show that even in death, God wanted to protect humans. Too bad Michael had no clue as to how to run it or do with it. Harry looked up and frowned. I'm sensing some spatial interference. I see. Hades raised an eyebrow. Did you figure out what the Cows Brigade did? Harry nodded. Yeah, they didn't break into the land of the dead but rather summoned Samael to them. It's quite clever actually. Hades frowned. They summoned Samael? To them? How exactly did they do that? That sort of thing would require a lot of energy to pull off. Harry nodded. That's the question, just how were they able to summon Samael? From the land of the dead no less. It seems that Loki wasn't the only god that decided to join the Cows Brigade. Hades snapped his head towards Harry. You don't mean? Harry sighed and turned to look at Samael. That's right, they must have had gods fed energy to whatever they used to summon Samael to them. However, since he's here right now, that means that they can only keep him around for a set amount of time. Hades looked down. They must have used a dragon gate to summon Samael. It's the only thing that makes sense. Harry raised an eyebrow. A dragon gate? That's the dragon's special type of teleportation magic, right? Hades nodded. Yes, did the Dragon Kings tell you about it? Harry confirmed Hades' question with a nod. Yes, they explained it to me, but since I already have a lot of different methods of teleportation, I didn't think much of it, but yet it makes sense. Harry turned to stare at Samael. He frowned as he stared at the creature before him, crucified and bleeding from different parts of his body. What a sad existence, there's nothing left of who Samael was, only a beast remains. Hades frowned and agreed with Harry. Yes, but it's too dangerous to leave alone now, plus his choices are what got him in this situation. You know full well just how idiotic and arrogant fallen angels are. Harry nodded and then raised a hand. He then snapped his fingers while using his full power over the concept of the universe, and the whole dimension shook as Harry made his will known. Hades grunted as tried to keep his balanced, but then gaped as he watched Samael slowly turn into ash and disappeared. What? Harry sighed. I erased everything that had anything to do with Samael from existence. This way the Cows Brigade can't get more of his blood and poison. This will also destroy anything they might have kept from him as well. Hades just stared at Harry. You erased everything in existence that has to do with Samael? With just a snap of your fingers? Harry shrugged. Yes, I can destroy and create universes with just a snap of my fingers. Hades, erasing Samael is not a big deal. Hades shook his head. That's not it, Harry. What you just did is beyond anything or anyone can do in this world. Do you know what many mortals and even gods would do for power like that? Harry smiled. Oh, I'm aware of the sort of things beings would do for this sort of power. Insane and heartless endeavors for power, but I'm not like them. All I had to do is eat a few stones, and voila. Hades' sweat dropped hearing how Harry got such amazing power. Harry just grinned at Hades. Well, with this done, we can go meet the other death gods now. I'm sure Ereshkigal is done gathering everyone together. Hades sighed but then chuckled and nodded his head. Yeah, let's go meet everyone and let them know what we found out. Harry grinned. I got to admit, I'm a bit excited about meeting the death gods. Both Harry and Hades left the chamber where once stood crucified and sealed Samael, the Dragon Eater, an abomination created out of hate. It seems that after so many years, Samael was finally let free of his torment. The Dragon Eater welcomed oblivion like an old friend and accepted his peace. This was the last and only coherent thought Samael had before he ceased to be. Sometime later both Hades and Harry went back to the Potter household. They immediately went to the backyard where the rest of the death gods would be gathering for their impromptu meeting with Harry. Hades and Harry arrived first and decided to wait for the rest of the gods to arrive. It took some time, but soon enough Ereshkigal arrived, and with her came Izanami. Izanami, the goddess of the underworld and the dead of all of Japan, gave Harry a polite bow and a smile, in sharp contrast to the way she was when she met Harry quite a long time ago. Ereshkigal walked up to Harry and grabbed his hand. Izanami was free, so she came with me right away. The rest will be here soon enough. Harry nodded and watched as Hades greeted Izanami with a smile. It's been a while, Lady Izanami, how have you been? Izanami smiled. Lord Hades, it has been a long time. Yes, and I've been busy as of late. Many lost souls have been arriving in the underworld of Japan and I've been trying to get them to where they belong. Hades nodded. Yes, I received the souls of that so-called Heracles of the hero faction some time ago, along with a few more as well. I take it that our boss has been adding extra work for you as of late. Harry raised. Hey? Why didn't you say anything, Izanami? I would have helped if I knew that all of those I killed here in Japan were ending up in your domain rather than their own. Izanami smiled and then shook her head. It's fine, Lord Harry, I don't mind the extra work, plus it does give me the chance to keep myself busy. Harry nodded but decided to keep an eye on Japan's land of the dead just in case Izanami needs some help. He can admit that the number of beings, even human mages and members of the Cows Brigade, was a very high number. But it never crossed his mind that their souls were arriving with Izanami. Suddenly Harry felt some presence arriving at their location. The dragon god turned his head towards where he felt the presence. The first one to arrive was a god wearing a black suit. What made this particular deity unique was that he has the head of a jackal. Next was a red-skinned goddess wearing armor and 6 blades on her back. Then after her was a brown-skinned god wearing a necklace made out of eyeballs. The next to appear is another god. This one has some very crazy piercings on his nose, ears, and even eyebrows. Lastly was another goddess, a beautiful one with hair mixed with blue and red color. However, she seemed rather sad and angry at the moment. Harry became curious, but before he could ask, Ereshkigal began to introduce everyone. All right. These god and goddess present here today are the most active and powerful of the gods of death. They have big domains and other death deities work under them. Harry nodded. The gods of death then politely took a bow and then stood straight in front of the master of death. Harry nodded at them. It's nice to finally meet all of you. As you heard, I'm Harry Potter. I'm aware many of you were nervous, if not scared, that I would come after you guys. Izanami explained the situation, and I'm sure she let everyone know that it wasn't my intention to come for either you or your jobs. I'm sure you are all aware that I'm been very busy as of late. The gods of death nodded. Izanami had told them that there was nothing to worry about and that Harry seemed to be a kind and understanding man, so it set their nerves at ease. Though that did make them all feel guilty, they did after all abandon their boss to his fate, so they have been working hard to make up for it by attending their domains as best as they can. That way Harry wouldn't have to worry about them, which is why they were surprised he had called for this meeting. Harry went on, but first, do you all mind introducing yourselves? The deities of death nodded, and the first one to introduce himself was the jackal-headed god. Greetings Lord Potter, I'm Anubis, the death god in charge of the land of the dead of the Egyptian Pantheon and surrounding nations. Next was the red-skin goddess. She bowed and then grinned at Harry. Hello there Lord Harry, I'm Kali, the goddess of death in charge of the land of the dead for the Hindu pantheon. The god wearing a necklace made of eyeballs nodded and introduced himself. Next, I'm Audiobook, Mayan god of death and in charge of the lands of the dead for most of South America. The god with the many piercings bowed and sighed as he introduced himself. I'm Maitland Tekutli, it is good to meet you, Lord Potter, I'm the death god in charge of Central America. Izanami smiled and introduced herself. We already know each other, but I'll introduce myself for formality's sake. I'm Izanami no Okamai, goddess of the land of the dead of Japan. It's nice to see you again Lord Potter. Hades chuckled and then grinned. Well, might as well do so too. I'm Hades, god of death of the Greek pantheon. I take care of the dead of the United States, Canada, and Greek pantheon of course. Ereshkigal grinned. I'm Ereshkigal, goddess of dead and queen of the underworld. And also Harry Potter's girlfriend. It's good to see everyone after so long. The death's gods nodded to Ereshkigal and bowed to her. Over the years she had been living in Japan and slowly getting prayers from the yokai. She has been getting stronger and stronger, and being with Harry also gave her a higher status among the death gods. Which is why they respect her and treat her like a boss as well. She is a pseudo-master of death because of her relationship with Harry. In fact, all of Harry's girlfriends and his children had a high status among the gods of the dead. But it was Ereshkigal who has far more use for such status. Finally, it was the turn of the goddess with red and blue hair to introduce herself. The goddess looked down and sadly began to speak. I'm Hel, the goddess of death of the Norse pantheon and queen of Hell. Harry raised an eyebrow, while the rest of the death gods stared worriedly at Hel. Ereshkigal then spoke. Hel, it's okay, Harry isn't going to blame you or do anything to you. Hel looked up at Harry and noticed that he was looking at her in confusion. Hel sighed and then nodded to herself. My father Loki caused some trouble for you. I told him not to do it, that you wouldn't be affected by anything the Cows Brigade had given him, but he didn't listen, and now he's dead. My brothers and sisters are nowhere to be found and Odin isn't telling me anything either. Stupid Cows Brigade. Harry raised an eyebrow. He could tell that Hel is a very outspoken goddess, not like Hela that quietly does her business and only speaks when necessary. Harry turned his head towards Ereshkigal and raised an eyebrow. Ereshkigal sighed and nodded. Hel is a daughter of Loki. Apparently the Cows Brigade asked Loki to convince her to join the Cows Brigade, but she refused. They then came up with the plan to have Loki confront you with the dagger. Apparently, they thought that if they could take you down, that might convince her to join. Harry nodded. Hades hummed and then spoke. I see, the Cows Brigade also approached me a long while ago, but since by then, it was a very well-known fact that they were Harry's enemies, I refused and kicked them out of my domain. Harry sighed. Have they approached any of you as well? The rest of the death gods shook their head. Kali then spoke up. They didn't approach me, but I know they got Lord Azura to join, though as to why I have no idea, but Shiva isn't worried, so I'm sure nothing major would come of it. Harry nodded. Well, I think I know why the Cows Brigade wanted a death god to join their ranks. In fact, it's the very same reason why I summoned you here. The death gods then gave Harry all of the attention. Harry then went on. Apparently, they wanted to have full access to Samael the Dragon Eater. They were in fact able to get to him by summoning him from Cocytus. But it seems they couldn't keep him out because of God's seals, so they have been trying to get one of you to join the Cows Brigade. Anubis frowned. I see, with one of us, they could get to Samael whenever they wanted. Audiobook clicked his tongue in annoyance. How stupid. I bet the fools thought they could keep Lord Potter and the new dragon faction in check with Samael's curses and poison. Hel looked down and nodded. They tried to. My father had a dagger drenched in the blood of the Dragon Eater, and tried to use it against Lord Potter. Idiot. Everyone stared sadly at Hel. Harry sighed. Hel, the goddess of death of the Norse pantheon, looked up at Harry. The dragon god saw she was close to crying in both sadness and anger. Harry stared at Hel for a few good seconds. Look, I'm not going to apologize for killing Loki. I just wanted you to understand that he was too dangerous to be left alone. Hel nodded. I know Lord Potter, my father wasn't a good person. I know that very well and I certainly don't blame you for killing him. I blame Odin, that decrepit old man, was never a good father to him either, it was his job to keep father in check, he should have made sure he wouldn't do anything stupid but no. Instead, he just went chasing after women and stopped being responsible for Asgard, he let things get so bad that in the end my father was killed for his foolishness, and maybe my siblings did so too. There was a lot of anger and sadness in Hel, and Harry could see it in her heart, so he decided to give her some hope. Fenrir, Skal, Heitai and Hormungandr are alive. Hel, they're in Neo Kyoto now. Hel's eyes widened in shock and she stared at Harry for a long time, almost as if trying to see if he was lying or something. Some time after she then spoke. Really? They're alive? And Odin just let them leave? Just like that? Harry nodded. Yes, they're alive and Odin didn't have much choice in the matter, he definitely didn't want to argue with me about it either. Hel smiled and let out a few tears in relief, she then giggled. They're free. They're free from both my father and Odin. The gods of death then watched with smiles on their faces, as Hel began to hop around and cheer for the fact that his siblings were finally free to live their lives however they want. Harry smiled and even chuckled. Yet, she's completely different from Hela, you would never catch her cheering and jumping around like that, this Hel seems more relaxed and cheerful. Hel then stopped and turned her head towards Harry. You said they're in Neo Kyoto, right? Harry nodded. Then, may I visit them? I know I'm not welcome anywhere but they're the only ones in the Norse pantheon, who would spend time with me. Harry frowned. Wait, no one else visits you? No one from the Norse faction? Hel shook her head, and suddenly Hades spoke up. Harry, death gods aren't really welcomed anywhere, in fact, we're often hated and no one wants to visit us in our domains, they aren't the most welcoming of places after all. Harry looked at all the death gods as they nod in agreement. Kali shrugged. Even I, who's married to Shiva, gets ignored and pushed aside, it's something we're all used to. Harry shook his head. What the hell? But you're a big important part of each pantheon. Without any of you, there would be no way for souls to be judged, reincarnate or even rest in peace. What sort of backward mentality is that? Everyone smiled at Harry, glad that he seems to care and worry about them, it showed them, that their boss really is a good guy. Harry huffed in annoyance. You know what? All of you are welcome in Neo Kyoto, in fact, all of you are moving there and I'll be making you offices connected to each of your domains. You'll be able to work from Neo Kyoto and enjoy the city and commodities from now on. If your own pantheons don't want you around, fine. I sure as hell don't want you to spend your entire existence alone and despised just because of who you are. You will all be welcome in Neo Kyoto and by the yokai and its allies. Everyone raised an eyebrow. Isn't I Harry? I'm not welcome anywhere in Japan, are you sure you want to do this? The death gods nodded. Yes, in Neo Kyoto they're all used to chaos and insanity happening all the time, they all learn to accept things and adapt. Plus, death gods are not the oddest thing that has moved in. Ereshkigal widely smiled. Yet everyone, there is super nice to me and praise to me as well, I'm sure they will accept you guys and even offer you prayers to you guys as well. Plus, everyone knows Harry is the master of death. And that gives all of you extra charisma points. Ereshkigal giggled, while Harry chuckled and shook his head, he then turned his head towards the death gods. So what do you all say? You'll have to give me a few days to build all you a building and then your offices. The death gods all turned their heads toward each other and seemed to be having a silent conversation with each other. It was a fact that they weren't accepted by their pantheons, and at times they were even hated for the domains and the titles they have, which led them to live quiet and lonely lives. Most of them coped in their own ways, while others just tried to adapt and get used to it, but over their long lifetime they were definitely affected by it. Ereshkigal would spend all her days in her domain playing video games and watching anime. Hel would watch TV all day and wait for the day her siblings would come to visit her and spend time with her. Anubis did programming and was a bit of a nerd for anything computer related. Izanami paints and draws to keep the pain away, while Aphuk would seek violence on the streets. Maitland Tekutli shut himself off and rarely comes out of his domain. Kali had it better than everyone in a sense, she was somewhat accepted by the Hindu faction because she is one of Shiva's wives, but no one really speaks to her unless necessary, and tends to ignore her. Even when she's standing right there beside Shiva. Hades? Well, Hades is just downright despised, and even though he was aware that he didn't help his case with the way he used to act back in the day, it still hurt to be despised because he won the domains of the dead. While his brothers got the sky and the seas, it was unfair, though things have gotten better with Harry, who allows him and his wife in Neo Kyoto to visit his children. So the prospect of being able to walk around a city full of all kinds of beings, of wonders the world has never seen, and most importantly, to meet people and make friends was very enticing to them. In fact, they would gladly give up their spot in their pantheon to be able to do what Harry was giving them the chance to do, but Harry even offered them a way to continue with their work, even if they were to move to Neo-Kyoto. Harry smiled and then spoke up. I'll even talk to Amaterasu and have shrines built for all of you around my temple. My shrine maidens would be glad to also take care of them along with Hestia's. Ereshkigal then nodded. Come guys, I know all of you would enjoy everything Neo-Kyoto has to offer. One by one, the death gods nodded and agreed to Harry's proposals. They couldn't say no anyways since it was something that they all wanted. Harry smiled and then continued to speak. All right, give me some days and I'll have everything ready for all of you. Ereshkigal will come to get you when I have everything ready, but we went on a whole different tangent. Let's all get back on topic. Everyone shared a laugh while Harry went on. Anyways, here is what I need all of you to do. From now on, keep a closer eye on your domains, and let the minor death gods know as well that the Chaos Brigade is our enemy. Kill them on sight if they so much dare show their faces to you or your domains. The death gods nodded. Mitlantekutli then spoke. What about Samael? Should we increase the security around Cocytus? Harry nodded. Hades and I went to check on him. Like I told you, the Chaos Brigade summoned him to them somehow. We suspect they used dragon gates because of their connection to Samael since he's a dragon as well. That's why I destroyed Samael. We don't have to worry about him anymore, but do increase the security around Cocytus anyways. There are still a lot of very dangerous beings sealed there. We now know the Chaos Brigade is capable of taking things out of there, so let's make sure they can't. If you need help with anything, let me know and we'll see about what to do. The death gods except for Ereshkigal and Hades were surprised Harry destroyed Samael but soon accepted it. They now knew how crazy their boss is. Harry smiled and then clapped his hands. That's it. Soon Ereshkigal will contact you and you'll be able to move to Neo-Kyoto then. Oh. Hell, stay a while longer. There's someone I want you to meet, and afterward, I'll take you to see your siblings. Hel nodded though she seemed rather intrigued. Meanwhile the rest of the death gods bowed to Harry and began to leave, though all of them had big smiles on their faces. Harry though was inwardly excited. He wanted to introduce Hel to Hela and see how both react to each other and he couldn't wait. Chapter 134. Harry wasted no time in taking Hel into the Potter household and to the kitchen. Ereshkigal, knowing what Harry wanted to do, followed them with an amused smile on her face. Soon enough they arrived in the kitchen, where Hela was happily humming and baking something for dinner, though she seemed to sense them because she turned her head towards them and smiled. Oh Harry, do you need something? Harry shook his head and then smiled at Hela. No, I just came to introduce you to someone. Harry stepped to the side revealing Hel, who tilted her head and stared at Hela in confusion. Hela however raised an eyebrow and then walked over to Hel. She soon stood in front of her and looked down. She stared at the blue and red-haired girl in front of her, with an odd expression on her face. You feel peculiar. Hel nodded as she looked up at Hela. Yes, something about you feels oddly familiar, I just don't know how. It's like I know you and don't at the same time. Harry grinned as he stared at both Hela and Hel. The sheer contrast in their appearance was huge, Hela being taller and pale with long black hair, while Hel is short and very colorful hair. It was both funny and intriguing to him. Harry then proceeded to introduce them to each other. Hela, this Hel, Hel this is Hela. Hela raised an eyebrow while Hel gaped a bit. Hela then giggled. I see, I did wonder why you seem to be having a lot of fun right now, so this is the me of this world. Hel shook her head and raised her hand to stop everyone from speaking. Wait. First of all, what? And then, please explain what you mean by the me of this world. Hela smirked at Hel and then rustled Hel's hair, which made her squeak in indignation and try to slap Hela's hand away from her hair, but Hela just laughed. I got to say, the me of this world is far more adorable than me. Hel blushed and gave up on trying to slap Hela's hand away. She looked down in embarrassment. But you're very beautiful. Hela smiled. I'm glad you think so. Only the people living in this home have ever told me that. Most are afraid of me, especially those from the world I've come from, though most of that was because I wasn't the best of people either. Hel looked up at Hela and noticed the sad look on her face. It seems that she carries a lot of regrets. Harry suddenly patted Hela on her shoulder. Hey, you've changed and are doing your best to be a good person now, that's what matters. Hela smiled at Harry and nodded. Hel sighed. Well, can someone explain what's going on? Please. Harry chuckled and nodded. Of course, but that will take a while to explain, so we should go and take a seat in the living room. Everyone nodded, and after Hela made sure to leave a shadow clone to take care of what she was baking, they all moved to the living room. Harry then spent some time explaining about other worlds and other things to Hel. He knew she wouldn't speak to anyone about this, because she wouldn't betray the Master of Death. Doing so would be suicide for a death god, but also because Hel seemed trustworthy. Meanwhile, Hel listened to everything with rapt attention and seemed quite awed by everything she was hearing. Especially when Hela began to explain her origin and the reason she ended up as a maid for Harry. After that, Hel stayed silent for a few moments as she pondered everything Harry and Hela just told her. All of this sounds amazing, to think that one of the secrets of Neo Kyoto's success comes quite literally from other worlds. But it all makes sense now. This explains why Neo Kyoto as a whole seems so otherworldly to everyone. Hel then turned her head towards Hela, who smiled at her, and to think I would meet another version of myself, one who's actually a daughter of Odin. Hela lightly laughed and nodded. Imagine how I feel about the fact that the me, of this world, is a child of Loki. Hel laughed as well. It must seem wild, right? But you're also a sister to the Thor of your world and Loki as well. No wonder you are a very powerful being, though I wonder why you don't feel like a goddess. Harry grinned. He had been listening to their conversation while Ereshkigal laid her head on his lap and played something on her smartphone. He then proceeded to explain that's because the Asgardians of the world, where Hela comes from, aren't deities, but rather powerful and magical inclined aliens. Hel raised an eyebrow. Aliens? As living on a faraway planet, aliens. Both Harry and Hela nodded. Hel smiled. That's kind of cool and very interesting. Everyone nodded to Hel, letting her know that they agree with her. Hela then crossed her legs and raised a couple of questions she had been very curious about. So, you said that Hormungandr, Fenrir, Skull, and Heitai are your siblings, right? How exactly does that work? What did Loki do to accomplish that? Hel's sweat dropped. She really didn't like to explain the craziness that her father did to create her and her siblings. It was really embarrassing, but she also knew she couldn't really say no to the her of another world. She was sure she would find out either way, so she might as well rip the band-aid off right now and tell her the stories of her creation and that of her siblings. Hel and Hela spent quite a long time talking and exchanging stories with each other. Eventually, Hel wanted to go check on her siblings, and Hela, being curious about them, decided to go with Hel and meet them. Harry then took them to the big house where they found Fenrir, Skull, and Heitai playing with the demigod children and Hormungandr sleeping close by. It made Hel brightly smile seeing her siblings looking very happy and content. It was certainly something she had always wanted for them, and even though it came at the cost of her father's foolishness, she couldn't help but feel at ease. She knew that Loki's actions were the cause of his own demise, and she was sad about it, but she also knew that this would happen eventually. She was just glad her siblings didn't have to pay for her father's bad decisions. But this did show her that Harry Potter, despite his reputation as being ruthless and merciless, was in fact a good person, especially since he joined his demigod children in playing with her siblings. He was a good boss, and she was now very glad that he was chosen to hold the title of Master of Death. Many would abuse such power, but not Harry Potter, and that made her both respect him and feel guilty. Like the other death gods and the minor ones, she chose to ignore his plight when he was a kid, but she was now very thankful that Ereshkigal actually dared to help him. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to her siblings and her. It was at this moment Hel promised to herself and vowed to be a great death goddess and help Harry in any way. As if reading her mind, Hela, who was standing beside her, suddenly gave her a head pat and a smile. Let's both do our best to aid our master, Hel. Hel nodded to Hela and smiled, though she wondered if this is how it feels to have an older sister or mom. She did quite enjoy this new feeling. The next few days were busy once again for Harry and the yokai faction. Not only did they have to have new shrines made for the death gods around Harry's temple, but also build a whole new building for them to have their offices in Neo Kyoto. Everyone, as always, pitched in and helped with everything. Harry, of course, did most of the building by using mokuton and whatnot, but decoration and getting everything the death gods would need was a task everyone else took care of. The building where the death gods would have their offices and would live was furnished by the girls, while the boys got them all the cool toys and everything else they would need for their offices. Ellie, Faye and Hermione, along with Harry, connected each office to each of their domains in the land of the death, to make it easier for them to work from Neo Kyoto. Their shrines were also connected to their domains to help with their offerings and prayers, and soon enough everything was ready for the death gods to move into Neo Kyoto. They wouldn't be a part of the yokai faction but instead, act as independent allies. This way their factions couldn't take advantage of their connection to Neo Kyoto and Harry. Not that they could, Harry would deal with anyone that tried, but this way, there were fewer chances of this happening. The day the death gods moved into Neo Kyoto, they were shocked by the way they were so quickly accepted by everyone in Neo Kyoto. Everyone greeted them and received them with smiles, something they never experienced before except both Hades and Ereshkigal. Of course, apparently Harry and Yasaka had made an announcement. One that let everyone in Neo Kyoto know that they were joining the yokai faction as allies, and that was enough to get them accepted by the people, especially because it was common knowledge here that Harry is the master of death. That was more than enough for the death gods to earn the trust of Neo Kyoto, something they were very grateful for if a bit unused to it. These individuals were often scorned or ignored by their own pantheons, so being so readily accepted was something very special to them, something they all vowed to cherish. That's how Death in Us Company was created in Neo Kyoto. Here one can find the death gods happily doing their duties while also, for the first time, being taken care of by Harry and the yokai faction. Harry stood up in the sky looking down towards Neo Kyoto and enjoyed watching his beautiful and busy city go about its business. With him were his 3 first students and girlfriends, Kunu, Fei, and Valerie. Valerie smiled as she looked down towards Neo Kyoto. Everything has changed so much, it all happened so fast, but I still remember how simple and beautiful Kyoto used to look back then. Valerie couldn't help but reminisce about the time she was saved from her family and taken in by Harry and Neo Kyoto. It seemed like all of that happened so long ago. Especially with how much Neo Kyoto has changed over the years. Back then Kyoto was a traditional Japanese city, but now it was modern and futuristic, while also retaining its root in traditional Japanese architecture. Fei smiled and nodded to Valerie. It certainly seems like it's been so long, right? Everything has changed. Harry chuckled. Yeah, but it all has been for the better. In fact, we all have changed so much, especially you 3. Kunu giggled and scratched her head. Yeah, we're pretty wild, right? Harry grinned. What are you talking about? You're all still plenty wild if you ask me. The girls giggled. Harry just stared at them with a fond smile on his face. I still remember how I met all of you. Back then you were adorable and curious little girls, always ready to learn something new and always following me everywhere I went. The girls blushed but still smiled. Harry then chuckled. I remember when I met Kunu and how she accidentally fired a spell with Oathkeeper. Kunu laughed in embarrassment at being reminded how they found out she had the potential to become a Keyblade wielder. The look of excitement and happiness on Harry's face is one Kunu would never forget. Harry went on. How I met Fei is something I will never forget either, how she ended up tackling me and Sirius through my dark corridor. Harry laughed as he remembered how Sirius met his mother on the other side and almost got killed again, which made no sense, but whatever. Fei hid her face with her witch's hat to hide away her blush. I just wanted to know more about the magic you used against Dumbledore back then. Before I knew it my legs were moving at full speed, before tripping and tackling you and Sirius. Everyone shared a laugh while poor Fei groaned in embarrassment. Harry gave her a head pat which helped her feel less embarrassed. He then turned his head towards Valerie and gave her a fond smile. Soon after we rescued our beautiful vampire princess Valerie, I still remember how hurt and weak we found you that day. I'm happy that you live a much better and happier life now. Valerie teared up a bit and then gave Harry a soft kiss on the lips, while Fei and Kunu smiled. Harry gently caressed Valerie's cheek, which she seemed to enjoy. He then kissed both Kunu and Fei as well. Then all 3 looked down towards Neo Kyoto. Kunu proudly smiled. I'm so proud of what we have accomplished, guys. All of us, our allies and the yokai faction, have made Neo Kyoto into an amazing home. We all did this. Everyone smiled and nodded. Harry felt very proud. We really have come a long way. The wind gently blew, as the girls and Harry looked down towards the city they helped build with the rest of their family. A lot has happened, good and bad things, but these events have helped everyone grow and become who they are now. There's no doubt that there will be more things to come and challenges as well. But everyone was more than willing to face them together and as a family, because that was what Neo Kyoto and the yokai faction were as a whole, a big family. Harry suddenly smiled. Hey, girls. Kunu, Fei, and Valerie turned their heads toward Harry and looked at him in a way that told him they were listening to him. Harry wasted no time and said, how about we 4 go on vacation in another world? The 3 girls grew excited. Kunu couldn't help but actually cheer a bit. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Fei nodded and excitedly fist pumped. Finally. It's time to have our own adventure with Harry. Not that we didn't have any with him before, but you guys get it. Harry, Kunu, and Valerie nodded knowing what she mean. Valerie smiled. It's finally our turn, I've been waiting for this. Harry grinned at his girlfriends and nodded. All right, let's all get ready in the upcoming few days, well depart when we're all ready. The girls nodded and were feeling very excited about all 3 of them going to another world with Harry for vacation. They couldn't wait to see what kind of world they'll end up in. Harry, Kunu, Fei, and Valerie spent the next few days preparing for their vacation. They of course told everyone of their plans and the family helped them prepare. They also got ready for when they had to leave. Each of the girls also let their guilds know that they'll be unavailable for a time, but the guilds already knew that this was common and had been preparing for when anyone in the Potter household would leave for an extended time. Harry also went around and checked on everyone while also letting them know that he will be leaving for a while. Everyone accepted that he had decided to leave and was quite glad that he was taking a vacation. Everyone knew that Harry was always doing something and that even when he was resting or taking a break, something else would pop up and he would be once again running all over the place to resolve things. They all knew Harry works hard for the peace they enjoy and were very happy that he was now taking a break to have some fun. Eventually, a week passed by, and Harry plus the girls were now ready. They had all said their goodbyes to the family the night before since they were all going to be busy the next day. Harry even sent a text to Morgan to let her know he was going to another world. His daughters, niece, and goddaughter were in another world right now, so she had to let them know he was going on vacation. Morgan had immediately sent a text back telling him that the girls all wish him a fun vacation and to bring souvenirs. This of course made Harry chuckle in amusement, but decided to bring something cool for the girls. Still, the group of 4 woke up early in the morning and got ready to leave. They went to the backyard, and once there, Harry smiled. Well, let's see where we end up going. Kunu smiled. I hope is somewhere with amazing sights. Valerie took out ivory and ebony. I hope there are new kinds of weapons there as well. We need more kinds of firearms here in Neo Kyoto. Le Fei giggled. You and your firearms, Valerie, but you raise a good point. Neo Kyoto needs more weaponry. Harry hummed. We have been ignoring the magical gun department. We have been too busy with everything else going on, so we haven't had the chance to really experiment with that. Valerie nodded. We had some small success though, but we only have so many magical guns to give out, that no one has had a chance to really put them to the test, though Hope is by far the most successful magic gunner we have. Kunu grinned. Besides yourself, right Valerie, you did teach her after all. Valerie blushed and smiled. Well, yeah, besides Hope and I, Eric is the only human to have successfully mastered the use of a magic gun, but his past experience with firearms is a big reason for that. Harry nodded. Well, Eric has always been the adaptable type. He did get used to how things work here and gets along rather well with the mercenary guild and the palace guards. Harry felt rather proud of Eric. Ever since he came with them he had become a very important member of Neo Kyoto and very well respected, plus he wasn't as prickly as before. He was more open and friendly nowadays and had even been dating a young female Tengu from his squad. He has certainly changed a lot from his time in the world of the Avengers. Harry smiled. Well, let go girls. Adventure awaits. Kunu, Le Fei, and Valerie nodded, and had very excited smiles on their faces. Harry immediately opened his in-game menu and clicked on the World Jump tab. He then also clicked on the Random Jump tab. Soon after, the air around them cracked like glass and then, suddenly shattered. Space and time soon fixed themselves and everything went back to normal. However, Harry and the girls were no longer there. They had already left this world and were heading to a new one. On a planet named Eden Prime. A young commander along with another soldier by the name of Kaiden Alenko was rushing through a forested area and shooting a couple of drones that were attacking them. He had immediately recognized the Geth technology. So he and Kaiden did not waste any time to attack back, though Commander Shepard was also cursing his luck. He had thought that things were pretty dire when he was sent here by orders of Admiral Anderson. But he didn't imagine that things would be this bad. Even at a distance, he can hear blasts and explosions going on at a distance, along with screaming. Still, Commander Shepard continued moving forward and even reached a cliff. There he found a young female soldier being attacked by Geth. She had gotten pinned down behind a big boulder and was in danger of being overwhelmed. Commander Shepard was instantly on the move along with Kaiden and helped the female soldier fight back. Together they were able to not only push them back but also bring down the 2 enemy Geth. The female soldier sighed in relief and shook her head. She then turned her gaze toward the 2 soldiers that had saved her butt, and she noticed right away that one of them had the markings of a commander on his armor. The female nodded and then spoke to Commander Shepard. Thanks for the help, Commander. I didn't think I was going to make it. Commander Shepard nodded and then walked up towards the female soldier. She immediately introduced herself to him. Gunnery Chief, Ashley Williams of the 212, you the one in charge here, sir? Commander Shepard sighed and nodded. Yes, but are you wounded, William? Ashley shook her head. A few scrapes and burns, nothing serious. The others weren't so lucky though. Oh man, we were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. Ashley sighed and looked down. She was obviously shaken from the sudden attack, and she then continued on. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since. Commander Shepard nodded. Any idea what kind of enemy we're facing? I've seen Geth and Geth drones so far, Ashley nodded. Yeah, they're Geth all right. Kaiden then spoke up. The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years, why are they here now? Ashley shrugged. I'm not sure, but the only thing here that might have caught their attention is the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise, it might still be there. Commander Shepard nodded and then spoke to Ashley. You're coming with us, Williams, we need that beacon. Ashley immediately nodded. Sir, it's time for payback. Shepard slightly nodded. He can certainly understand what Ashley is feeling right now, but right now he wanted to have a bit more information. What can you tell me about the beacon? Ashley immediately answered Commander Shepard's question. They were doing some digging out there to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago they unearthed some protein ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested, and that's when they sent us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself but heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century. Shepard frowned, but nodded in thanks for the information. What happened to the researchers at the dig site? Ashley sighed and shook her head. I don't know, they set up camp near the beacon, the 232 was with them, maybe their unit fared better than mine. Commander Shepard nodded, and even though he had his doubts, he hoped that Unit 232 was able to fare better during this attack. All right, let's move out. The three soldiers immediately moved out and began to rush through a trench. Ashley told them to follow it to the end to find the beacon. They quickly ran through the trench, but they were suddenly forced to take cover when more Geth and Geth drones attacked them, but with the three of them, they were easily able to take them down. Still, they didn't let these attacks slow them down until Geth troopers began to attack them. These types of Geth had stronger armor and were more mobile. These types of enemies forced them to swap ammunition for armor-piercing rounds, but after that, they were able to keep moving forward at a good speed. Eventually, they reached the campsite and the three soldiers stopped to take a look. Ashley suddenly began to talk. This is the campsite, the beacon was here, but it seems that they already moved it. Kaiden nodded but then raised a good question. But by who? Our side? Or the Geth? Ashley sighed and shook her head. Hard to say, maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp. Commander Shepard took a look around. Do you think anyone here made it out alive? Ashley took a few seconds to think, before answering the commander's question. If they were lucky, maybe they hid in the camp, it's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps. The commander nodded, but then he suddenly got a communication from Nihilus, a spectre who had come to Eden Prime as well. Change of plans, Shepard, there's a small spaceport up ahead, I want to check it out, I'll wait for you there. Shepard raised an eyebrow at the sudden change of plans but just decided to keep going with his mission. The three soldiers headed up the ridge right away. But then they noticed right away a pillar of black smoke raising to the sky. As they got closer they could see flames as well. Ashley sighed. Looks like they got hit hard. Kaiden, however, got a bad feeling. This place is good for an ambush. Keep your guard up, guys. Ashley and Shepard nodded, but then the commander looked up and noticed how some spikes had human bodies impaled through them and raised them high into the air. It was quite the macabre sight to behold. Suddenly the spikes lowered and the so-called dead bodies they had been impaled through began to move and groan. Kaiden gasped in shock. Oh God! They're still alive! Ashley narrowed her eyes. What did the Geth do to them? That was a good question and the commander definitely wanted to know the answer to it, but then all the spikes surrounding the area began to lower and the impaled bodies began to move and groaned with a spark of blue energy. It was something straight out of a horror movie. These things weren't human anymore. Whatever the Geth had done to these people, it had mutated them horribly. They no longer looked human, but some sort of blue and black humanoid abomination. Shepard was taken quite aback by their appearance, especially when these creatures began to rush towards them. Not too far away from the ridge where Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden were fighting the mutated human beings that were rushing at them, the air suddenly cracked like glass and shattered. Space and time fixed themselves right away and revealed Harry, Kunu, Le Fei, and Valerie standing there. They immediately looked around and frowned and they noticed right away that something was going on. Harry sighed and scratched his head. You know? Just once I wish I would world jump and not automatically be dropped into some sort of battle. Damn my Potter luck. The girls shared a laugh. Le Fei gave Harry a hug which seems to cheer him up. Valerie smiled. Well, at the very least, your luck makes things fun and exciting. Kunu nodded. Plus without it, you wouldn't have met a lot of us, so your luck isn't that bad. A bit tsundere but alright all the same. Harry's sweat dropped at the fact that Kunu just called his famous Potter luck tsundere, but he really couldn't say anything against it. Suddenly they heard some gunshots not that far from their location. Harry and the girl immediately extended their senses, and Valerie frowned. Hey? What exactly? I am sensing. Fei tilted her head. I don't know. I've never felt energy like this, it's odd, powerful but definitely odd. I also sense 3 humans close by, but 2 of them are engulfed by this odd energy. Harry narrowed his eyes. There's undead here. The girls raised an eyebrow. They knew Harry hated undead, especially zombies, though there were some exceptions, like their vampire allies. He quite got along with them and often hung out with them, not to mention Valerie is a vampire and Harry loves her very much, but mindless undead like zombies was something he really didn't like. So Harry did not like what he was sensing. Let's go, girls, we need to find out what's going on here. The girls nodded and the group immediately took off, flying towards the gunshots originated from. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden were shooting at the mutated corpses, but they were quite hard to bring down. Even when shot in the head they would just continue rushing toward them. Ashley suddenly yelled, "This starting to look like a horror movie." Kaiden nodded as he shot at the legs of an enemy coming at them. The creature fell to the ground but quickly got up. These husks are very tough, our ammunition is not having a lot of effect on them. Shepard nodded. It's like they have some sort of biological shield, we're doing damage but it's not enough to stop them right away. Ashley suddenly swung her firearm and hit a husk in the face. As it reached her, the husk was sent to the ground from the force of the blow. Ashley stomped on its chest and began to fire her firearm at the husk's face until it stopped moving. Melee seems to work just fine. Shepard nodded. Blunt damage them, but it's too risky to rush in, they might crowd us in. Ashley and Kaiden nodded, but then more husks began to rush towards them. However, before they could even get close to them, a flash of white and black light appeared in front of them. A young black-haired man appeared in front of them and swung his arm at the rushing husks, and a massive wave of white flames shot forward from his arm and engulfed the husk. They were instantly turned into ash, much to the shock and surprise of the soldiers. Then they saw the man turn their head towards the spikes and frown. Shepard didn't know why, but something about the young black-haired man had his nerves on edge, so he didn't want to provoke him. He lowered his weapon and began to slowly walk towards the unknown young man. But a voice coming from behind stopped him. Give him a second, he's not in a good mood right now. Commander Shepard did not jump, or anything like that, and if anyone said otherwise, they're a filthy liar. He did however turn around quickly and saw something, or rather someone rather peculiar, standing there with a small smile on her face. The young blonde woman waved and then spoke. Harry really hates undead and those zombies really annoyed him, so give him some space. Shepard stared at the young woman in front of him. He had seen quite a lot in his life and as a soldier, all sorts of alien life forms and even planets, but the young woman in front of him took the cake. If the bright yellow eyes weren't interesting enough, but the fox ears and tails definitely took your attention. From the corner of his eyes he saw both Ashley and Kaiden gape at the young woman. He then noticed 2 other girls looking around behind them. These 2 were as peculiar as the young blonde woman in front of him. One was wearing a light blue witch's hat and cape while the other had red eyes. And were those fangs in her mouth? Shepard did not know what to say or even how to react, but then he heard the young man click his tongue in annoyance. It's no use, I can't make heads or tails out these spikes, other than they're giving off a weird energy signature. What do you think, Fei? The girl wearing a light blue witch's hat and cape walked towards the young man and took a look at the spike. For a while I can't really tell anything other than that weird energy signature. I'm not that good with technology. I think it's best we destroy these things as we see them. Valerie walked forward. Hey guys, what about the humans? The young man turned his head towards Shepard and smiled. Oh right, sorry about that, I just can't stand undead. Is everyone okay? Shepard turned to look at Ashley and Kaiden, who awkwardly nodded. He then turned his head back to the young man. Yes, we're okay. The young man nodded and smiled. This let Shepard know that the young man is at the very least not an enemy right now. I'm Commander Shepard. Behind me are Ashley Williams and Kaiden Alenko. The young man nodded. I'm Harry Potter. The girl behind you is Kunu and the girls by my side are Valerie and Fei. Now do you mind telling us what's going on here? We're not exactly from this neighborhood. Harry smiled and Shepard couldn't help but feel like he was getting into something he was not ready for. He just didn't have any clue why he felt like that. Chapter 135. Harry listened to Commander Shepard as he explained what he was there for and what he had seen so far. In the end, Harry could see that the commander and the rest of his team didn't have any idea what was going on in this place. Harry nodded. I see, so you're looking for this beacon, ancient alien technology, but this attack happened and now you're also investigating. Shepard nodded. Yes. Harry sighed and scratched his head. What a way to start this mission, hey? Shepard didn't know why, but the way Harry just said that led him to believe that he had plenty of experience with missions going sideways, so he couldn't help but smile, a small smile but one filled with amusement. Kunu then spoke up still, to think, this is a colonist planet, to think humans have come this far in this world. Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden looked at her in confusion, which Harry noticed. Don't worry about it for now, it would take too long to explain and you don't have the time for a long story right now. Shepard nodded. Harry is right, we have to keep moving. Shepard then turned his head towards Harry, his instincts were telling him that Harry would be a very useful ally, he didn't know why and he had just met the guy. But something about him, just made Shepard feel at ease, it was almost like being with Admiral Anderson, someone of higher rank with a lot of experience backing him up, and if there was one thing Shepard truly trusted, was his instincts. Harry stared at Shepard while he waited for him to say what was on his mind. Shepard then spoke up. Harry, I know I have no right to ask a civilian for this, but would you aid us in this mission? Ashley and Kaiden exchanged looks, it was very unorthodox to ask a civilian to help with military business, but they also knew that Harry and the girls weren't normal people. They had seen a glimpse of what Harry could do, both of them have never seen anyone ever conjure fire like that, they doubted any biotic could pull that off. Harry nodded at Shepard and even gave him a smile. Sure, I have no problem giving a hand, besides, from what I hear, this whole universe is bigger than anything we've seen, I think it would best to stick around with somebody rather than to go on our own. Shepard nodded, he seemed intrigued by the way Harry said all of that, but decided to leave it alone for now. Thank you, I promise you, that I will give you any aid that you might need. Harry nodded thanks. He then turned his head towards the girls. Looks like we're sticking with Shepard and his team, so let's help him here and then see about finding more about where we are. The girls nodded. Valerie then smiled. I already found some very interesting things. Valerie then pointed at weapons Shepard and his team had on their backs. Kunu giggled. You and your weapons, Valerie, but yet, I'm more curious about the kinds of aliens we'll find here. I'm going to have to take a lot of pictures for Luna and Orium. Le Fay nodded. Yet, they would probably be really ticked off if we don't take something for them. I think I'll take a look around the technology here, I'm sure Hermione and Tony would be interested in it. Harry smiled at his girlfriends and nodded, he was glad they quickly found things that interested them. He then turned his head towards Commander Shepard. All right. Then lead the way, Commander, we'll support you as best as we can. Shepard nodded. Then let's go. We're checking on the campsite first. Everyone nodded and the group quickly took off to continue to search for answers. Shepard and the group searched around for a bit. As they moved along, Valerie would enthusiastically grab any weapon they would find and somehow put it in her pockets. It seems, she was collecting them so she could research their functions and whatnot, while strange to Shepard and his team, they didn't mind, especially because she would give them the best weapons to swap for their old ones. Soon enough, they reached a building and went straight to the door. However, Ashley immediately spoke up. That door, it's closed, security locks engaged. Shepard frowned and got ready to use his Omni tool and Omni gels to override the door's security system, but Harry walked up to the door and hummed, "Leave it to me." Shepard tilted his head, he was curious as to what Harry was going to do. "Do you know how to hack?" Harry shook his head. "I know how to, but this system is not something I've seen before, so it's going to take me a while to learn about it. Instead I'll use a little bit of magic." Shepard, Ashley and even Kaiden looked unsure and confused, but then Harry waved his hand and summoned Oathkeeper into his hand. The light base keyblade appeared in a flash of light which left the soldiers in awe. But before they could even ask about the strange object Harry summoned, the dragon god pointed it at the door and a beam of light hit it. A few seconds later, the door opened. Harry smiled and sent his keyblade back to his soul. Shepard was about to ask some questions but was stopped when a female voice suddenly squeaked in surprise. Shepard turned his head towards the voice and saw a short-haired woman inside the building Harry just opened. She looked very scared but seemed to calm down once she saw them humans. "Thank the Maker." Suddenly a man walked out from his hiding spot and spoke. "Hurry. Close the door before they come back." Shepard walked up to the two and decided to ask questions, but before he began, he sent a look to everyone. They immediately understood what he wanted and kept a closer look at everything, while Shepard spoke with the two humans they found. He then turned his head back to the very frightened man. "Why did you end up in this shed?" Harry raised an eyebrow and wondered how the building they were in was considered a shed. The woman then answered Shepard's question. "We hid here during the attack, they must have come here for the beacon. Luckily, it wasn't here, it was moved to the spaceport earlier this morning, Manuel and I stayed behind to pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide, they gave their lives to save us." Manuel then spoke, "No one is saved, the age of humanity is ended, soon only ruin and corpses will remain." Harry frowned as he heard the man's words, while Shepard turned his head towards the woman. "What's wrong with your assistant?" The woman immediately answered Shepard's question. Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin. Harry sighed. In his mind, he already saw a few people that fit that description. Isn't that the truth? Shepard raised an eyebrow at Harry's comment but let it go for now. Manuel then went on. Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there's is no escape? No hope? No, I'm not mad, I'm the only sane one left. The woman shook her head and sighed. I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack. Harry frowned. There's always hope, and the future is never set in stone. You see destruction? Then do something about it instead of just complaining about it. Shepard nodded in agreement to Harry's words while the woman smiled. Manuel however just shook his head and seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Shepard sighed. It is only a matter of time before he does something crazy. Maybe we should knock him out or something. Everyone except Harry and the girls' sweat dropped at how easy Shepard was contemplating knocking someone unconscious, but Harry walked up to Manuel and then waved his hand in his direction. Sleep. Manuel was suddenly engulfed in a green mist-like energy and then collapsed on the floor, completely out and asleep. The woman took a step back. What did you do? Harry shrugged. I just put him to sleep. It was either this or whack him over the head. I thought that putting him to sleep is a better option, don't you agree? The woman stared at Harry for a few moments before huffing a bit. I suppose you're right, by the time he wakes up, the meds would have kicked in, but couldn't you at least catch him? I saw his head bounce on the floor. Harry raised an eyebrow. No. The woman just stared at Harry, while Ashley and Kaiden seemed to be struggling not to laugh. The girls were giggling, while Shepard just smiled in amusement. A few seconds later, Shepard turned his head towards Ashley. Williams, take us to the spaceport. The woman sighed one more time and nodded. Good luck, Commander. She then bent down and began to check Manuel for injuries. Meanwhile, Shepard, Harry and the rest of the group left the so-called shed to continue onwards. Meanwhile, Nilis was sneaking around the spaceport already. He saw someone suspicious standing there, so he decided to confront them to find some answers. But when he came out of his hiding spot and took a better look at the suspicious person, he was shocked to find someone he didn't expect to see here. Saren. Saren turned his head towards Nilis and softly spoke. Nilis. Nilis looked completely confused at the moment. This isn't your mission, Saren, what are you doing here? Saren walked up to Nilis and patted him on the shoulder. The council thought you could use some help on this one. He then walked behind Nilis while he sighed. I wasn't expecting to find Geth here, the situation is bad. Saren nodded. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Saren suddenly turned around and pointed his weapon directly behind Nilis's head. Shepard, Harry and the rest of the group were approaching the spaceport when they suddenly heard a gunshot far away, but before anyone could comment on it, something else got their attention. Kaiden wasted no time and raised an excellent question. What is that? Off in the distance. Ashley gaped and spoke up. It's a ship. Look at the size of it. The ship began to leave as everyone stared at it. But Harry narrowed his eyes. That's not a ship, that thing is alive. The three Marines turned around to look at Harry. Shepard then decided to ask, are you sure? Harry nodded. Yeah, I can sense all sorts of energy and that thing definitely has a life force, though it's damped by something else, something I have never sensed before. Shepard nodded. He decided to trust Harry on this. He did seem to know what he was talking about, however, his thoughts were cut off when they were suddenly attacked by more Geth and husks. Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden immediately took cover, while Harry and the girls rushed forward. Once again, the Marines were surprised by what they saw next. Harry not only summoned the strange key-like object again, but this time he summoned a second one and began to rush forward while batting away gunshots from the Geth with ease, which left them gaping. Kunu surprised them by summoning another key-like object. This one, however, had a fox-like motif. Like Harry, she took off running at a very impressive speed while slapping away gunfire with her weapon. Then they watched as both Kunu and Harry sliced and diced any Geth they got close to. It looked like they were dancing as they cut down their enemies. It showed the Marines that their new friends were indeed battle experienced. Then they watched Li Fei summon a beautiful silver sword. It looked very ceremonial rather than battle ready, but to their surprise, Li Fei seemed to teleport in front of a group of husks and then slashed at all of them. The surprising thing was that her sword was completely engulfed in crimson-red colored lighting as she quickly sliced and completely destroyed the husks in her way. Valerie was a whole different show to watch as well. They might have been heavily trained in the use of firearms, but when they saw Valerie summon two very big and powerful handguns while proceeding to move at high speed, all the while shooting at the Geth with such precision and agility, that it made them feel inadequate, she was pulling off moves that should be impossible to do, things you only saw in the movies. The fact that she was dodging fire while never stopping her movements was amazing the Marines, they have never seen anything like it. Ashley gaped, what the hell? Kaiden nodded, I agree. Shepard frowned, come on, we can ask them about all of this later, for now, we need to help, they're keeping the enemy's attention on them, take out anyone in their flanks. Both Ashley and Kaiden nodded and immediately began to provide cover fire to their new allies. Shepard was also very surprised, but his training allowed him to keep his head on the mission. But he was also wondering what was going on. He knew, from the moment he met Harry and the girls, that they weren't normal, but this was something that is not only hard to believe, but amazing as well. Despite the shock, Shepard could see the experience in each of the movements Harry and the girls performed. It spoke of countless battles they must have been a part of. He wondered what sort of enemies required them to get this strong, because even he could tell they were holding back a great number of their abilities. But right now, that wasn't important. No, at this moment the only thing that should be his priority is that he needed to cover for his new allies, even if it seems like they don't really need his support. Harry rushed forward while slapping away the shots fired at him by the odd humanoid machine enemies. He quickly reached a group and jumped into their ranks. The humanoid machines immediately tried to grab him or hit him with their firearms, but in a blink of an eye Harry cut them to pieces. He quickly threw Oblivion towards another humanoid machine. The dark keyblade flew through the air like a buzzsaw and cut the humanoid machine in half, while Harry flashed in front of another. He quickly decapitated with Oathkeeper and recalled Oblivion back into his empty hand. The keyblade appeared back in his hand in a flash of black light. He took a quick look around and hummed, these guys aren't tough, sure there are some sort of barriers around their bodies, but I can easily break through them. Kunu appeared between a group of husks and quickly spun, her keyblade slicing through the undead creatures with ease. She quickly jumped and flipped in midair to dodge a rushing husk. She immediately cut it in half on her way down. She then disappeared in a flash of light and appeared above 3 humanoid machines. She came down hard while her keyblade shined with golden light. She slammed her keyblade on top of one of the humanoid machines and completely crushed it. The light on her blade exploded outward in the form of a shockwave of light that destroyed the other 2. She quickly stood up straight and looked around. What did they call these things? Keth? Well, either way, they're not that tough, and neither are those zombies. Kunu turned her head and took a look at Shepard and his team. Seeing they were okay and fighting as well made her smile. Looks like they're not having a hard time either. Valerie easily sidestepped another shot from one of those Geth things. She frowned as she shot back and blasted the head of the Geth with an energy shot from Ebony. These weapons are good, but the shots are kinda slow, maybe they can be modified. She tilted her head to the side and dodged a head shot. She quickly shot back with Ivory, blasting a hole through the chest of the Geth that just tried to snipe her. The Geth trooper toppled over and stayed unmoving as Valerie looked around. Whatever the case, these Geth are pretty good shots, a bit predictable though. Valerie then took off running again and went towards the next group of enemies, all the while dodging bullets from all sides with ease. Le Fay called Clarent into her hand and quickly teleported all over the place while cutting down enemy after enemy. Clarent was engulfed in crimson-red lightning which disintegrated any enemy it touched. Many forget that Le Fay is not only a very powerful mage but that she's also a very talented swordswoman. Clarent, a holy sword given to her by Harry in her childhood, has been a constant companion. She had mastered its powers to the extent of being able to use both the holy and demonic aspects of the sword with ease, something Harry taught her and helped her perfect. All of that shows whenever she uses Clarent in battle, she rarely uses it, opting to use her preferred method of attack, which is magic, but she chose to go with melee right now. She didn't want to cause too much damage to the colonists' planet, when it was obvious that whoever had been living here had done a good job to make the planet livable. And so Le Fay showed off her Pendragon lineage by using Clarent to destroy quite a few enemies in the field. She only stopped when she saw that their numbers went down. She looked around and noticed that Kunu, Valerie, and Harry were already done with their targets, while Shepard and his team were moving up while taking down the few stragglers who thought he and his team an easier target. Le Fay sighed and then stabbed Clarent into the ground as she waited for everyone to gather. It seems that they were walking towards her anyways. She suddenly heard a noise from one of the sheds in the area. It was pretty far from where she was, but she clearly heard a gasp. Looks like there are people in there, better tell Harry and Shepard. Everyone gathered around Le Fay who was the last to finish her targets. She spread herself wide as she teleported all over the place, so it took her a little bit longer to deal with her targets. Harry, Kunu, and Valerie reached her first and Le Fay wasted no time telling Harry about the gasp she heard in a shed. Shepard arrived soon after and sighed, I still can't believe what I just saw, all of you do. Harry grinned and the commander, that's nothing, you still haven't seen what we can really do. Shepard sighed and nodded. I somehow knew that was the case. Shepard shook his head. Well, what's going on? Le Fei immediately answered Shepard's question. I heard some people in the shed over there. Le Fei pointed at a faraway shed. Shepard turned his head towards it and raised an eyebrow. That's pretty far away. How did you hear people from all the way over here? Ashley nodded. Yeah, that should be impossible. Le Fei smiled and then sent Clarence back to her soul-enhanced senses and such. Kaiden sighed. I'm starting to think you guys aren't even human. Kunu twitched her fox ears and stared at Kaiden with amusement clearly on her face. Harry, Valerie, and Le Fei just grinned at him, finding the irony in his words amusing. Shepard noticed all of this but chose to ignore it for now. He nodded to Le Fei. Thank you, Le Fei, let's go see the people in that shed, perhaps they have some useful information we can use. Everyone nodded and decided to go and check out the shed, see if the people in there knew something of what was going on here. As soon as they reached the shed, Harry immediately opened it with his keyblade, saving time and Omni Gels, something Shepard was very grateful for. However, as soon as they opened the door, a frightened voice called out to them. Everyone stay calm out there, we're coming out, we're not armed. Another voice, a feminine one, spoke up. Is it safe? Are they gone? Shepard however decided to be more cautious, just in case nobody moves a muscle until we know who you are. 3 humans stepped out of the shed with their hands up, 1 female and 2 males. One of the males however, seemed annoyed. Nice going, Cole. I told you we should have stayed hidden. Cole sighed. It's okay, we're all on the same side here, we're just farmers, we've been hiding ever since that ship first showed up. Shepard nodded. All right, do you know anything about the protein beacon they dug up? Cole shook his head and then scratched his head. Not really, we're just farmers after all, though we heard they found something out there, it never really mattered to us, not until now. Shepard frowned but understood what Cole just told him, so he decided to ask about something else. What can you tell me about the ship that was here a few moments ago? Cole frowned. I was too busy running to get a clear look at it, I think it landed over near the spaceport. The female farmer suddenly spoke up. Tell them about the noise, Cole, that awful noise. Cole nodded. That ship was emitting some kind of signal as it descended, sounded like the shriek of the dam, only it was from inside your own head. Harry frowned, not liking what he just heard. He turned his gaze towards Le Fei, who nodded at him, having already come to the same conclusion as him. Shepard however, had his own theory. It was probably trying to block communications. Cole just frowned. Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull, almost made it impossible to think. Shepard nodded but had a frown on his face, he definitely did not like what he was hearing. All right, we have to go. The farmers nodded, and suddenly the second male farmer spoke up. Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers, these guys are soldiers, maybe we should give them the stuff. Cole, however, got quite angry at the other male farmer. Geez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up. Shepard however, was in no mood for games. If there's something you're not telling me. Cole raised a hand and shook his head. Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring, nothing major, in exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds. Shepard narrowed his eyes at Cole. You greedy bastard. You weren't running for your life, you were running to check on your merchandise. Cole shook his head and raised his 2 hands in surrender. No. It's not like that, I just knew there were some packages here, something we could use. I found a pistol and figured it would come in handy if those things come back, but you'll probably get more use out of it than we could. Shepard, however, didn't trust Cole anymore. I'm only going to ask you this once, think long and hard before you lie to me again, are you sure all you got was one lousy pistol? Cole flinched, he then nervously began to speak. Oh wait. I just remembered, I just had it in my pocket, might as well take that too, that's everything, really. Shepard glared at Cole, who looked down. Ashley then spoke up. Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name? Cole shook his head. He's not a bad guy, I don't want to get him in trouble, besides I'm not a snitch. Valerie sighed. At least he's loyal. Harry nodded while Shepard just huffed. Okay, forget about it, I've got more important things to worry about. Cole nervously nodded. Good luck. Shepard and everyone else walked away from the shed. Harry immediately stopped everyone. Guys, there's something you should know about what we just heard. Everyone turned their heads towards Harry. Shepard immediately noticed the seriousness in Harry's eyes and nodded to him. Okay, tell me what you got. Harry nodded. That noise inside your head, that Cole mentioned, I think I know what it is, though the implications of that are quite big. Shepard frowned and started to have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Harry went on. That sensation Cole mentioned and the noise inside his head, it's similar to a mind intrusion, either via telepathy or some sort of mind control. Ashley gasped while Kaiden just frowned. Shepard sighed and scratched his head. I had a feeling that what Cole described was far more than what I thought, but I was hoping that wasn't the case. How sure are you, Harry? Harry looked towards Le Fay, who nodded. Harry then turned back towards Shepard. Pretty sure, every one of us has trained our minds to protect them against such mental attacks. That means we had to know what it felt like. We are capable of using telepathy and mind control, so we know what it feels like. The way Cole described it is very similar. The question is, what is a living ship planning to use such an ability for? Given how big that thing was, it could be capable of broadcasting in a very wide area. I don't have to tell you how bad that would be, in heavily populated places. Ashley gasped. My God. Shepard clicked his tongue. The problem is that we don't have proof. We can't report this and get them to take it seriously without it. Valerie then spoke up. Then just keep it in mind, I'm sure evidence will pop up. Shepard nodded. Yeah, that seems like the best course of action. You said you trained your minds to protect themselves, can that be taught to anyone? Kunu shook her head. Well, as I'm sure you notice. We're not normal, we still don't know much about you guys, so we don't know if it's even possible to teach you our techniques, plus we haven't taught a regular human before. Le Fay frowned and then turned her head towards Harry. Perhaps an enchanted accessory. Harry crossed his arms and thought about it for a second, he then nodded and smiled. I think I can make something, but it will take some trial and error. Shepard nodded, he had heard some very interesting words right now, but he decided to push all that aside for now. They were still on a mission after all. Okay, we'll talk more about this later, for now, let's get going. Everyone nodded and Shepard along with Harry and the rest left the area to head toward the spaceport. They quickly arrived at the spaceport and immediately looked around the area for clues about the beacon, however not too long after they started looking around, they found a dead body. Kaiden sighed and called out to Shepard. Commander, it's Nihilus. Shepard nodded and the group walked over to Nihilus's body. Shepard bent down and checked on him, and Ashley seemed surprised. A Turian? Do you know him? Shepard nodded. Meanwhile Kaiden spoke up. He's a Spectre, he was with us on the Nor. But then, there was some noise which alerted everyone that they weren't alone. Ashley immediately let everyone know something's moving. Over behind those crates. Everyone pointed their weapons at the crates and waited for whatever was hiding back there to come out. Soon enough a human popped his head out and nervously raised his hands in surrender. Wait. Don't shoot. I'm one of you. I'm human. Harry chuckled, finding that statement funny. Meanwhile, Shepard spoke up. Sneaking up on us like that nearly got you killed. Harry then spoke up. I knew he was there. Shepard turned his head towards Harry and stared at him. Valerie nodded. Me too. Kunu smiled and nodded. Yup. I knew as well. Le Fay awkwardly laughed. Yet. I knew too. Shepard sighed, while Ashley glared. And you guys couldn't have said anything. Harry smiled. Well, I also knew he wasn't a threat. His heart is full of fear, plus if he had tried anything, he would have been killed before he could even blink. The man squeaked in fear, while Shepard shook his head. A little heads up next time, Harry. Harry grinned. Aye, Commander. Shepard just stared at Harry. You're going to be a problem, aren't you? Harry just shrugged but didn't say anything, which just made Shepard know that, yes, Harry was going to be a problem. The man who had surprised everyone suddenly and nervously spoke. I'm sorry, I was hiding from those creatures. My name is Powell, I saw what happened to that Turian, the other one shot him. Shepard now looked quite confused. As far as he knew, there weren't supposed to be any more Turians here. What the hell are you talking about? Powell immediately began to elaborate. There were 2 Turians here, your friend and another one called Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax, he let his guard down, and Saren killed him, shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates. Shepard looked down. None of this made any sense to him, but decided to keep it in mind for now and ask about his objective. We were told a protein beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it? Powell nodded and then pointed to another area of the spaceport. It's over on the other platform, probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates I'd be dead, too. Shepard, however, found it strange that this guy managed to survive by just hiding. It didn't make sense to him. How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates? Powell shook his head. They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started. Kaiden raised a hand. Wait a minute, you were hiding behind the crates before the attack. Li Fei frowned. What were you doing back there, to begin with? Powell sighed. Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where my supervisor can't find me. Ashley huffed and then rubbed her forehead in exasperation. You survived because you're lazy. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Wow, can't say I've seen something like this before, and that's saying something. Shepard tiredly rubbed his eyes. You ditched work, then you cower back here and did nothing while the Geth butchered everyone else. Powell looked down. I don't even have a gun, what was I supposed to do? Run out there and die? I couldn't save them, nobody could, it was horrible. Shepard glared at Powell. Harry guessed that he didn't like cowards, but this wasn't the time for this, so the dragon clapped his shoulder. Shepard turned his head towards Harry while he smiled at him. Let him be, Shepard, it's not worth it getting mad at him, we have things to do. Shepard sighed and nodded. He then turned his head back to Powell. We need to find that beacon before it's too late. Powell nodded, as he visually looked guilty. Right now take the cargo train, that's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here, I need to get away from all of this. Powell then walked away and quickly left the spaceport. Shepard just stared at him as he left with a frown on his face. Meanwhile, Harry walked up to Nilis's body and put it in his inventory. He didn't know anything about the guy, so he was going to wait to know more before he decides whether to bring him back to life or not. However, soon after they were attacked by more Geth. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden got behind cover while Harry and the girls moved out. Shepard began to fire at a group of Geth but then suddenly yelled, clear them out. We need to go after the beacon ASAP. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.